This is Audible.
Headhunters from Outer Space, written by Bret A. McCormick, narrated by Ross Tickner. Other books by Bret McCormick include No Wizard Required and Hellfire. This is a work of fiction. Names, characters, places, and incidents either are the products of the author's imagination or are used fictitiously. Any resemblance to actual events, locales, organizations, or persons, living or dead, is entirely coincidental and beyond the intent of the author or publisher. Headhunters from Outer Space is a metapulp novel. Copyright 2015, Bret McCormick. All rights reserved, which includes the right to reproduce this book or portions thereof in any form whatsoever without prior written permission from the author, except for the use of brief passages in published reviews. Dedicated to Terry Southern, a brilliant writer and literary innovator from deep in the heart of Texas. What is metapulp? The meta in metapulp refers to metaphysical. These works of fiction are infused with metaphysical concepts. As the general population becomes more educated and exposed to a wider variety of ideas, we find that more and more people become interested in psychic ability, paranormal phenomena, astral travel, unexplained historical anomalies, New Age/New Thought concepts, and examination through a modern lens of the spiritual side of what it means to be human. Most of us had heard of pulp fiction even before the release of Quentin Tarantino's movie. In the first half of the 20th century, if you were reading speculative fiction in America, chances are you were reading it in what was called a pulp format. The pulps were so named because of the inexpensive wood pulp papers that were used to produce them. The covers were colorful and promised to deliver outrageous entertainment hitherto unknown. All of this for a dime. Metapulp novels deal with actual metaphysical concepts incorporated into easy-to-read, accessible storylines designed to entertain. Strange stories that allow for an expanded definition of reality. Mind-blowing narratives that will leave you wondering what it truly means to be human or conscious. Enjoy. Forward. I think it was in the last year of middle school or the first year of high school that I was introduced to the Greek dramatist Sophocles. At age 13, I was experimenting with my own writing and I became interested in the conventions of Greek drama. I was fascinated by the fact that their plays were confined to the course of a single day. Historical characters often made appearances and interacted with mythological characters from the Greek pantheon. They made use of one of the earliest known special effects, Deus Ex Machina, literally God from Machine, in which an actor was lowered on a string from above to simulate a god descending to the mortal realm. Of course, this seems primitive by present-day standards. Still, I was inspired and determined to write something shaped by the rules of Greek drama. It only took me a little over 40 years to get around to it. Often in Greek plays, gods initiate or intervene in human affairs. In creating Headhunters from Outer Space, I've given the reader a couple of affable gods from an alternate dimension who call themselves Zed and Fred. They arrive on Earth in a sort of machine, and their intentions are largely misunderstood. Instead of a king, I give you William Big Daddy Bostwick, pop icon, psychonaut, revered participant in the counterculture of 1960s America, and friend to many well-known historical figures. With the exception of a brief prologue and epilogue, the story takes place in a single day, March 6, 2014, in Alvarado, Texas. You will not find a chorus singing warnings and praises, but if this story is ever made into a Broadway musical, the chorus can be added then. In this day of wars on drugs and terror, disillusion of the middle class, and spying on the world at large by the NSA, many feel that society has somehow taken a wrong turn. Those of us old enough to remember the 60s may muse that the wrong turn occurred at Kent State, on the grassy knoll in Dallas, in a little country no one had heard of called Vietnam, or with the escalation of the Cold War. There's more than a little nostalgia infused into this story, and plenty of wistful yearning for that crossroads in history, a time when optimism neatly balanced the horrors in the world. What if we'd done things a little differently? We thought we had a chance to change the world. Did we blow it, or were we just deluding ourselves all along? Who knows? Certainly I do not. What I do know is this: the decade of the 60s was a deadly and magical time, a time of desperation and hope, a time of freedom and oppression, a time when the world forever changed. I still love a lot of the music and movies from the 60s and early 70s. That love will most likely be evident to the reader. It is my sincere hope that Headhunters from Outer Space entertains you. If it doesn't make you laugh, then I have failed. If it doesn't make you long for a better world than the one we're living in, then I may have set my sights a little too high. Happy reading. Bret McCormick, Arlington, Texas, July 2015. Prologue. Saw God! Saul washed down a bite of the Reuben sandwich he was eating with a gulp from the large cup of coffee that had been sitting on his desk for 3 hours. His face wore the perennial frown which new acquaintances often misinterpreted as an expression of disdain. Perched over his lunch like a vulture, his shoulders up around his ears, the man stared at his subordinates. "What the hell does that mean, he saw God?" Liz shifted uneasily in her chair, a slight sigh escaping her lips, but Sparks remained unruffled. He'd worked with Saul off and on for over 30 years, and knew his boss probably better than anyone. Leaning back in his chair, he raised his left foot off the floor and placed it casually on his right knee, responding with calm in a measured, almost blasé manner. "I'm quoting from an interview he gave to Rolling Stone back in 1983. The piece is quite lengthy. I can get you a copy of it if you care to read it." Evidently, Dr. Hunter S. Thompson was willing to take him at his word, or accept the phrase as a euphemism for something more prosaic than actually viewing the deity. In any case, the interview runs over 25,000 words, and nowhere in that lengthy examination of Bostwick's career does Thompson insist that he clarify the intent of his words. Sparks shrugged as if resting his case. Liz examined the dirty carpet under her feet, shaking her head slightly. She was the new kid in this equation, and even though her credentials with the Lone Star Gazette were impeccable, she had not yet become accustomed to the edgy repartee that characterized even the most mundane conversations between Saul Bernstein and Harry Sparks. "Fuck Hunter S. Thompson!" Saul exclaimed, a tiny bit of corned beef flying from between his lips like a cannonball over the bow of an enemy ship. Glaring at Sparks, he gulped cold coffee, then took a savage bite from the Reuben. "It's a little late for that, Saul. In case you haven't heard, he shot himself on February 20th, 2005. But if you'd made your intentions known prior to that, I'm certain he would have been flattered, and might even have taken you up on your amorous proposal." Saul stopped in mid-chew, his cheeks reddening, eyes wide, anger forcing an exhalation. Bits of his Reuben threatened to escape between his clenched teeth. Slamming a fist down on the waxed paper where the remains of his sandwich rested atop the pile of journalistic debris that adorned his desktop, he said, "Do you want me to fire your ass, you worthless son of a bitch?" Sparks massaged the bridge of his nose between thumb and forefinger. "Well, you could do that, but I was hoping you'd come up with something a bit more original. After all, you've done that, 6 times before?" "You no-good, ungrateful, worthless piece of—" Before Saul could finish his sentence, which increased in volume as his blood pressure rose, something in Liz snapped. "Enough!" It was just the one word, but she shouted it with such loud authority that other employees of the Gazette stopped what they were doing and looked toward Saul's office. Both Saul and Sparks looked at the young woman with expressions of stunned surprise. Saul noticed the others outside the office staring. He came out from behind his desk to lower the blinds that would put a stop to prying eyes. Liz rarely saw Saul anywhere but seated at his desk. She was always amazed at how tiny the man seemed when not seated at his editorial throne behind the mountainous mahogany desk. The previous December, after a few drinks, he'd approached her in an affable frame of mind at the office Christmas party. For a moment, she had not even known who he was, so drastic was the difference between the friendly drunk and the abrasive editor who had hired her. While Saul's back was still toward the two of them, Sparks stuck out his lower lip, nodded, and gave her a thumbs up. He'd never seen this more assertive side of the young woman. Saul turned slowly, his shoulders shifting nervously in an effort to release his pent-up stress, his jaw agape and the expression in his eyes, as he directed them toward Sparks, murderous. Again Sparks shrugged, an oasis of calm, unemotional consciousness in the midst of Saul's anger and Liz's frustration. Saul seated himself, opened his desk drawer, took out an amber medicine container, removed the cap with some difficulty, dropped a couple of capsules into the palm of his hand, transferred them from the palm of his hand to his mouth, and swallowed them with the help of a large gulp of tepid coffee, all of this without ceasing to glare at Sparks. Closing her eyes, Liz drew a deep breath in through her nose and tapped gently at an invisible surface with the palms of both hands. Can you two please just cut the crap long enough for us to finish this meeting? Crap? Saul turned with the intention of directing his anger at Liz, but she was having none of it. Yes, Saul, crap, and yes, I know you can fire me, but guess what? I don't give a damn, because I am so incredibly sick of this ridiculous Felix and Oscar game you two are playing. If you were opposite sexes, I'd tell you just to fuck each other's brains out and get it over with. But you're not, and I don't think you're gay, and I'm not even sure if the whole sexual tension thing is the same for gays. Liz stopped when she noticed that both Sparks and Saul were staring at her as if she had two heads. You guys aren't gay, she offered hesitantly, then added hopefully, are you? Neither man spoke. They looked at one another, dumbfounded. Finally, Saul made a pathetic, half-hearted gesture with one hand toward the young woman. He looked down and rubbed his forehead. What? Liz exclaimed, her face suddenly registering both defensiveness and anger. You hired her, Sparks said blandly to Saul. I know, said Saul. His words sounded lame, lacking the normal gut-deep conviction of his usual proclamations. He leaned back in his chair and stared at the ceiling. If you two are going to try to make this about me, you can damn well forget about it right now, Liz exclaimed, drawing her chin back. I blame it on MTV and all the other crap on cable television, Sparks muttered, cocking his jaw to one side with fatalistic resignation. Trying to hold on to her sanity, Liz clasped her hands in front of her, squeezing them tightly together. Okay, gentlemen, I know I'm at least 20 years younger than both of you. All three of them knew that 35 years would have been a more accurate assumption. That makes me the kid. I know nothing, I understand nothing because I'm too young, and I'm a female to boot. Saul and Sparks nodded at one another. The girl was starting to talk sense. Breathing deeply, shooting for a noble posture somewhere high above the fray, Liz continued. Is it too much to ask that we just calmly and rationally make a decision regarding this assignment? She looked first at Sparks. No problem, he said, gesturing in the air with one hand as if sweeping away her unwarranted accusations. Liz turned her attention to Saul. The fire in her eyes was so intense that her boss actually jerked under her glaring gaze. Ditto, he said, holding his hands up, warding off her evil eye. My middle name is Rational. I'm all about calm. Liz snorted derisively. Yeah, right. Now are we or are we not going to do the story on Bostwick? Again, Saul and Sparks exchanged uneasy looks. Liz could only guess at the meaning of the unspoken communication passing between the two of them. She noted with certainty that she was better off for her ignorance. I think we should definitely go ahead with it, Sparks said quickly, pressing himself back into his chair. Saul? Liz waited for the editor to speak. Why the hell not? He said at last. I was never all that crazy about his movies, but the old motherfucker's a sort of major counterculture figure, and he's right here in our own backyard. Why not? Might be a good opportunity. Now you're talking, Sparks said, grinning, leaning suddenly forward in his chair and clapping his hands together. Okay, progress. This is good. Liz tilted her head to one side and made eye contact with each of the men in as non-threatening a manner as possible. So we're going to Alvarado and doing a photo spread. How much space are we giving this thing? I don't know, said Saul. How much space does it deserve? How many people even remember who the old fart is anyway? He's remembered all right, Sparks said hastily. His trailer compilation posted on YouTube has over 1 million views, and it's only been up since last fall. I say the guy is infinitely newsworthy. Sparks raised a hand as if voting at a town hall meeting, and looked expectantly at Liz. Yeah, me too, she said without hesitation. There's a continued following among college kids, especially for the stuff he did in the late 60s, early 70s. His movies are frequently selected according to the Netflix people. Okay, I get it, said Saul. Just because I don't care for the stuff doesn't mean there's no value in it. In fact, exactly the opposite may be true, Sparks speculated. Saul glared. Liz jumped in. How much space are you willing to commit? Saul shook off his incipient aggression. Can you fill 5 pages? Not a full 5, but a 50-50 split with ads? Yes, I think so, Liz answered, looking to Sparks for confirmation. Yeah, at least. I'd rather see 7 or 8 pages. Liz looked back at her editor. Saul swallowed hard. I'll give you 6 pages, he said, staring at the container of pills on his desk. All right then, more progress, Liz said cheerfully. Excellent, Sparks smiled, his butt happily massaging his chair. So we'll go to Alvarado this weekend, and just to be specific, the Gazette's picking up expenses, right? Saul frowned. Right, Saul? Relax, yes, of course, within reason. You might want to have him define the phrase, within reason, Sparks suggested, immediately feeling dagger eyes from Saul. Just to keep everyone on the same page, I'm going to create a list of anticipated expenses. Saul, you'll sign off on it. If you don't, there's no way in hell we're leaving for Alvarado. We'll do a lackluster, over-the-phone interview like we always do, and once again, the Dallas Observer will reign supreme among alternative newspapers in Texas. The way Liz put it, there was no room to argue. Sounds perfectly reasonable, said Sparks. Yeah, okay, sure. Saul returned his attention to the sandwich on his desk, which was now as cold as his coffee, and resting in a puddle of greasy perspiration on the sheet of waxed paper. He grimaced and rubbed his stomach with one hand, returning the pills to his desk drawer, and withdrawing a bottle of antacid. What was it about the whole God thing that got you so riled? Sparks asked, rising from his chair. Liz glared at him, then scurried out the door, washing her hands of any further interaction between these two mortal enemies, her co-worker and her boss. Saul crouched over the unfinished sandwich like a feral scavenger, the flames of rage rekindling in his chest, his fists involuntarily clenching. Is it that you're Jewish? Sparks asked with feigned sincerity. That's sort of private turf for you people, isn't it? I mean, it was you guys who introduced us to God, right? As the stream of obscenities began, Sparks passed through the office door, slamming it behind him, returning to his desk, where Saul's outburst, though slightly muted, could still be heard. William Big Daddy Bostwick. When people thought of William Bill or Big Daddy Bostwick these many years after his heyday, they most often associated his name with the God quote. It was by now a media cliché, indelibly etched into people's minds, a bit like the 15 minutes of fame quote associated with Andy Warhol. From 1962 until 1974, Bostwick had been an independent filmmaker responsible for some of the most outrageous and iconic movies of his generation's counterculture. In the 12-year span of his directorial career, he'd put out some 26 feature films, usually on minuscule budgets and fantastically abbreviated schedules. In 1974, the year his filmmaking career came to an end, Bostwick had been in the Philippines shooting 3 features back-to-back for Roger Corman's New World Pictures. The allotted schedule for the completion of all 3 films was 10 days. Bostwick finished in 9, but on that fateful 9th day, something had happened to him. The exact nature of the something that happened remained unknown to any but Bostwick himself, or so the world at large believed. In a 1983 piece in Rolling Stone penned by Mr. Gonzo himself, Dr. Hunter S. Thompson, Bostwick had stated simply that on that final day, after capturing the martini shot, he had seen God. Following the mysterious God experience, Bostwick had never been the same. He gave up his film career, retreating into seclusion, occasionally resurfacing in the company of enlightened outsiders, such as Dr. Timothy Leary, John C. Lilly, or Carlos Castaneda. Until the appearance of Thompson's Rolling Stone piece, Bostwick had no contact with the media for 8 years. Even then, his explanation of his unceremonious departure from Movieland had been cryptic at best. What did it mean for an acclaimed filmmaker and larger-than-life counterculture hero to see God? No one knew. Certainly not Liz Bloom or even Harry Sparks, one of Bostwick's staunchest fans. But if Saul agreed to the expense account, they were going to find out in a couple of days, or at least take one hell of a shot at it. Liz flipped through the file folder on her desk. It contained clippings from as far back as 1962, and a handful of photos depicting Bostwick, first as a lean, sharp-eyed beatnik, gradually evolving into a long-haired, pot-bellied hippie guru, the Big Daddy. She closed the folder and looked across the common area toward Sparks. Her co-worker had his feet up on his desk and was conducting an animated chat with someone on the phone while cleaning his fingernails with a small penknife. At the very least, this will be interesting, Liz muttered before locating the number of her favorite photographer, Jeremy Cantu, in the contact list on her cell phone. Deftly, she clicked out a text message which read, "Going to Alvarado this weekend to interview and shoot Bill Bostwick. You available?" Almost instantly, she received a response. "Holy fuck, wouldn't miss it. Count me in." With a snort, Liz fired back a second text. "We haven't discussed your rate." Again, Cantu replied with amazing speed, more like what you'd expect from an automated system than a human being. "Hell, I'd shoot Bostwick for free." Liz laughed out loud at this unexpected expression of exuberance. She dropped her cell phone on top of the file folder. Staring down at his most recent photo, she murmured, "What is it about you, Bill Bostwick, that gets people so excited?" Almost instantly, the cell phone buzzed as she received a second text from Jeremy Cantu. "Last text, not to be taken seriously. Usual rate applies." He knows Saul, Liz thought to herself as she keyed in her response. Gotcha. Saturday, March 6th, 2014. The craft, when by chance it was seen by English-speaking humans, and perhaps equally a matter of chance when it was remembered by those who saw it, and if they had the courage to speak of having seen the thing, it was invariably referred to as a UFO or flying saucer. It was literally an unidentified flying object. It appeared to hover in the sky, and it could not be identified by even the most knowledgeable aerospace enthusiasts. It was not, however, even remotely saucer-shaped, so only the most unimaginative, least critical observers would use that phrase to describe it. The most appropriate comparison to the human way of thinking and seeing, and one which had sometimes been used, was that the thing was bell-shaped. The thing was dark and silent and, more often than not, went completely unnoticed by the preoccupied primates who considered themselves the masters of this tiny planet on the edge of an unremarkable galaxy they referred to as the Milky Way. Those who did notice the craft often stated that it emanated a weird energy that filled them with a sense of dread. This dread response may have been an evolutionary development, generated by ongoing contact with the thing, for it had been appearing periodically in the skies over Earth since the days of the giant reptiles, and long before the advent of humanity. It was not, strictly speaking, a spacecraft. It did not cruise through the stellar field, dodging asteroids and avoiding the gravitational pull of massive celestial bodies, as did most craft imagined by human authors of speculative fiction. Rather, it could best be described as a highly evolved thought form, generated by a race of gaseous beings from a very large world perhaps 2,000 times the size of Jupiter, in a galaxy as yet undiscovered by humans because it existed in an alternate dimension of space-time. From the perspective of its inhabitants, the planet and the dimension in which it was located had no name. They had no need to name their world, they had no mouths to speak with, nor hands to write with. All knowledge was stored effortlessly in the energetic cloud that made up their collective body. Language, spoken or written, was superfluous. An approximation of individuality did exist in the midst of the cloud of alien gas that comprised their population, but these individuals could more accurately be described as separate thoughts in a collective mind. Two of these separate thoughts, in the mind of that alien race, were enjoying a refreshing and invigorating acid bath when their conveyance entered the influence of the Earth's atmosphere. The field of human consciousness was as noticeable to them as a blaring foghorn when their craft shifted into phase with the dimensional vibration of planet Earth. They were immediately excited by the strong, exotic field of psychic energy they had entered. In their excitement, they created bubbles on the surface of the acid bath in which they were immersed. When last these two had visited Earth, the culture was still largely agrarian. Motion pictures were a recent invention and used primarily as carnival sideshow attractions. Now the entire planet screamed with amusing ideas, songs, visual images, written words. Their synesthetic perceptions of these human thoughts conveyed in modalities designed for human nervous systems could be likened to a trip on LSD, but an extremely pleasant one. This remote planet had become a treasure trove of entertainment, which they could mine and transport back to their own world, where the entire race of gaseous consciousness would rejoice in its reception. Their eager thoughts caused an alteration in the interior of the bell-shaped craft, which channeled their gaseous substance into a slurry of elements common to planet Earth. In this pool of ingredients, simply by willing it, the aliens would draw to themselves human-like bodies as atoms, molecules, cells, and tissues, arrange themselves into functioning temporary vehicles patterned after the native life forms. Contactee. Hiram Biggs had always been interested in animation and felt this art form had never been given the full respect it deserved by critics, scholars, and the general public. The walls of his study were lined with shelves containing books on the subject and thousands of animated programs of every description recorded in every format. 8mm and 16mm films, VHS video cassettes, DVDs, and even a couple dozen remarkable flip books. Hiram's collection was certainly unsurpassed in the state of Texas, and in fact rivaled any in the United States, perhaps even the world. He was often called upon as an expert in the field by authors of new books on the subject and by documentary producers who needed on-camera commentary on the finer points of animation and its history. Every bit of animation in his possession, regardless of its original format, had been digitized by one method or another and existed as files in the computer hard drives under his desk. The only son of Daniel Alcott Biggs and Luella Mae Carter Biggs, the wealthiest couple in Johnson County, Hiram had attended the University of Texas in Austin. His parents had done well enough as ranchers and had prospered fulfilling government contracts to provide meat for the military. But they'd gotten downright rich when oil was discovered on their land in 1952. As a result of his inheritance, Hiram had never had to work a single day in his life. With enthusiasm, he had dedicated his energies to his beloved art form and over the years had produced several animated movies of his own. The first was a moody black and white film he'd shot on 16mm film as a college student in 1983. It was inspired by H.P. Lovecraft's At the Mountains of Madness, but had a plotline which differed substantially from the original story. Hiram's production, Beasts at the Bottom of the World, won several awards in film competitions and became a popular attraction at science fiction fan conventions. In 1986, he'd been approached by a Hollywood film producer who wanted him to direct a modestly budgeted feature, basically an expansion of his student project. Flattered at first, Hiram had ultimately declined the offer. After several meetings with the producer, it was clear the man cared little about animation and simply wanted to use Hiram's abilities to create a better-than-average B-movie to use as an anchor piece in his catalog of inferior films. Biggs already had more money than God, so the offer could not tempt him monetarily, and the level of production the producer aspired to did not appeal to Hiram's grandiose vision of what was possible. Instead, he had kept up with the latest innovations at the big effects concerns, Industrial Light and Magic, Pixar, and the like, and devised his own versions of the technology, albeit on a modest level, and puttered about with his own little projects. His personal investments continued to increase his wealth. Hiram Biggs was content, and most who knew him considered him to be a harmless eccentric. Digital technologies eventually made it easier for him to accomplish his animated visions. Even so, he still enjoyed playing with stop-motion techniques on a tabletop studio in the northwest corner of his study. He captured the video with a digital camera and computer software, but still went through the old-fashioned process of constructing models and animating them by hand in the fanciful landscapes he created on the tabletop set. Tonight, Hiram was fiddling around with a couple of extraterrestrial life forms, engaged in a battle for dinner on a sort of jungle landscape in a galaxy far away. One of the creatures resembled an upturned squid that scooted along in snail-like fashion on a trail of glistening slime, seizing tasty bits of animal life with its tentacles and shoving them into a circular mouth full of razor-sharp teeth. The other beast in his fanciful scene was a bipedal reptilian with a huge mouth and dark eyes, but no arms. As he gingerly moved the jaws of the reptile onto one of his adversary's tentacles, Hiram heard a barely perceptible hum from outside, and the hair on his neck stood on end. A fearful tingle ran through his body, and in spite of his efforts to suppress a response, he shivered, causing his fingers to fumble at the delicate task. He cursed, stood up straight, and rubbed his forehead. A flare of agitation ran its course, then his coolly analytical mind imposed itself on the situation, and he began calculating the best steps to take to correct his fumble. But his intellect could not override the eerie feeling that emanated from his brainstem and swept through his body, preparing him for a fight or flight. Now he was very aware of the hum. Shaking his head and shoulders in an effort to throw off the inexplicable anxiety, he stumbled to the bay window and drew back the curtains. As his eyes fell on the object hovering over the shrubs behind his swimming pool, his mind was amazingly filled with information. Not a stream of information pouring into his consciousness, but a clump or a block of knowledge dropped with force into his mind, so that he instantly knew a great deal about the dark form hanging in the sky. His mind doubled in on itself, and memories surfaced which were stranger than the stories told in the hundreds of animated films on the shelves behind him. It seemed as if he had always known the craft would appear, and that its occupants would come for him. The familiarity of the thing's appearance was uncanny. He knew there was nothing he could do to stop them from taking him, but the ancient survival mechanisms in his reptile brain were insistent. His terrified human body jerked from side to side, started to run for the gun rack, then darted back to the window, a portion of his mind needing reassurance that the thing was there, hanging like a silent black bell over the cedars on the other side of the pool. It did seem to be there, but it cannot be, a part of his mind screamed, only to be overruled by the older, less logical circuits intent on survival. He ran to the gun rack, pulled down his father's 12-gauge shotgun and loaded it with shells from a box he kept in a drawer in the kitchen. With an odd detachment, he observed his frantic human form darting to the door that led into his garage. He squeezed between the boxes piled along the wall and the shiny metallic surface of the newly restored 1958 Cadillac convertible. His finger jabbed at the illuminated button at eye level, and the automatic garage door opener kicked into operation with an appalling clatter. Once again, his terrified mind argued with itself, one part saying it had been foolish to give his position away by employing the opener, the other part sardonically pointing out that these were not human adversaries he was dealing with, but interdimensional predators who could locate him by his own brainwave activity. Hiram laughed out loud, the humorless laugh of a man on his way to the gallows, a laugh of resignation, a recognition of fate. Every hair in his body tingled as he crept slowly toward the thing, its muted hum sending ripples of dread through his overloaded nervous system. When he was still 30 or so paces away from it, the dark form lowered to within a couple feet from the ground. An opening appeared in its side, out of which spilled a foggy, silvery blue light. With inexplicable suddenness, there was a ramp extending from the opening, and without intending it, he found himself walking up the ramp, his shotgun pointing the way. His already dreamlike state of consciousness became even more fantastical in the strange atmosphere of the bell's interior. It seemed as if he'd entered the thing many times before, or more accurately, had always entered it. He wandered among the odd accoutrements surrounding him, and noted that he was in a much larger space than the external appearance of the craft should have allowed for. He saw the vat of bubbling slurry, and in a moment 2 human-like figures rising out of the viscous fluid. They appeared male, were muscular, and had short hair, but they had no visible genitalia. One of the figures stepped forward and pulled a dangling hose toward him, inserting it in his mouth. There was a whoosh of pressure, his cheeks inflated, his chest swelled, and when he opened his mouth releasing the hose, a billow of gas, not unlike a puff of cigar smoke, escaped from between his lips. "Ah, that's better," the being said, smiling vaguely, stepping toward a dark cylinder which opened when he placed a hand on it. The shorter, stockier man-thing behind him duplicated the procedure with the hose. "Welcome aboard," he said to Hiram, the mist billowing out in front of his face. What are you?" Hiram stammered, his shotgun pointing at first one, then the other of them, his eyes virtually bulging from their sockets. "That could be hard to explain," said the short one. Hiram looked back at the other, who was dressing himself in a sort of retro-looking black suit, white shirt, then black tie and a black fedora. "Hard to explain?" Hiram repeated, not a thought accompanying his parrot-like speech. "Well, not really hard to explain. The explanation is quite simple. Some of the details might be challenging to a member of your species." The man finished tying his tie. "Are you guys the men in black?" Hiram asked, a hopeful grin incongruously spreading across his face. The short one pointed a finger at him. "That's good, we can use that," he said. "A myth regarding men in black pervades your culture. Useful." Feeling a bit more comfortable, Hiram did a slow 360-degree turn, taking in the odd shapes and alien instruments. "Where are you from?" The tall one cocked his head, his facial expression communicating a sort of benign regret. "Hiram, please, there is no need to run in circles with this thing. We beamed a rote of information directly into your mind the instant you laid eyes on this craft. You know quite a bit about us already. Relax and let it sink in." "You're here to take me." Hiram's jaw jutted with determination. "Suppose I don't want to go?" He cocked the gun and pointed it at the tall one. "You know that primitive device is of no use in this situation," the man said calmly. Hiram pulled the trigger. The shotgun clicked harmlessly. "Must you test everything I say?" The alien guy placed his hand on the barrel of the gun and gently removed it from Hiram's grasp. "Please relax. If you allow yourself to fully understand, you might be glad we're here." "Really? Is that so?" Hiram's disturbed mind grasped at this straw, seeking a way to experience this encounter as a positive. Both of the interdimensionals were fully dressed now. They simultaneously reached into the inner pockets of their jackets and removed dark sunglasses which they placed on their noses. "How do we look?" they asked in unison. "Like the Blues Brothers?" Hiram answered after a confused pause. "Even better," they replied. The tall one placed his arm over Hiram's shoulder. "Hiram, baby, don't mind if I call you Hiram, do you?" Before answering, Hiram considered the proposition. Even taking into consideration the overwhelming dread he felt in their presence, he could see no reason to be uncivil. "No, yeah, it's okay. You can call me Hiram." "Great, now, Hiram." "What should I call you?" "Beg pardon? Oh, yes, I see. You can call me Zed." "Pleased to meet you, Zed." Hiram extended his hand. If his parents had taught him anything, it was that he should meet people well, leaving a positive first impression. In addition, his father had stressed the importance of a nice, firm handshake. "Likewise, I'm sure," Zed replied, grinning and engaging patiently in this exchange of human nicety. He took Hiram's hand. "And you?" Hiram asked, turning his attention to the short, stocky one. "What's your handle?" The man cocked his head quizzically. "He wishes you to give a name by which he may refer to you in future conversation," Zed said. "Yes, call me Fred." Hiram released Zed's hand and offered his to Fred. "Glad to know you, Fred." "My pleasure," Fred answered. "Zed and Fred, that's catchy," Hiram observed. "Zed and Fred, the Men in Black," or "Zed and Fred, the Interdimensional Blues Brothers," or... "Glad you like it," Zed said, placing his arm around Hiram's shoulder once more and steering him to another location in the craft. "To further clarify the purpose of our visit, Hiram, we are what you might refer to as talent scouts." "Talent scouts? Really?" Zed and Fred nodded with grave sincerity. "What are you doing here?" Then it dawned on Hiram that perhaps these two were interested in his animated movies. "We think you are an extremely talented individual, Hiram. We would like to expose our culture to you and your unique creations." "Get out of town!" Hiram exclaimed, a self-conscious grin spreading from left ear to right. Zed and Fred looked at one another, then at their surroundings, until they realized Hiram's exclamation was idiomatic, not to be taken literally. "I assure you we are quite serious," Zed said, the gentle, disarming smile returning to his face. Something about his smile reminded Hiram of Buford Entwistle. Buford was the proprietor of Alvarado's only funeral parlor, and served as the county coroner. "How on earth did you find out about my movies?" "On Earth." Fred considered this. "Idiomatic," Zed said quickly. Not on Earth, but out there, wherever out there is. How did you learn about my movies? Where exactly are you from anyways?" "Our home has no name, and even if it did, the name would mean nothing to you." "Wherever it is, it's pretty damn far from here," Hiram exclaimed eagerly. "Both far away and surprisingly close in a manner of speaking," Zed said, resigning himself to the fact that this primitive creature's mind was blocking full assimilation of the information they'd provided in the rote. "You know of my work in this other world you're from?" Hiram squinted, trying to wrap his mind around such a prospect. "Well, no, the people of our..." Zed turned his hands tentatively in the air, searching for a proper expression, then snapped his fingers and said with enthusiasm, "Realm have not yet heard of you and your interesting work. Fred and I have only recently become aware of it ourselves." Hiram's shoulders sagged a bit, his confidence lessened by learning his fame was not interdimensional after all. "I can assure you that your talent will be very much appreciated in our realm." Hiram finished the sentence for the man in the black suit. "Yes! Now, I need you to stand over here." A blue X appeared on the floor. "You want me to stand on that X?" Hiram asked, pointing at the thing. "Yes, that will do nicely." Perhaps, Hiram thought, they were going to take his photograph, or some sort of scan that was the equivalent of a photo in their realm. Maybe a hologram? The technical side of his mind wondered what method of capture they would use to record his likeness. "Where's the camera?" Hiram asked. "Camera?" Zed was reaching for something in the darkness over his head. "What method of capture do you use for images?" "Capture? Yes, I think this will interest you." Hiram became aware of a dull gray device that reminded him of the hair dryers at the beauty salon his mother had frequented when he was a child. "This slips over your head," Zed explained, inserting Hiram's head into the opening and giving a nod to Fred, who activated the device by placing his hand on the rear surface. "Hold on a second, is this thing safe?" Hiram asked before the jaws of the device clamped shut, neatly severing his head from his shoulders. His body stood for a second as the thing sealed his wounds against infection and injected life support solutions, then it fell to the floor as the process was completed. Fred tapped the back of the device and Hiram's head fell into Zed's waiting hands. Hiram's eyes blinked and rolled in their sockets. The mouth dropped open. Naturally, he was confused and surprised, but he was unable to articulate his feelings. Zed placed the head on a glowing shelf-like structure which ran along the wall. The surface of the shelf behaved like a living thing, attaching itself to the head. Energy pulsed from the craft into the human head, and Hiram noted that he felt okay, all things considered. He noticed Zed making an adjustment of some sort. Instantly, he understood that the alien was attaching a bellows device to his head so that he would be able to speak. The bellows forced air to flow over his vocal cords. When he spoke, his voice sounded strange and breathy to him. "What the hell are you guys doing?" Hiram asked with as much anger as he could manage. But truth be known, he was embarrassed and felt a bit silly about having his head removed from his body. "We are going to download your unique talent into our data storage unit," Zed explained. "But what about my body, my life?" Hiram was emboldened as he noticed the surge of righteous indignation rising within him. "You cut my fucking head off!" He glared at the two intruders, feeling certain he had established his moral superiority, even if they were in control of his body. "Relax, Hiram," said Zed. "You will be fine. It's high time you humans learned nothing and no one ever really dies." Solitary Soldier. Gus Tully was a lonely man, but it was a deliberate loneliness. Everything about him and the agency he worked for was deliberate. The car he was driving this very moment was deliberately nondescript, the sort of vehicle you forgot immediately after seeing it. The clothes Gus wore were chosen to blend in like the spots on a wild cat or young deer, like the earth-tone scales of a tree-climbing lizard. Even the road he was traversing had been chosen for its unmemorable qualities. It wound through fields of soy and alfalfa, taking the long way from who knows where to nobody gives a shit. At one particularly forgettable point in the road, there was a turnoff most travelers would never notice. Gus took the turn and headed south on the gravel road for nearly 2 miles, until he reached his destination, an underground facility where Gus spent most of his waking hours. Sometimes, if he was too tired to drive home, he slept there as well. The place had been a missile site originally constructed in 1957. As advances were made in weapons technology, the armaments were removed and it was converted to its current use sometime in the 70s. A huge platform that operated like an elevator could be used to lower his car into a subterranean garage. From the air, the place looked like little more than a concrete pad in the middle of a farmer's field. Perhaps a place to weigh trucks filled with grains. A few instruments had been strategically placed around the pad to support its cover story that it was a weather monitoring station, just in case someone actually noticed the place and began poking their nose into its purpose. In the nearly 40 years the former missile silo had been used by the TSAA, no one had ever expressed any curiosity. Tully pulled the car onto the elevator pad and activated a remote control which began lowering the platform. The endless rows of sunlit vegetation that stretched for hundreds of acres in every direction slowly rose above him, until all he could see of the outside world was a rectangle of blue sky above. When the lift stopped moving, he pulled the car into a stall directly in front of him, got out, and activated the machinery that restored the concrete pad to its first position. His arrival automatically activated lights throughout the sizable underground enclave. Walking down a narrow corridor, he arrived at his workstation, a 10 by 12 office-like enclosure with comfortable carpet underfoot, a desk, rows of books neatly arranged on 5 bookshelves, a small motel-style refrigerator, and, in one corner, the chronovisor. Gus removed his jacket and draped it over the back of the black chair near the desk. He carried the brown bag containing his lunch to the little refrigerator and placed it on the shelf next to 2 other bags containing similar lunches he'd never gotten around to eating. Not that he often skipped meals, his sedentary lifestyle and love of food were responsible for his ample girth and a body weight that generally hovered about 20 pounds shy of 300. Sometimes he was so engaged with his work that he forgot to eat, and sometimes he forgot to discard the lunches he had not eaten for several weeks. Generally, he tossed them when his nose told him it was time. Gus Tully eased into the chair at his desk. He did not turn on his computer terminal, as it remained on 24/7 365. He scanned incoming communications. On the shelf above the computer was a photo of Gracie, his ex-wife. They'd met in college, and she'd pursued him relentlessly because she thought he was just the sort of hard-working, nondescript, intelligent man who would be a good provider and faithful husband. Never prone to participate in intimate relationships, Gus had ignored her advances for months. But on New Year's Eve at a college function, they'd both consumed a great deal of champagne, and on January 1st woke up in bed together, naked. Though it would not have been his first choice, he believed it was his moral duty to marry Gracie. She did everything in her power to encourage that sentiment. They were married in the spring of their senior year, after 5 years of marriage during which they rarely spent time together and failed to produce any offspring. Gracie reevaluated her assessment of Gus and decided he wasn't the catch she'd thought him to be. They were divorced without any fuss, and she returned to her hometown of Toronto. In the ensuing decades, Gus had not seen her or heard from her, not a Christmas card nor a phone call. Still, he kept her photo on the shelf to remind him that he'd once been a family man, once had a human connection and a life outside of his mole-like existence as an employee of the Time-Space Anomaly Agency. Riding with Sparks. Liz Bloom graduated from Iowa State University with a double major in English literature and journalism in 2005. Her college sweetheart, Phil Jorgensen, was from Fort Worth, Texas. Intending to marry Phil, Liz had moved with him back to his hometown after the two of them graduated. Phil's family did not like her, and as it turned out, Phil cared for cocaine a bit more than he cared for Liz. After a rocky couple of years, they split up. Liz had landed a job as a writer for the Lone Star Gazette, so she just stayed on in Fort Worth. She did not particularly like Cowtown or Panther City. No matter what you called Fort Worth, it was a provincial prairie town, built first on cattle, second on oil, and finally on the aerospace industry. For Liz, it seemed an uncomfortable mix of savage commercialism, dogmatic religious trends, and mainstream ignorance. Her failed romance did nothing to sweeten her opinion of the place, and even though she realized her own inexperience and perhaps naivete played a part in her wholesale rejection of what might otherwise have been a perfectly fine place to live, she had not yet gotten over her prejudice against Fort Worth. At least the rents were affordable. Still, she'd made some friends, and really she had no place else to go. Her parents were dead. She had a brother who was 20 years her senior. To say they were not close would have been a textbook case of understatement. Herbert, her brother, sent her a Christmas card and a birthday card every year without fail. Each of the cards always contained a fresh new $100 bill. There had been several times in years past when those cash-bearing cards had showed up just in time to be of great help to her. She would have preferred a real relationship with Herb, but had long since given up on the prospect. He lived in Silicon Valley and made a lot of money doing something in IT. She would have loved to hear everything about her brother's career, to be a proud younger sister, to be able to bore others with the vivid details of her brother's accomplishments. Instead, she had to settle for the 2 cards and 1 or 2 phone conversations per annum. Saul, her boss, liked Liz, and after she'd put in 3 years as a reporter, he'd promoted her to entertainment editor. A little more money, a lot more responsibility. The job would never make her rich, but it had its perks. She was well known in her adopted city and respected by many. She often received preferential treatment in nice restaurants and could easily secure free admission to any event. Saul had even wangled a membership to one of the nicer country clubs for her. The apartment where she lived was very old, but nice, in a respectable complex on White Settlement Road, where the grounds were kept immaculately, the oaks were over 100 years old, and there was never even a hint of a disturbance, so long as you didn't count the occasional deaths by natural causes of the other occupants. It wasn't a bad life, but not really great, not quite good enough. It was far from interesting. She felt herself to be in limbo and hoped someday her guardian angel would intervene. Startled by the sudden but familiar blare from the horn of Harry Sparks' 1978 Buick Electra, she looked up from her coffee and out the window of the breakfast nook. Yes, it was Harry, and evidently he did not wish to waste time ringing the doorbell and risk having to assist in carrying her stuff to his car. Her cell phone rang. It was Sparks. "Hi, Harry. You ready?" "Yes, sir." "Well, I'm here. Let's hit the road." "Would you mind—" The words were out of her mouth before she noticed the call had been ended. "Helping me with my things?" She finished the sentence anyway. Dropping her phone and her head, she rose from the table and gathered her purse, computer, and briefcase. When she got to the car, Harry was smoking and listening to some vaguely familiar rock tune from the 70s. He waved but made no effort to get out of the car, or even open the door for her. She opened the driver's side rear door of the vehicle and dropped everything but her purse on the seat, then circumnavigated the huge car and climbed into the front passenger seat, which was stained and reeked of cigarette smoke and fried chicken. "Thanks for your help, Sparks," she said sarcastically, slamming the door. "No sweat," he answered, as if oblivious to the sarcasm. Liz knew better. It was just his style. He'd been playing the ungentlemanly, street-smart bachelor journalist so long that there was no longer another choice. "Where's your photographer?" "He got a shoot in Austin that pays really well, so he'll meet us in Alvarado sometime this afternoon." "Yeah, who needs him anyway?" said Sparks, throwing the Electra into drive. "These days, anyone can be a photographer. Thank God for digital cameras." "So God created the digital camera?" Liz hissed, more than a hint of venom in her tone. Not that she was really irritated, she simply wasn't looking forward to the ride with Sparks. Sure, he was smart, sometimes even brilliant, but most of the time he was just annoying as hell. She wanted to beat him to the punch, sort of mark her turf, but she was a rank amateur compared to the man behind the wheel of the Electra. Harry stopped the car with an abbreviated squeal of rubber, cocked his head and looked at his coworker quizzically. "No, I do not think God invented the digital camera. Sorry if you misunderstood my meaning. If there is a God, and I'll admit it's a big if, then he, she, them, or it created everything." Liz sighed heavily, and turned her gaze to the view afforded by the Buick's windshield. "All I'm saying is," Sparks continued, releasing the brake and letting the car resume its forward movement, "that, well, if God created the universe in its entirety, then I don't mind letting he, she, them, or it take credit for the fucking digital camera. Is that so unreasonable?" "Just drive, you asshole." "It's getting so you can't even mention the word God without someone taking you to task for it. First Saul, now you." Liz did not give him the satisfaction of a reply. Without another word, Harry Sparks followed her instruction, swinging the land boat of a vehicle left on White Settlement, then right on University, heading for Interstate 30 and the first leg of their journey to Alvarado, Texas, to see William Big Daddy Bostwick, cultural icon and ultra-hip dinosaur from a bygone era. It was a beautiful morning, March 6th, 2014. Liz was not inclined to hang on to negative emotions. After a couple of minutes on the freeway, she said, "Why do you still drive this old gas guzzler?" The Buick was in excellent condition for such an old car. The upholstery was in good shape other than needing a thorough cleaning. The paint and body were admirable. The engine sounded well tuned, and the vehicle had no lack of get up and go. Really, the only problem wasn't with the car, but with Sparks. He was a slob. Liz's question was not truly about his reasons for hanging on to the antique automobile, but just a catalyst for restarting the conversation and rebooting her emotional response to the new morning. Sparks shrugged. "She was the first car I ever bought with my own money. She's served me well. I've been driving her for more than 30 years. Why stop now? She was beautiful the day I bought her, and she's still beautiful. Aren't you, baby?" He patted the car's dashboard with what seemed to Liz absurd affection. "She? Don't tell me you have a name for this heap." "Yeah, I do." Sparks threw a defensive glance in her direction. When he didn't volunteer the name immediately, Liz said, "Well, you want to know?" Sparks' expression betrayed just a hint of what may have been embarrassment, or so it seemed to Liz. Yeah. If I tell you, will you promise not to tell anyone? What? I'm serious. If you want to know, you've got to promise me you won't tell a soul. This is not like you at all, Sparks. Liz shook her head, grimaced, and stared at him. Those are my terms. Take it or leave it. Okay, I promise. This car is named after someone I care a great deal about. A girl? Liz's eyes widened with surprise. This was becoming interesting. Duh. You never fail to surprise me. I've never imagined you actually caring about anyone, much less a woman. What? So I'm some kind of inhuman monster? A misogynist? I'll have you know something, Miss Know-It-All career journalist. I have feelings. Deep ones. Sparks hammered the steering wheel with a fist and stared at the freeway ahead, a hitherto unseen mixture of anger and sadness showing on his face. Liz was startled, nonplussed. Okay, she said with sincerity, I'm sorry. Sparks cut his eyes at her. No, you're not. Yes, I can truly say I'm sorry. Clearly, this is an emotionally charged issue for you. I apologize. I did not mean to imply that you were somehow less than... Liz trailed off, puzzled by this unexpected situation, and surprised to hear these words coming out of her own mouth. Less than what? Sparks snapped. Less than everyone, anyone. I'm sure you can be very sensitive when you feel you have a reason to be. Really? Really? Liz forced a smile. I'm certain I've never seen that side of you because I just wasn't around at the right moment. Okay, said Sparks after a long pause. I accept your apology. They drove on for about half a minute in uncomfortable silence, before Liz gathered the courage to say, So? Are you going to tell me? The name? What else? Well, since you promised not to tell. Sparks paused and stared at her. The muscles in his face and neck seemed to strain a bit, as if saying the name required a determination and strength that were difficult for him to muster. Come on, Harry, I won't tell a soul. Cross my heart. Liz made the requisite gesture with her right hand in front of her chest. The name is Liz. What the? Liz fought the urge to punch him as hard as she could in the shoulder. You call your car Liz? She almost shouted. Sparks offered a wounded expression and nodded a jerky, embarrassed nod. Once more, Liz was thrown off balance by this unexpected, uncharacteristic behavior. What was the truth here? When did you decide to call your car Liz? He'd owned the vehicle for going on 40 years. Surely he hadn't waited all that time to give his beloved car a name. Was there some other Liz, a long-gone but crucially important person in Sparks' life? Her companion swallowed hard and said, A couple of minutes ago. Sparks burst into uncontrollable laughter. Tears appeared in his eyes. He gasped for air and held his ribs with his free hand. You bastard! Liz no longer resisted the urge to physical violence. She punched his arm, hard. Ow! Sparks appeared stunned. She hit him again, even harder. Whoa, easy there, champ. We're in a moving vehicle. Driving is a serious business. Serious? Ha! Not with Harry Sparks behind the wheel. You don't do serious, asshole. Liz folded her arms, determined to ignore him for the remainder of the trip. Sparks rubbed his shoulder with his left hand. You should have seen your face, he exclaimed, bursting into laughter again. Why do you always have to string me along like that? Liz shouted angrily, in spite of her conviction to righteous silence. She could not maintain her posture of wounded superiority. His laughter was contagious, and a moment later she was laughing with him. Both of them laughed until the laugh chemicals secreted by their brains were spent. After they'd fallen into silence for a while, she said, Tell me more of what you know about Bostwick. Didn't do your homework, huh? You know there's a cool little search engine called Google and... Give me a break. I've had a hellish week. I have to go out of town on assignment just to get a breather, and Saul... Neurotic slave driver, eh? Oh my God. Now you know why I'm content to be a writer. None of this department head nonsense for me. I put in my hours, complete my stories on time, and when I go home, I'm on my own time. He calls me at least once every night. He simply cannot just relax and let me do my job. You're telling Noah about the flood, sister. Yeah, well... Liz relaxed, grateful that she was out of town, out of the office, and away from Saul. Why should I use Google when I work with a human encyclopedia of entertainment trivia? Besides, what else would we talk about? Never known you to pass up a chance to. Okay, flattery will get you everywhere, darling. What do you want to know? Everything. Start at the beginning. If you begin to bore me, I'll redirect. Bore? Little chance of that. Let's see. William Bill Big Daddy Bostwick was born in Kansas City, Missouri, to David Grant Bostwick and Penelope Sue Bostwick, maiden name Philpott. Dad was a grocer, Mom was a church organist and Sunday school teacher. He ran away from home at age 16 and, lying about his age, enlisted in the Army. You could get away with that sort of thing back then. Hell, you probably still can if the recruiters aren't hitting their quotas. Bostwick went through boot camp at Fort Hood. He was an avid photographer, and the military ended up training him as a motion picture cameraman, shooting training films and that sort of thing. He served in the Korean conflict, notice I did not refer to it as a war, and mustered out afterwards in Los Angeles. He began to write screenplays and poetry, took to hanging out in the beatnik coffee houses in Long Beach. He's reputed to have become friendly with Jack Kerouac during this time. Jack introduced him to pot. Marijuana? Yes, the weed with roots in hell. We all know it's a gateway drug, so before you know it, he was also drinking alcohol. He became a bartender at a place called Songsmith, where a lot of aspiring singers, songwriters, and musicians hung out. It was there he met Harry Novak. Novak found out he was handy with a movie camera and talked him into doing a series of X-rated films, not super hardcore, more in the nudie-cutie vein. His most notable work during this early period was a trilogy of movies about a couple of sailors, Dick Swabrod and Peter Gunbreach, and their comedic sexual exploits. The titles of the films were Wankers Away, in which the boys get caught masturbating and are sent for psych evaluations and end up screwing all the nurses in the hospital. The second was Spankers Away, in which the guys visit Thailand and get involved in an S&M cult. Last but not least is Shankers Away, in which the dynamic duo are discovered to have venereal diseases and are sent once more to a hospital where, true to form, they screw all the nurses. My God, Sparks, I'm amazed. How do you recall these details with such ease and fluidity? Years of practice, dear, and I'm just getting started. Interesting bit of trivia regarding the trilogy. During the VHS home video boom of the early 80s, the video distributor, Naughty Visions, changed the titles from Away, A-W-E-I-G-H, on all three films to Away, A-W-A-Y, because the owner of the company, Gus Friedman, who had an adult video store in Oceanside, California, got tired of people coming in and asking for Spankers a Weeg. True story. The ignorance of the American public. Sheesh, Barnum was right. Do you like chicken tacos? Before Liz could answer, Sparks veered the Electra off of I-35 onto Highway 174 with a sudden jerking maneuver and headed into Burleson. Where are we going, Sparks? Pablito's, best tacos in Texas. Knowing better than to argue with the man, Liz shrugged and settled in as Sparks continued to regale her with the colorful and often outrageous specifics of Bostwick's career, from 1962 until his encounter with God in a Filipino village in 1974. Anticipating the encounter. Gus Tully heard the chirping of the terminal on the desk and left the water cooler where he was drinking from a paper cup. Crumpling the cup, he tossed it with impressive accuracy into the wastebasket some 12 feet away, where it landed on top of a stack of 50 or more similarly crushed white paper cups. Seating himself at the desk, he keyed the commands which would allow the flow of information from the future. The screen of the chronovisor lit up. Gus was not at all surprised to see the transmission of his own face. "Hey, Gus," said the Gus on the chronovisor. "What's up?" asked the here and now Gus. "There's a sensitive situation developing in your backyard." "Code red?" "Nah, nothing so dramatic. Yellow or orange maybe, but it involves an unusually large number of citizens in Alvarado." The current time Gus nodded appreciatively. It wasn't often that an anomaly occurred so conveniently close to his bunker. "Sweet," he said. "Thought you'd like that. Not a lot of driving on this one. Still, I'll need you to go to Burleson." Gus swept a notepad from the corner of the desk, plucked a pencil from its holder, and hunching over it in a manner that would have seemed comical to an observer, began scribbling as the future Gus debriefed him on the nature of the anomaly and the course of action his superiors had chosen to deal with it. After running down the necessary specifics, the future Gus said, "There's time for you to stretch out on your cot for a few minutes before you leave. A little meditation wouldn't hurt." "Gotcha." Now Gus shut off the chronovisor and, following his future self's suggestion, went to an adjacent room, where a neatly made cot awaited him. Slipping his shoes off, he eased onto the bed and was soon staring idly at the ceiling. It had long been encouraged within his agency for operatives to spend time in meditation. The practice lessened anxiety and promoted a healthy acceptance of the bizarre experiences a member of the TSAA would inevitably encounter. The reality that existed for civilians was a very different one from that Gus and those like him had come to know. Breathing deeply, Gus went through a standard relaxation technique. In just moments, he was noticing the gaps between thoughts. Then he was in the vast expanse of thoughtlessness, unconcerned by any human dramas that might be playing out on an insignificant planet in an unremarkable solar system on the outer reaches of one of innumerable galaxies within one of countless universes. When he came out of his meditation, he felt relaxed, rested, and energetic. His younger brother Jack was on his mind. They'd never been particularly close. There was too much space between them. Gus was already in the 7th grade when Jack was born. Gus had attended Jack's high school graduation, and that was the last time he'd laid eyes on his sibling. He wondered where Jack was, what line of work he'd chosen for himself, whether or not he had a family. Was Jack happy? Was anyone happy? Was happiness anything more than a concept drummed into the minds of young children to encourage conformity, like normal and realistic? Gus made a mental note to explore this line of thought further during his idle hours in the bunker. Now he put on his shoes and headed for the car. The talented Hiram Biggs.
Please rest assured that you will be returned to your previous state when our business here is completed, Zed said to Hiram's head.
Be that as it may, the head sputtered, my rights as a citizen of the United States have been violated.
Rights?
Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. For me, happiness means keeping my head on my shoulders. In this country, you can't just go around cutting a man's head off and downloading his intellectual property.
We have no treaties with your dimension regarding intellectual property. In the absence of such agreement, no infraction has occurred.
You're like the damn Chinese, bootlegging our blockbusters as soon as they open in theaters. Hiram's eyes went to his own lifeless body, lying on the floor of the craft. What about my body? You going to just leave it there on the floor for God only knows how long? Ever heard of bacterial infection?
I've already explained to you that you will be restored to your prior state, Zed said, distracted, reaching for a flashing light near Hiram's head.
This may be the way things are done in. Where'd you say you were from?
Our realm has no name. It does not need one as we have no language. Even if it had a name, the name would mean nothing to you. Your species will not become aware of our dimension for many hundreds of your years, if ever.
Zed stroked the glowing object in his hand, then placed it back in position near Hiram's head. The light changed in color from pale yellow-orange to a bright silvery blue. Hiram felt something happening. Someone, something, was rifling through his consciousness, like a hurried clerk searching through the folders in a file cabinet. He'd never experienced anything like it, and he realized his own internal description of the sensation was a subjective metaphoric response. Still, he knew it was appropriate. So what you're saying is I'm screwed. I have no recourse.
That is correct.
Well, that's just not good enough, Mr. Man in Black, extraterrestrial, extra-dimensional, whatever the hell you are. Zed touched the bellows device, which was pumping air over Hiram's vocal cords. The bellows ceased to pump, and Hiram's head found itself unable to speak.
Your protestations become tedious. We are going to introduce your talent to an audience you never imagined existed. You will be appreciated for the great talent you are. What's a bit of bodily inconvenience compared to that?
Zed's use of the English language had grown exponentially in the short time since Hiram had entered the craft. In spite of his anger and inability to speak, this fact did not escape Hiram's notice, and he wondered at the change. The fact of the matter was that Zed and Fred were able to absorb conscious idioms from any sentient life in immediate proximity. In a few minutes' time, Zed had acquired every communication skill possessed by Hiram. Biggs watched helplessly as the two intruders exited the craft, leaving him mute and trapped, unable to resist the extraction of information from his brain. Fred entered the open garage first and ran a hand along the cool, shining surface of the Cadillac.
Nice wheels, he said tentatively, accessing information through Zed that Zed had drawn from Hiram. Yes, indeed, Zed exclaimed in agreement. A beautiful, if somewhat whimsical example of an extremely inefficient conveyance. It's powered by what they call an internal combustion engine. Did they intentionally design it to poison them with its exhaust fumes? That's the beauty of this species. They go to great lengths to create complex and distinctive technologies, all while ignoring simpler and more sustainable methods. Their flagrant disregard for their own well-being is so elevated as to be worthy of the appellation art form.
Fred nodded with appreciation.
Shall we take the death machine for a spin?
The verbalization of this primitive tongue was coming easier to him now. It felt good, cool, groovy, righteous. Fred savored the use of this language.
Absolutely,
Zed answered. A moment later, the caddy shot down the driveway, flinging dust and gravel in its wake. Fred was at the wheel and Zed kicked back on the seat beside him, one foot on the dash. The radio captured Zed's attention, and after a quick inspection, he ascertained its function. Flipping it on, he was pleased to hear Brenda Lee's Coming On Strong.
Experiencing humanity as a human is at once absurd and exhilarating, he said. Like a very weird dream,
Fred agreed. Tacos and a side of enigma. With a satisfied groan, Harry Sparks swallowed his last bite of chicken taco, pushed the empty plastic basket away, and took a sip from his beer. Still working on her meal, Liz laid a taco down and said,
Are you sure you came here for the tacos, or is it the beer?
She'd noticed he was gulping a microbrew with gusto, one she'd never heard of before, Grease Monkey Bach.
It is the only restaurant I know of where you can get the monkey, he admitted.
Where's it from?
It's brewed in Wimberley by a very eccentric little Austrian dude. Funny thing about the guy... Hold it, Liz interrupted. I'm sure you can expound for hours on the virtues of monkey brew. It's Grease Monkey, Bach. Whatever, we're on our way to meet Bostwick, not an Austrian brewer, so please stay on subject. You're doing exceptionally well, Sparks, even for you. I'm totally impressed. And that's your last beer, by the way.
Last beer? I hardly ever get a Grease Monkey. He whined like an 8-year-old being refused candy.
You know how I feel about drinking and driving. You've had 2 already, and even though we're in transit, we are on company time, so to speak. We have work to do. I don't want that brilliant mind of yours dulled by too much alcohol.
Fair enough, you are a master of authoritative diplomacy.
We'll stop by here on the way home so you can have some more monkey, Grease Monkey.
Agreed.
Now, what else can you tell me about Bostwick? Big Daddy, how'd he acquire that moniker?
Moniker, Sparks grinned with approval. Thou dost wax Runyon-esque.
Thanks. Now focus, we're running out of time.
Right. Have you ever seen any of the old Frankie Avalon and Annette Funicello beach party movies from the 60s?
Probably not, but I have a passing familiarity with the genre.
Well, in those films, the surfers usually have a beachfront bar or a clubhouse of some sort, where they all hang out, and often there's a Big Daddy character, someone from the older generation who is a bit mysterious and commands the respect of the kids, a sort of guru. Well, when Bostwick began to make a little bread and gather a bit of fame in the movie biz, he bought Songsmith and became the Big Daddy of the place. According to reliable sources, he was selling pot and LSD at the time, and using a good deal of both himself.
LSD, seeing God, am I jumping to the obvious conclusion?
Could be. What's wrong, Liz? Don't you believe in God? Liz leaned back in the booth seat, rolled her eyes, stared up at the steel supports and exposed ducting of the HVAC system, inhaled a deep breath of garlic and chili powder-scented air, then sighed heavily. The sigh shot upward, disturbing the bangs overhanging her brow.
What's that got to do with anything?
It's a simple question, but I find many of the most hard-boiled materialists blow a fuse at the mere mention of the G-word. Saul, for instance. He totally freaks anytime anyone mentions a deity of any sort. Hindu, Greek, Judaic, it doesn't matter. Liz's mouth moved to one side of her face, and she gave a grudging nod, remembering her publisher's outburst. You're not one of those, are you? Do you have God issues?
Whether or not I have God issues is absolutely none of your concern, Sparks.
That may be, and personally I do not care one iota whether you do or do not believe in a god, the god, or a combination of gods. I'm just trying to understand why some people go nuts when they hear the word. Seems to me you could believe or not believe without getting your panties in a wad about it.
Now you're just being vulgar.
Your metaphorical, spiritual panties, not the, real ones. Liz glared at him across the table. Just answer my question. Do you believe in a god? Liz shook her head, not in answer to his question, but with distaste for the entire matter. Sparks smiled, calmly waiting for her to find her way out of her enigmatic angst. Well?
No, yes, maybe, I don't know, Sparks. The tone of her voice was almost pleading. Why do you want to know?
Well, it seems to me that one of the reasons William, Bill, Big Daddy Bostwick continues to maintain a place of notoriety on the fringe of Hollywood lore is his claim to have seen God. Most of the world is divided into two groups, those who believe in a god and those who don't. Now, the odd thing is this. Both groups are severely agitated by his unembellished, unsubstantiated claim. The non-believers think it's preposterous because, of course, there is no God. The true believers are outraged because, of course, there's a God, but he, she, them, or it doesn't appear to incorrigible reprobates like Bostwick. Now, the very small percentage of people who are undecided about God don't seem to get their feathers ruffled in the least by Big Daddy's claim. These are the only people exhibiting a rational response, in my opinion. Sparks stopped talking and gave Liz a few moments to mull the matter over. She did appear to be giving it serious consideration. Timidly, she nibbled at her remaining taco. When Sparks continued to stare at her in expectation of a response, she said with a hint of aggression, "Naturally, you're in the rational response group." "Naturally," he answered without malice. "So?" Just one word, but lots of edge to it. "Just saying."
"Yeah, you're always just saying."
"Yes, and what I'm just saying is, if everybody took a few minutes to think about these things, like you just did, then we might have a lot more tolerance for one another." "Whatever." The jukebox, which had been supplying a classic country and western ambiance throughout their lunch, began to play an odd number that made Sparks' face light up. "My God! Oops, there's that word again, sorry, but I haven't heard that song in decades." Liz listened to the twangy, simple, oddly worded lyrics as they were delivered by a voice she did not recognize. Her nose wrinkled, indicating a lack of appreciation.
"What is it?"
"My uncle used to love me, but she died. Roger Miller." He stared with enthusiasm at his editor. There was no hint of affection for the tune in her eyes. "Come on, it's fun." "It's stupid." "Oh, pardon me, like there's no room for stupid in your world."
"Not all of us appreciate stupid the way you do."
"You're just tuned in to a different variety of stupid, that's all."
"I don't think so."
Example, those stupid photos of cats that you're always exchanging with your friends via the internet.
"Those are cute."
In this instance, cute being a euphemism for stupid.
"Sparks!"
"Well, I think this song is cute, and I have to visit the men's room, so please excuse me." Harry Sparks got up from the booth and bounced toward the restroom, enjoying the Roger Miller tune and even singing along. Liz returned her attention to the unfinished taco in her basket. After taking a bite, she became aware of a large man with a bald head, sitting in the adjacent booth, directly behind the spot Sparks had occupied. Perhaps he'd been there all along, but Liz had not been aware of his presence until now. As she took notice of the man, he slid to the edge of the bench seat and turned to look at her, draping an arm over the back of the booth. He peered at her through thick spectacles. "You despise this song, don't you?" Liz was taken aback by his unexpected direct question. Before she could formulate an appropriate response, he continued. "You've never heard it before, but you've taken an instant dislike to it. Here's a wake-up call. You'll hear this song 2 more times before you leave Alvarado." The man grinned at her. "Excuse me, do I know you?" The man just chuckled and then rose from his seat without looking back at her. She watched him leave the restaurant, an uneasiness swelling in her gut. She was a bit angry and no longer interested in finishing her taco. Dropping it into the basket, she pushed it away from her towards Sparks's empty basket in the center of the table. Why had the bald man made her feel so creepy? Now she began to chastise herself for being so sensitive. After all, what had he said that was offensive? It was the whole soothsayer aspect of the exchange, she decided.
It just seemed like an unwelcome intrusion. Sparks appeared, still drying his hands on a brown paper towel, which he wadded and dropped into his empty taco basket. He seated himself and swallowed down the last few drops of his beer before he noticed the distressed expression on Liz's face.
"What's wrong?"
"This strange man." Sparks quickly looked around the place.
"Someone accosted you?"
"No, not exactly."
"Where is he?"
"He's gone."
"Well, are you all right?"
"Yes, let's just go."
"Sure."
As Liz dug through her purse for the company credit card to pay for the meal, she said, "I swear, the places you take me to, it's like you live in a different universe, and when I'm with you, I get sucked into it."
"That's a fair assessment. So what did the guy do? Do we need to notify the police or something?" "No." "Do you want to tell me what he said?"
"He noticed that I hated that stupid, or as you see it, cute song. He said he was giving me a wake-up call and that I'd hear that song 2 more times before we left Alvarado."
"He said that?"
Sparks was both astounded and intrigued. "Yes."
"That's a bit weird, even by my standards. He's gone, huh? And he knew we were going to Alvarado?"
"Well, he was sitting right behind you. I'm sure he heard our conversation."
"What did the guy look like?"
"Heavy set, really thick glasses, bald head. The way he looked at me, smiling, it just gave me the creeps."
"If you see him again, you point him out to me, okay?"
"All right."
"You sure you're all right?"
"Yeah, let's get moving." Sparks nodded, offering a reassuring smile. Liz rose and went to the cash register near the entrance. Her companion followed behind her, half muttering, half singing the chorus to "My Uncle Used to Love Me, But She Died." Talent at the Jamboree. The second Sunday Jamboree was held, as the name implied, the second Sunday of each month on a piece of property just north of Alvarado proper, which was owned by the Travis family. The grounds included a large building that could be used when the weather was too hot or too cold for the Jamboree to be held in the open shelters, one on each border of the plot at the cardinal points of the compass. There was a volleyball court, numerous barbecue grills, and a handful of portable snack bar trailers that sold sodas, sandwiches, and popcorn during the events. Sandy Travis and Candy Travis were identical twins and inseparable since birth. Their inseparability was not due to any sort of peaceful symbiosis binding them together, rather the opposite. As their father Daniel, aka Dandy Travis, so aptly put it, "Them girls come out of the chute fighting like cats and dogs, Hatfields and McCoys, and Republicans and Democrats all rolled together." This Saturday morning, as they prepped for the March Jamboree, it was no different for the Travis twins. "Where's the trash bags?" Sandy shouted from a kneeling position under the ticket counter cabinet where supplies were kept. "Under the ticket counter, of course!" Candy screamed back as she unlocked one of the many doors that allowed entrance into the main building. "There ain't none in there. Why you think I'm asking?" "Well, if there ain't none in there, then I guess you need to buy some more. Should have done it before now." Outside in the southernmost shelter house, their cousin Landy was happily plucking away at his banjo. The boy was something of a prodigy. Only 12 years old, he'd already won a handful of national competitions for his fast and furious picking. He'd been invited to the Grand Ole Opry a few times, and always was a crowd pleaser. Nothing made the boy happier than playing his banjo. It was only with a vague, distracted interest that he looked up when an old Cadillac with a couple of strangers in it came to an abrupt halt beside the shelter. Landy nodded and smiled as he was prone to do when he happened to make eye contact with someone while he played. The two men in the car smiled and nodded before opening their doors. Sandy Travis took the tangle of keys from her pocket as she approached the main entrance into the pavilion. "I'm going to Walmart to buy us some more supplies," she shouted at the top of her lungs. "You don't have to shout, I'm right here," Candy snapped back, passing behind her sister on the way to the broom closet. She expected another volley of aggressive verbiage from her twin, but when only silence met her ears, she turned and was surprised to see Sandy frozen in place in the open doorway, an expression of stunned horror on her face. Candy walked backward to a position that provided a view on the source of her sister's shock. She stood like a statue, peering over Sandy's shoulder, her own face mirroring the confused revulsion expressed by her twin. What the two sisters saw, but did not understand, was this.
Two men dressed like a couple of jazz session players were dumping the body of their young cousin into the open trunk of a classic Cadillac. The body was headless. Then the shorter, stockier one picked up something that looked a little like a small canister vacuum cleaner and held it suspended over the trunk. He seemed to press a button on the handle, which triggered the opening of a hatch in the bottom of the device. Out of the bottom of the vacuum thing, Landy's head dropped into the trunk of the car. With casual nonchalance, the men closed the trunk, climbed back into the caddy, and fishtailed away, a Chuck Berry tune blaring musical accompaniment to their escape. The twins turned to face one another and began to scream in unison. The Photographer. Jeremy Cantu sipped from a cup of coffee he'd picked up at a Starbucks somewhere between Austin and Waco. The weather was perfect and the traffic light once he'd gotten outside the Austin city limits. The photo shoot that had taken him to the state's capital had gone without a hitch the night before, enabling him to get a good night's sleep and an early start to Alvarado, where he'd meet up with Liz and Sparks sometime in the afternoon. He was jazzed about photographing Big Daddy Bostwick. His already impressive portfolio contained many well-known celebrities, but only a handful that he would place in the same category with Bostwick. The old guy probably wouldn't be around a whole lot longer. Jeremy was grateful for this opportunity. He had intended for over a year now to make it into Alvarado and photograph Bostwick and his psychedelic event center, the Frightened Muse. First one thing, then another had thwarted his plans. Now he was being paid to do a shoot he would have gladly done for free. Jeremy still had some of the colorful flyers promoting past events at the Frightened Muse in the glove box of his car. He'd take a look at them later in the day and brainstorm some layouts for the Gazette piece. Jeremy found his mind wandering back to his college days. Film appreciation class with Andy Anderson, his freshman year. That was probably where he'd first learned about Bostwick. The class had watched Big Daddy's magnum opus, Main Street Rampage, as part of an examination of political unrest in the films of the 60s. The storyline revolved around a beautiful young witch named Wanda, who develops a most unusual talent after taking a psychedelic drug at a rock music festival. Her vagina begins to speak, and, if that isn't enough, it only tells the truth. Her soothsaying orifice is bent on uncovering the lies of those in power, and soon she seduces and discredits most of the politicians in Washington, D.C. Eventually, Wanda is elected president and passes legislation requiring the treatment of all public water supplies with the drug that gave her the talkative twat. The film ends with a massive awakening across the country as women of all ages wake up finding they have highly intuitive vaginas capable of speech. An extremely low-budget bit of sexy fluff, Main Street Rampage, also released as The Whispering Crotch and Your What Said What, was released at the perfect moment in history and became a favorite with feminists, heads, hippies, and college kids. Those were the days, Jeremy mused out loud, taking a sip from his coffee. He admired the blue bonnets that had bloomed along the highway in the past couple of weeks. Though he already had a few dozen nice shots of blue bonnets in his archives, after checking the time and noting he was nicely ahead of schedule, he pulled to the side of the road. In the state of Texas, photos of blue bonnets were like photos of kittens. There was always a market for more. The Deputy. Harl Calder, deputy sheriff in Johnson County, was parked at the Solar Drive-In, sipping cola through a straw and enjoying the rhythmic exertion of Thelma Proctor's ample buttocks as she skated to and fro, delivering trays of food and drinks to the other customers. His radio squawked. "Calder here, go ahead," he said blandly into the radio. "Harl, the Travis twins are extremely freaked out." "So, what's new?" "Harl, they say a couple of men pulled onto the Jamboree grounds and murdered their cousin Landy." Instantly, Harl was turning the key in the ignition. Thelma's rump disappeared between two swinging doors that led from the patio into the kitchen. Quickly, he dropped his soda on the menu outside his window. He whipped his car out of the space, flipping the siren and lights on. "I'm on it," he growled to the dispatcher as the other drive-in patrons stared over burgers and ice cream cones at the noisy departure of the sheriff's department vehicle.
From the time the Travis twins witnessed the dumping of their cousin's body into the trunk of the Cadillac until the moment that Harl Calder's patrol car came to a screeching halt in front of the pavilion, about 15 minutes had elapsed. He climbed out of the car, swatting at the eddies of reddish dust that swirled around him, then adjusting the wire-framed sunglasses on his nose. He took a pen and a small notepad from his pocket as he approached the twins. "Tell me as calmly as you can what happened," Harl said, flipping open the notepad and poising, pen in hand, to record the details of the crime. Candy and Sandy both began shouting, their shrill proclamations canceling one another out. Harl cleared his throat, shook his head quickly, and planted his feet firmly in place. "Whoa!" Harl shouted. The women fell silent. "Now, you're both going to get a chance to tell me what happened in your own words, but I need you to do it in a way that I can understand it. It's very important that we all communicate as clearly as possible. Let's try this again, one at a time." Harl pointed to one of the women. "Candy," he said, "you first." "That's Sandy," said Candy, the sister Harl was not pointing at. "Hell, I could never tell you two apart," Harl grumbled with a disgusted wag of his head. "All right, Sandy, what happened?" "I was getting ready to go to Walmart to buy some more trash bags," the woman began. "'Cause she'd let 'em run plumb out," Candy added, her voice conveying a tone of accusation and exasperation. "Well, it's a damn good thing I did let 'em run out, or I'd have never seen them men kill Landy," Sandy shrieked at her twin. "I'm not going to warn you again, Candy. Zip it for now. You'll get your turn to talk," Harl said sternly. Candy folded her arms over her chest and stared over her left shoulder. Harl nodded to Sandy to continue. "Now, like I was saying, I'm coming out of that door there and look up and see two men in black suits with black hats and dark sunglasses standing behind an old car. I think it was a Cadillac like the one that Biggs fellow drives. Hell, it was Hiram Biggs' Cadillac. Had to be. What are the odds of there being another one like—" Candy started in before Harl cut her off. "Shut it, woman!" Candy tossed her head with indignation and looked away again. Sandy continued her story. "One of 'em had a little thing that looked sort of like my mama's old canister vacuum cleaner, and he puts it over Landy's head and—" Sandy's eyes widened in terror as she relived the incident in her mind. Her words were now halting, broken as she began to sob. "They just cut his head plumb off of his body, and they threw him in the trunk, dumped his head out of that contraption, and just tore out of here like a couple of bats out of hell." It took her a while to get the words out. Her breathing was jagged, her sobs interfering with her enunciation. Once Sandy began crying, Candy's expression softened. She turned, placed an arm over her twin's shoulder, and was soon weeping in sympathy with her. "I know how hard this must be on both of you," Harl said, scribbling in his little book, then looking at the sisters from under bushy, furrowed brows. "I need you to show me exactly where the men were when all of this happened. Can you do that?" Sandy and Candy nodded, their sobbing abating slightly. They stepped forward together, Candy's arm still around her sister, and led Harl to the south shelter. "Right here," Sandy said, her finger indicating the gravel driveway near her feet in front of the structure. Harl stepped forward, examining the ground. There were fresh ruts in the dirt where rapidly spinning vehicle tires had clearly displaced the gravel. He walked in a circle, his eyes scanning an area about 15 feet in diameter around the tire marks. Putting his pen and notepad into his pocket, he turned to the women. "Ladies," he said, pushing his shades high up on his nose, "I don't see any blood." The sisters pulled away from one another and made their own hasty examination of the area. "Seems to me, somebody gets their head cut off, there's gonna be a lot of blood." Harl planted his feet in the gravel, hands on his hips, proud of his own observation. The women looked at one another, then at Harl, dumbfounded, mouths hanging open. "Do you remember seeing any blood when it happened?" he asked. Sandy and Candy looked at one another. They shook their heads in answer to the deputy's question. "Ladies, is it possible that you completely misunderstood whatever it was you saw here?" His tone was calm, but obviously condescending, an attitude the Travis girls were not likely to tolerate. Sandy and Candy advanced on Harl like a couple of furies, shouting proclamations that their cousin had been killed, and if he didn't do something about it, things were not going to go well for him. Once they got rolling with their abusive language, they called to mind every bad thought or impression they'd ever had of Harl or his family members, even extended family, and called into question his position as an authentic member of the community. They flanked him, one on the right, the other on the left, each sister assaulting his shoulder with vicious slaps to punctuate their angry words. When he got over his initial shock and decided he'd had enough, Harl seized each woman by a wrist and dragged them toward his car. "You two shut up and listen to me!" he shouted. The Travis twins fell silent. "Maybe, just maybe, your cousin was abducted." This implication that their powers of perception were not up to par and that their assessment of the incident could be flawed was met by another hellacious outburst from the sisters. "Shut up now or I'm gonna cuff you both!" Harl managed to scream, even louder than Sandy and Candy. Once more they fell silent. "I'm reporting this as an abduction, a possible abduction. Now I'm going over to Hiram's place and find out who's been driving his caddy. Until I gather more information, you two are going to keep your trap shut. Hear me?" Harl waited for a response. It was slow in coming. Finally, the sisters nodded. "You may have seen what you say you saw, but even you two gotta admit it sounds damn loony. Head cut off, no blood. You go shouting this all over town and it turns out you're mistaken, they're going to ship you off to the state mental hospital. You don't want that, do you?" Begrudgingly, the women were able to see the deputy's point. They shook their heads. "You give me a little while to find out what's going on. Soon as I talk with Hiram, I'll give you an update. Fair enough?" The Travis girls agreed to Harl's plan. Muttering to himself, the deputy climbed into his car, started the engine, and slowly pulled away, talking on his radio. "Well, what do we do now?" Candy asked. "I don't know," her sister answered. "I suppose we should go on like usual, getting ready for the jamboree." Sandy sniffed and wiped her nose with the end of her sleeve. "All right then," Candy agreed. "You better go get those trash bags." Sandy glared angrily at her. "Well, I ain't going for 'em, and we're damn sure gonna need 'em," Candy exclaimed, tossing her head and walking away. A grinding halt. Sparks and Liz were making great time and expecting to hit Alvarado in another 15 minutes. Liz was answering the plethora of text messages that had already accumulated on her cell phone when she heard Sparks exclaim, "Oh, great!" "What's wrong?" she asked, not looking up. Then he was bringing the car to a rapid halt that tossed her slightly forward despite her seatbelt. Almost losing her grip on the phone, she cried, "What the hell, Sparks?" "Sorry," he grunted. When she looked up, a compacted mass of vehicles lay dead still on the road ahead. The rear end of a commercial truck was growing exponentially vaster in her field of view. "Sparks! Sparks! Sparks!" she screamed. "Easy!" he screamed back at her as his car squealed to a halt inches from the 18-wheeler in front of them. The entertainment editor inhaled deeply through her nostrils, glaring at her companion behind the wheel. "What?" he shrugged. "I did what I could do. I stopped us from crashing into that truck. No big deal." Shaking her head, Liz looked back at the truck, which now almost entirely obscured her view of the road ahead because of its proximity. "What the hell happened?" "Well, it's obviously a traffic jam." "You think?" "Don't be smugly sarcastic. It's unbecoming on a lovely young woman like you. I hope no one was hurt," he said, nodding toward the road ahead. "I suppose we can turn on the radio. Maybe there will be a news report. Damn, why does this have to happen now?" "Don't sweat it too much. We've still got lots of time. As long as it's not too bad an accident, everything should be fine." "Famous last words." "Come on," said Sparks. "Don't let a little traffic jam ruin your day." Liz drew another deep breath and looked with exasperation at her cell phone. "Look on the bright side." "What bright side?" "Well, there's lots of stuff." "Such as?" "Someone loves you enough to name his car after you." If it wasn't so valuable, Liz would have beamed him between the eyes with her phone. She drew back her arm as if to hurl the thing, causing Sparks to flinch. "Ha!" she laughed with unbridled aggression. "You got me, atta girl," said Sparks, craning his neck, trying for a view of the road beyond the truck. The Frightened Muse. The Frightened Muse was located in an old brick storefront in Alvarado that had been constructed in 1908. Jeb Harlingen,
a former Tennessean who, like so many others, had gone to Texas to escape the relentless persecution of the carpetbaggers after the Civil War, had built the place. The building served as a general store for the first 40 years of its existence. For about 10 years after World War II, it had been a restaurant called Sadie's Diner, owned and operated by Sadie Chandler. It was a matter of local pride that James Dean, the on- and off-screen Hollywood rebel, had eaten there once during his visit to Texas for the filming of the movie Giant. A photo of Dean seated in one of the diner's booths, grinning for the camera, was run in the Johnson County Courier on the front page. The building sat vacant for most of the 60s after Sadie's death, then became a feed store supplying the dietary needs of various livestock to local farmers. The feed store closed in 1998 when the owner, Buzz Lipscomb, retired and moved to Washington State. It was vacant again until 2003 when it was purchased by one William Bostwick. No one in Alvarado had ever heard of Bostwick, and a handful of old-timers thought it a disgrace that some outsider now owned the historic building. Bill, as most of the locals called Bostwick, was an old, genteel, non-threatening soul who readily made friends. By the time he got around to converting the building into a weekends-only night spot, he had won most of the community over. They all thought him eccentric, but they liked him nonetheless. Few of the locals ever ventured into the Frightened Mews, but they reasoned if that dear old man was running it, it was probably okay. He may have been one of those Hollywood nut jobs back in the day, but hell, everyone had sown some wild oats sometime in their life, and all eventually grew up and out of it. At least the man had the good sense to retire in Texas, rural Texas at that. Bill Bostwick was a good old boy now. He paid his taxes, was polite to everyone he met, and could always be counted on to give a contribution to local civic organizations. He was unmarried, which gave the blue hairs of the community plenty to gossip about at the beauty parlor, but even these elderly wags were kind and friendly when encountering Bostwick face to face. The mayor of the town, Sam Bradshaw, was known to have a weekly poker game in the shop behind his house on Saturday nights. It was rumored that Bostwick had been a player at those games, though rarely because of his obligations as the proprietor of the Frightened Mews. It was said he was a pretty good card player, but this may have been idle speculation, as those who usually spoke of the matter had never themselves been invited to the mayor's poker game. Encountering a legend. Jeremy had no trouble finding the Frightened Mews. The streets in the immediate vicinity of the building had little traffic, so parking was no problem. He steered his car into a graveled lot across the street from the place. A robotic chirp disturbed the quiet day as he locked the doors on his vehicle. From his first vantage point, the Frightened Mews was a striking location. The grounds around it were well kept. Shrubs surrounded the old brick structure. Its front window was quite large, and on it was painted a sort of mural. The painting depicted a demented writer, dressed in Elizabethan garb, something like a very manic Shakespeare, crouched over a desk and feverishly scribbling with a quill pen, his tongue protruding slightly between bared teeth. Behind the writer, looking over his shoulder and obviously terrified by what she saw, was a beautiful woman, the personification of a classic Greek muse, wrapped in a flowing gown that revealed many of the enticing details of her perfect body. To the right of the window, attached to the bricks, was a brightly painted sign in the shape of an arrow. The sign said, "Stinkards," in large letters, then beneath, in smaller lettering, "To the rear." With great amusement, Jeremy snapped off 7 shots of his destination, a couple of wide frames and 5 closer detail shots. Releasing the camera, letting it hang on the strap around his neck, Jeremy crossed the street with good-humored anticipation. Isaac Stanton mopped the floor of the Frightened Mews. On this Saturday, he felt old, tired, and uninspired. After mopping, he dumped the mop bucket outside the back door and proceeded to take the chairs down from the tables to wipe the tabletops off with a damp cloth. The moon would be full that night, he idly mused, glancing at the calendar that hung next to the portal leading into the kitchen. Not much longer. The phrase came from nowhere, like a whispering voice in his head, not linked to his conscious thoughts in that moment. "Everything's about to come full circle," the voice said. Isaac sighed and said, "Yes,
aloud as he removed the chairs from the two-top near the front door. He was accustomed to flashes of prophecy, spontaneous understanding of mysteries, and just plain knowing about things. He had been a seer for as long as he could remember. His mother had noticed his ability when he was still a young child and had encouraged it. He no longer questioned it. When it happened, it just happened, and he accepted it. At the moment, he felt exhausted and ready to leave this life. He'd felt that way before. He knew that suicide would be a sin, more literally a missing of the mark. So he waited, because when he departed his body, he wanted to be 100% on target. This feeling was vague, but certain. Exactly what was about to happen he did not know, but it was certain to occur. If it was his death, he would welcome it. There was a tapping at the glass of the huge window, which stretched almost the full length of the front of the building. Looking up, Isaac saw a slender man, perhaps in his late 20s or early 30s. The young stranger had a beard and long hair, hanging out from under a Houston Astros cap. There was a camera hanging from a strap around the man's neck. The tapper waved 4 fingers at Isaac in a hopeful gesture. "We don't open until 5 o'clock," Isaac called, loud enough to be heard through the glass. It was a bit of a strain as he was normally a very soft-spoken man. "I know, I'm Jeremy Cantu," the man shouted. "I'm with the Lone Star Gazette. We're in town to do a story on Big Daddy and the Frightened Muse." Isaac's shoulders visibly rose and fell with resignation. Jeremy continued to smile, knowing that a smile and a nod were often his only tools against the resistance people had to being interviewed, photographed, and intruded upon. Isaac did not want to open the door, did not wish to communicate with the young man, but he knew beyond a shadow of a doubt that Bill would want him to. So he moved to the old-fashioned door with the wooden frame and the 2x6 pane of glass and unlatched the ancient lock. "Hello," he said, peering out into the daylight, his life force energy at an all-time low. Still, he could not help but offer a faint smile when he saw the energy of the younger man moving toward him. "Hi, listen, I know it's early, I'm sure this is not convenient for you, but I'm Jeremy Cantu, photographer for the Lone Star Gazette." The stranger thrust a card toward Isaac. The older man felt obligated to take the business card. "Hello, Jeremy," said Isaac, slipping the business card into his pants pocket. "How can I help you?" "I drove up from Austin. I'm meeting the entertainment editor and a feature writer here to cover the event you're hosting tonight. I got here a little ahead of the others, and I was hoping you'd let me take a few shots of the place before it's filled with people." Jeremy stepped into the doorway, anticipating a response of acceptance from the old guy in the black turtleneck shirt. "I don't see what it could hurt," Isaac said, backing up and allowing the photographer entry. "Thank you." Jeremy extended his hand. Slowly, but with unquestionable sincerity, Isaac said, "Pleased to meet you, Jeremy. I'm Isaac." Jeremy started to look into the interior of the building, judging at a glance what might be worthy of capture with his digital SLR. Then his eyes suddenly widened. He stepped back and for the first time really looked at the older man in front of him. "Isaac?" To Jeremy, it seemed that he had sputtered rather than spoken the name. "Isaac Stanton?" he asked, carefully pronouncing the name in what was clearly a tone of reverence. "Yes," the man agreed, with a simple nod of his head. "Oh my God!" Jeremy exclaimed, the camera automatically coming up to his eye, the experienced fingers adjusting the lens. He clicked off 2 shots before continuing to speak. "I had no idea you were here with Bostwick." "So you've heard of me," Isaac said softly, stepping around Jeremy and relatching the front door. "Heard of you?" Jeremy realized he was panting, breathing through his mouth. "You're Big Daddy's right-hand man. You painted the infamous mural at Songsmith. You wrote the screenplays for Rockefeller Golgotha and I'm Not Human. You are a legend in the history of American cinema and my favorite artist." "You're very kind," said Isaac, straightening a chair. "Not many around here know my work." He looked at the young photographer with a disturbing expression, an expression Jeremy could not decipher in the moment, but one he would remember for years to come and wish time and again he had captured with his camera. "I was excited about meeting Big Daddy, but I had no idea you'd be here too. I've done searches. There's nothing current about you on the internet." "That was intentional," said Isaac, walking toward the bar, "though I dare say, after your visit that will change." "I'm sorry," said Jeremy. "It's not that I want to invade your privacy, it's just, wow, I never imagined that I'd be meeting you. I wasn't even sure you were still alive. Here you are, in the flesh, Isaac Stanton. It's incredible. Holy cow.
Isaac turned abruptly and in a rebuking tone cried out,
Cows are not holy. We eat them by the millions. I suspect that you have eaten a portion of one in the recent past.
Jeremy's eyes widened in shocked surprise.
Yes, he said, that's true. When you walked through that door, you entered a world to which you are unaccustomed. Bullshit doesn't fly here. Words have consequences, so choose yours carefully.
Jeremy took 2 deep breaths, his eyes fixated on the manic glaring eyes of the older man.
Yes, sir. May I offer you some tea? It's a bit early for alcohol, said Isaac.
Yes, I'd like that. While Isaac set about heating the water for tea, Jeremy took a seat on one of the stools lined along the bar.
May I ask you a question?
He asked tentatively as Isaac fished tea bags out of a tin.
By all means, the old man answered, without turning to face him. Did you paint the window mural on the front of the building? The window, oh yes, my illustration of The Frightened Muse. It's brilliant. I found myself wondering, what happens when you die, or when The Frightened Muse closes? Will the glass be removed and the painting auctioned off at Sotheby's? Will it become a part of the Isaac Stanton estate? Will someone who doesn't know any better scrape it off the window with a razor blade?
The thought of this latter option sent a shiver of remorse through Jeremy's body. Isaac turned and gazed thoughtfully in Jeremy's general direction.
Interesting. I've never given it a thought. It's an incredible piece of art. It's as good, in my opinion, as Tattered Sails.
Jeremy made reference to a painting Stanton had done in 1978, which was now part of the permanent collection at the Metropolitan Museum of Art in New York.
Well, thank you.
Once again, Stanton turned his back to Jeremy as he gathered cups and adjusted the heat on the electric hot plate under the water.
Would you like me to bequeath it to you?
What? Jeremy was not sure he'd heard the man correctly.
In my will, would you like me to leave you the painting of The Frightened Muse?
Jeremy became so flustered he had difficulty spitting out the words.
Of course, sure, yeah, I'd like that. But I'm a stranger. I can't see you giving me a work of art like that just because I like it. There is no better reason to give it to you.
Isaac's eyes found Jeremy's, and again that manic, intense expression burned from within.
It's not like I'd be doing you a great favor. You'd have the expense of removing and transporting it. It could easily be broken. No company will be eager to insure it because it's painted on glass. Then you'll have to store it or display it. I could leave the thing to a museum, but I doubt any of them would be excited by the prospect. Young man, I listen to a higher mind when it speaks. If you want the painting, it's yours when The Frightened Muse goes out of business.
He pulled a small black notebook out of his hip pocket and, taking up a pen from the counter behind the bar, made a brief scribble on it.
I can't believe this is happening. Believe it. Stranger things will soon follow.
They shared a moment of silence. The water began to heat. Though Isaac seemed unaffected by the lack of conversation, it made Jeremy nervous, made him feel he was wasting a precious opportunity for discourse with a great man.
You've been with Bostwick, Big Daddy, all this time? He queried. Ever since the God thing in the Philippines?
Isaac leaned against the counter behind him.
Off and on, we've gone our separate ways at times. Forgive me, but I'm puzzled. Even Thompson's article in Rolling Stone doesn't mention your name. I'm wondering why. There's no simple answer. Perhaps I mean there's no logical answer. Both Bill and I made our marks in a highly competitive industry and art form. Perhaps it's for the same reason that Pikes Peak and Niagara Falls are seldom mentioned in the same sentence.
Isaac looked into some faraway place for a moment or two, then brought his attention back to the here and now.
Sometimes souls are bound together. Sometimes they connect in ways that seem to deliberately oppose normalcy.
Normalcy? Thought the photographer, wondering if he'd heard that word used in conversation before now.
Listen, he said after a moment of contemplation. It's not at all my intention to pry into your personal business, but if I may ask, are you and Big Daddy, lovers?
Isaac looked stunned, then began to laugh enthusiastically. He continued laughing as the teapot whistled and he poured 2 cups full. He placed one in front of Jeremy, then walked around the bar and took a seat near his guest. Jeremy self-consciously watched as the older man finally stopped laughing and took his first sip of tea. Isaac said nothing, just stared at Jeremy with those piercing eyes.
I'll take that as a no.
Young man, said Isaac, I have no doubt that others before you have toyed with that assumption, especially the wags in Hollywood. I really wasn't making an assumption so much as, asking a question, Jeremy said. As you say, then. Isaac stared at Jeremy over the rim of his cup, took another sip of tea. I have no doubt others have asked themselves that question in the 47 years I've known Bill, but you were the first with the audacity. Sorry. Jeremy sighed through his nose and stared down at his tea. I was gonna say chutzpah, but audacity is close enough. You have nothing to be sorry for, young man. Please call me Jeremy. This question of sexuality has become so prominent. They say obsession with sex is one of the key signs of a culture in decline. We saw it with the Romans and others. If you're as smart as I think you are, you've noticed the general feminization of males in our cultures. Males are becoming more feminine, females are becoming more masculine. There's a sort of attack on masculinity in all the lower levels of popular media, advertisements, and sitcoms. Women are struggling to overcome centuries of suppression worldwide, so this attack on men is quite predictable. But pitting one sex against the other is and always will be a losing game. Many women and straight men seem to get a sense of superiority from determining that someone else is gay or lesbian. It's as if they've solved a mystery. They want to pat themselves on the back because they were smart enough to figure it out. I believe a person's sexuality is his or her own business, not to be made a public affair, even if they are in the public eye. I'm convinced that the more intelligent men and women don't revel in this pointless gossip. Need cream or sugar? No, the tea's fine as it is. Jeremy, do you know how I broke into the motion picture business? Few do. I know you worked on Stella Magenta with Bill in 1970. I was a journalist like you, not a photographer, but a writer. I wrote for the Village Voice and a couple of now-defunct European publications, one in France, the other in Germany. I endeared myself to filmmakers on both continents, and when the opportunity presented itself, I climbed on board the Hollywood merry-go-round. I wish Liz and Sparks were here to hear this. I'm sure they'd like to include this info in the spread. There's nothing I'm saying to you now that I can't repeat for them later. I am on the downhill side of my run, young man, and I have been for decades. You are in your ascendancy. I remember the excitement I felt when I was in your position. I would have killed back when I was a writer to have a longtime friend of a celebrity admit to being a lover. Sensationalism. The public never seems to tire of it. I understand your position, and I'm sorry to disappoint you, but Bill and I are friends, nothing more. Jeremy stared into his cup. There is nothing about this situation for which you should feel any discomfort. I've been a public figure for many years. I have a thick skin. Cool, good. We're clear on that. Yes. May I ask another potentially uncomfortable question? Why not? Isaac sipped the last of his tea and placed his empty cup on the bar. You're a well-known writer and filmmaker in your own right, not to mention your art. Why are you doing the janitorial work around here? You're wondering if Bill and I are indigent, or nearly so. Well, yeah. We're doing fine, Jeremy, although your question is a fair one. I need the activity. At my age, if you don't use it, you quickly lose it. I try to squeeze as much physical activity into every day as possible. I'm not the commercial gym type, especially in Alvarado, Texas, for God's sake. I see. Well, good for you, man. I hope I'm in half as good shape when I'm your age. Thank you, Isaac answered in a tolerant, if not completely sincere tone. Do you smoke pot? Jeremy wasn't certain he'd heard correctly. Sure, it was the sort of question he'd expect from a guy like Stanton, but... Grass, weed, marijuana, do you smoke it? Interesting, very interesting, thought Jeremy. Well, of course I have. I understand, it's early in the day and you're working. Please do not be offended if I smoke in front of you. I'm accustomed to a hit or two just after my midday tea. Jammin'! Jeremy burst into laughter. Beg pardon? I would never pass up the chance to smoke weed with Isaac Stanton. Jeremy was beaming like a kid on Christmas morning. Very well then, jammin', Jeremy. Word games. The traffic was moving at a rate of about 2 feet every 10 minutes. Good God, this is driving me nuts, said Liz.
I should have stayed home and let you and Jeremy handle the entire assignment. What was I thinking?
You were thinking, and rightly so, that it would be fun, Sparks answered.
I could be getting my hair done, shopping, seeing a movie, but no. I had to come along on the big celebrity hunt.
Would you please take a chill pill? What would you do if something truly bad happened? Suppose you were covering the war in Afghanistan.
I'm an entertainment editor,
Liz shrieked.
not a friggin' war correspondent. I never have any free time. On the one weekend where I could have had some free time, some me time, I'm stuck in the boondocks with you on the road to nowhere.
You can be quite eloquent when you're angry.
And you can be just plain annoying about 90% of the time.
Really, I'm trying to get you out of your stinking little hissy fit. What are you, a first grader? Are we there yet? Are we there yet? Are we there yet? Sheesh, grow up, would you?
Make that 100% of the time,
Liz answered warily. After a brief silence, Sparks said, You just need a distraction. How about a word game?
What kind of word game?
Liz was far from enthusiastic, but at least she hadn't rejected the idea out of hand. While Sparks rummaged through his databanks for a suitable game, Liz suddenly remembered something.
Hey, speaking of word games, how's your blog going? I haven't checked it for a good while.
Sparks had a weblog, or blog, called Expanding English. It was something he did just for kicks, but he was rigorous about making entries at least once a week. Each entry introduced a new word to the English language. All the words were original with Sparks, usually punnished creations with humorous definitions. Yeah, great, Sparks replied, his face brightening. We'll talk about the blog for a while. That'll help pass the time.
All right.
Liz forced the enthusiasm into her voice. As you know, I make at least one entry every week.
Yes, why don't you share some of your latest vocabulary words with me?
The eagerness in her voice was patently phony. Sparks stared at her for a moment, saying nothing.
What?
She said. You brought it up, he said. We don't have to talk about my blog at all.
All right, you're right. Just go ahead and tell me some of your new words, okay?
It would help to know where you left off. How long's it been since you took a look at it? She strained to remember how long it had been, and her face reflected the effort she was putting into it. Sparks laughed. Easy, girl. I don't want you to hurt yourself. Just tell me one of the last words you read on my blog.
Okay, I got it. Yeah, I think it was minuthanasia.
Minuthanasia was a combination of the words minutia and euthanasia, and referred to killing someone with relentlessly trivial information.
Which is a really good word for you, Sparks.
Ignoring the dig, Sparks tried to recall some of the words Liz might have missed. Did you see integrate? He asked.
Integrate, that's a real word.
Not G-R-A-T-E, but G-R-E-A-T, integrate. It refers to the process of acquiring the habits of great people.
Liz nodded with a modicum of appreciation. Integrate, not bad, reasonably amusing, but not nearly as applicable to yourself as minuthanasia.
Hanging in there, Sparks said, Moving right along, how about disaffection?
What?
Disaffection. I combined disaffection and confection. You know, like if you no longer like sweets.
Ah, I get it. Disaffection. Interesting.
Another recent one would be, let's see. Oh yeah, curriculum.
Okay, curriculum is already a word. Shades of integrate. Cur? Is it something you teach a dog?
Ding, ding, ding. Give that woman a cigar. Hey, you're getting good at this.
Yes, God help me.
Come on, aren't we having fun?
One of us is.
Party pooper.
I don't want to poop on your party, Sparks. Give me another.
You know, I just realized someday you're going to make some lucky guy utterly miserable.
Carry on, wordsmith.
You'll like this one. It applies to me. Brontosaurus.
Brontosaurus?
Brontosaurus. Someone, like me, who doesn't like the literature written by the Bronte sisters.
Okay, I can see it. I'm not so crazy about that Victorian stuff myself.
Yeah, but you don't have to limit it to the Brontes. I think you could be a sore ass about most anything. Traffic jams, for instance. Liz glared in silence. I'm here all week, folks. Don't forget to tip your waitress. No change in Liz's demeanor. You're politically involved. How about this one? Ejectorate. That's the part of the population who should be prohibited from voting because they're too stupid. Sparks was surprised by the reluctantly appreciative look that came over her face.
You know, I really like that one, Sparks. I'm going to use that.
He shoots, he scores. Even the highbrow Liz Bloom is not impervious to his razor-sharp wit.
More like a blunt instrument, but that one I like.
I'm glad I could amuse you. Use my word in good health. Sparks pursed his lips thoughtfully. I guess that about brings you up to date. No, wait, there's one more. Particularly well-suited to our current milieu, and embracing the war on terror. Frightgeist.
Frightgeist, Liz repeated with appreciation. Yeah, I get that one for sure. The trending fears of an era.
You aced it, gal. You like that one?
I do. Those two are pretty good.
It's not easy to come up with new words every week, you know.
You're right. 2 good ones out of however many that was. That's nothing to be ashamed of. You did well. I'm impressed.
Thank you, Your Highness.
How'd you develop this habit of creating new words, Sparks?
He shrugged. I don't know. It's fun. I've been doing it since I was a kid.
Since you were a kid? Really?
Yeah.
You must have been a very strange kid, Sparks.
By all accounts, I was.
What kind of words did you come up with as a kid? Do you remember any of them?
Sure I do.
Well, share.
Okay, one of the first ones was Gimbot.
Gimbot?
Yup.
What is it? I don't get that one.
It's an all-purpose word. It can mean absolutely anything depending on how it's used. You can even spell it in different ways, like Gimbot or GymbAht or Geembought. See? It's like this completely flexible noun. It can be anything. With a pained grin, Liz asked,
And you were how old when you came up with Gimbot?
I don't know, 12, 13 maybe?
Okay, I'm tired of the wacky world of words.
That was fun, so we killed a little time.
Very little. That bush that was 10 feet ahead of us is now even with your front bumper.
Ah, progress.
Confronting the Men in Black. Harl was on his way to Hiram Biggs' place when he spotted the Cadillac headed east on Highway 67. Just like the Travis girls had said, there were a couple of strangers dressed all in black inside the vehicle. Making a screeching U-turn, Harl switched on his lights and siren. The caddy continued another mile or more after Harl fell in behind it, lights flashing, siren wailing, before finally pulling to the side of the road. The deputy climbed cautiously from his car and slowly approached the gleaming red vehicle, one hand poised on his weapon. Bill Haley and the Comets were rocking around the clock at an ungodly volume as Harl stepped near the driver's door.
"Turn the music down," he shouted.
With a smile, Zed complied.
"That's better. What took you so long to pull over when I started tailing you?" Harl asked.
We were uncertain of your intentions. We are not from around here, Zed answered.
I'm pretty sure flashing lights and sirens on an official vehicle mean the same thing all over the world, Harl growled.
Zed smiled and nodded.
Driver's license, the deputy barked.
Driver's license?
Zed echoed uncertainly, before realization dawned, returning the smile to his face.
I don't have one.
You're operating a motor vehicle on a Texas highway without a license?
Harl felt the blood rising in his cheeks as he received another friendly, seemingly insubordinate nod from the stranger. Straining to control the anger in his voice, he said,
You, stay in the car.
His command was aimed at Fred. An authoritative jab of his finger clarified his intent. With a second jab of his finger, he said to Zed,
You, out of the car.
Zed opened the door and climbed out as Harl backed away a couple of steps, his hand tightening on his handgun.
Show me what's in the trunk, Harl said, his head jerking toward the rear of the vehicle. Zed leaned in over the driver's side door, reaching over the steering wheel, plucked the keys from the ignition, and followed the deputy's command. Harl was on edge, angry, and ready to book the two bozos. His mind bucked like a spirited horse, as he tried with great difficulty to imagine a scenario in which all this made sense and turned out well. Why would Hiram loan his precious caddy to a couple of yahoos with no driver's licenses? What made the wacko Travis twins think these fellows had really decapitated little Landy? From Harl's perspective, based on his own life experience, the twins' claims and the irresponsible acts of these two strangers were as unlikely as a pink tornado. As Harl joined Zed near the open trunk, he said, "Take a couple of steps back." Zed complied, regardless of what the Travis girls had said, and in spite of the fact that these men were driving illegally, Harl was not at all mentally prepared to see what he saw when he looked down into the open trunk. It was exactly as Sandy and Candy had said. Landy's decapitated body lay tangled on top of the spare tire. Next to the body was the boy's head. There wasn't a drop of blood anywhere to be seen. For an instant, Harl thought he might pass out, but his training kicked in, and he snatched the pistol from his holster, aiming it at Zed. "Hands over your head!" Zed smiled, but shook his head. "That will do you no good," he said, looking at the gun in Harl's hand. "It's damn sure not gonna do you any good if I pull the trigger!" Harl cried, hoping he sounded tougher than he was feeling. His head swam and his knees wobbled a bit. In his chest, it seemed the lawman's heart was doing an Irish jig, a drunken jig at that. "Your gun will not work on me," Zed said, taking a step toward the deputy. Fear gripped Harl, and without any further consideration of the consequences, he squeezed the trigger. Nothing happened. An animal fear like a tsunami or a forest fire out of control swept over the deputy. His brain certainly sent the necessary instructions to his legs and feet for the initiation of flight, since the fight function had obviously failed. But nothing happened. The smiling stranger spoke calmly to him, and he noticed a slight reduction in his heart rate. "You cannot run." It was as the black-clad stranger said. His feet were firmly planted on the earth and would not budge. A feeling of relaxation, completely inappropriate to the situation, swept through the deputy's body. Who are you?" Harl managed to ask, in a voice barely above a whisper. "I am Zed. This is my companion, Fred." Zed's hand gestured to Fred, who turned in his seat, grinned and waved at Harl. "Why did you kill Landy?" Harl's voice was just a soft whimper. He couldn't help it. These, whatever they were, had control of his body, right down to his vocal cords. "Kill? No, you misunderstand. We did not come to kill. We are here in search of talent for our world." Zed's consciousness crept into Harl's mind, and as it did, the deputy began to understand, in a vague way, that Zed and Fred were from another world, that Landy was not yet dead, but for some reason these two aliens had decapitated the boy in order to collect whatever it was they were after. Harl grappled for appropriate words. "So you're headhunters from outer space?" "Close enough," Zed answered, willing to make allowances for the unimaginative civil servant. He placed a hand on Harl's shoulder, his fingers gently patting the lawman reassuringly. "Are you going to cut my head off?" Harl whined. "Of course not. You have no talent." Zed moved toward the patrol car and gestured with a wiggling motion of two fingers for Harl to follow him. The deputy was surprised and a bit relieved to find that he could walk. Zed said nothing more to him. Nonetheless, Harl understood that he was to sit down at the wheel of his vehicle. He also understood that he was to sit quietly in his car until further notice. He would not be able to speak until the intention of the man in black was lifted. He would not be able to respond to any calls on his radio, and furthermore, if he was joined by other authorities, they too would be bound by this spell the alien had cast on him. Even as he wondered how he was receiving the knowledge of these things, he realized he had no choice in the matter, and a not altogether unpleasant feeling of acceptance filled him. He took his seat in the patrol car. "We mean you no harm,"
Zed said, leaning into the driver's side window of the deputy's car. We simply cannot allow ourselves to be inconvenienced by your primitive responses. Understand? Harl nodded, and as the man returned to the Cadillac, closed the trunk, took a seat behind the steering wheel, and cranked the radio up, the deputy was amazed that he truly did not feel threatened. The anxiety and anger he'd felt initially in his encounter with the strangers had completely disappeared. The caddy shot like a rocket from the shoulder of the road onto the highway and quickly disappeared over a rise. They aren't such bad guys, Harl found himself thinking. The big man himself. When Big Daddy Bostwick walked into the frightened mews, Jeremy was hopelessly fried. He'd only taken a couple of hits, possibly 3, but the weed Isaac shared with him was unlike any he'd ever experienced. It was a medicinal variety with a fanciful name Jeremy could not now remember, delivered by a friend from Mendocino.
"Gentlemen, good day!"
Bostwick practically shouted. Jeremy had read that his voice could always be heard, even, quote, above the rabble of the most common pub, end quote. Was it John Huston who'd said that? Jeremy could not remember. What's more, he did not care to remember. Questions arose in his mind, and what he wanted was silence. The anxiety inside him grew.
"Ah, Bill,"
said Isaac, as if completely unaffected by the kick-ass pot.
"Here's a young man you'll want to meet." "Is that so? Well, I always welcome the acquaintance of potential friends."
He stepped right up to Jeremy and thrust out his hand.
"Bill Bostwick," he said.
Jeremy took the man's hand, looking into his eyes, trying desperately to find the proper response. So far, he had managed not to drool. He considered this a major accomplishment in the moment.
"I know,"
he said with great effort. Bostwick and Stanton exchanged a meaningful glance, but its meaning was far beyond Jeremy in his current state.
"Jeremy is a photographer working with the Lone Star Gazette. He's part of the team that will be covering our event this weekend." "Of course," said Bostwick. "I received an email from the entertainment editor, Lynn."
"Liz," Jeremy blurted. "She's my boss." Bostwick cocked his head and sniffed at the air.
"Isaac."
"Yes," Isaac answered, as calm as a corpse laid out for viewing.
"Have you been giving grown-up dope to children again?"
"Guilty," Isaac said with a shrug. "What time is it?" Jeremy asked, his eyes barely open.
12:35,
Bostwick answered after conferring with his exceedingly retro wristwatch. The timepiece looked like the sort of thing you'd see on an actor's arm in an old black-and-white movie, or so Jeremy thought before reminding himself to stick with the here and now. "Oh, God, Liz is going to kill me," Jeremy managed to say.
"No, she's not,"
Bostwick countered in a manner suggesting a military general seizing upon a strategy.
"Isaac, you'll take Jeremy here into the back room, where he can pass through the best of his high unencumbered by guilt or stress."
"Aye, aye, sir," Isaac answered, snapping to attention and offering a salute. Jeremy began laughing uncontrollably.
"Fear not, young man,"
Bostwick said earnestly, placing a firm hand on Jeremy's shoulder.
"Isaac and I have decades of experience keeping the wolves away from the lambs. I'm sure your editor, Liz, is it?"
Jeremy nodded as enthusiastically as his uncoordinated state permitted.
"I'm sure Liz is nothing compared to the police and the studio snoops we had to deal with back in the day. Right, Isaac?"
"Right, Bill." Jeremy wondered how the hell old man Isaac could seem so chipper after smoking at least twice as much of the killer weed as he had.
"Let's get this boy out of harm's way."
Bostwick's voice blared like a foghorn in Jeremy's poor, stoned ears. "Yes, sir." Bostwick took Jeremy's right arm and placed it over his shoulders. Isaac did the same with his left arm. Soon they were lowering him onto a cot among cardboard boxes and metal shelving full of canned goods.
"Relax and enjoy the high, son,"
Bostwick said with a tone a good deal softer than his earlier proclamations.
"If your editor shows up, We'll tell her you're out photographing the community. When you're comfortable with your state of mind, you just walk out front and we'll play it as need be. Sound good?"
"Yeah, Big Daddy," Jeremy said, his head sinking deeper into the pillow beneath it, a sigh escaping from his lips. "Sounds good."
"Excellent!"
Bostwick painted a bold stroke in the air with his right hand and turned to leave. "Sir?" Jeremy called in a voice not much louder than a whisper. Bostwick stopped and turned to face him.
"Yes, Jeremy?"
"It's an honor to meet you." The muscles controlling Jeremy's mouth were uncooperative. The sentence was not entirely clear. He started to repeat it, but Bostwick held up a hand to stop him.
"Relax, kid. I'm glad to meet you too. When you're in your right mind, I think we'll have some great conversation. In the meantime, relax and enjoy your high."
Bostwick exited the storeroom. Jeremy stared at the ceiling and laughed with genuine satisfaction. Prisoner on Wheels. The Travis sisters were not known for their patience. When they'd heard nothing from Harl in 45 minutes, they called the sheriff's department and made inquiries. Harsh, shrill inquiries that gave Agnes the dispatcher a headache, and for which she had no answers. She promised to look into the matter and call them back. Even so, the twins, who had her on a three-way call, never stopped talking long enough for Agnes to make a respectful and professional departure from the conversation. Finally, she just disconnected the line and immediately tried to reach Harl on his radio. Seated in his car at the side of Highway 67, Harl could hear Agnes's voice, but try as he might, he could not overcome Zed's intention that he remain relaxed and incommunicado. With a heavy sigh, he muttered to himself,
"Harl, old man, you're gonna have a hard time explaining this one."
As the minutes ticked by and finally became an hour, Harl speculated about what it was exactly that was holding him prisoner. Had the alien surrounded his vehicle with some sort of restraining energy field? Or had the man in black simply hypnotized him? Harl had never really believed in hypnosis, but now he wasn't so certain. He damn sure couldn't move to answer the radio or exit the vehicle. Could he make other movements, he wondered? Movements that would not pose a threat to the aliens? He tried scratching the tip of his nose. No problem. That he could do. He tried opening the car door. Nope, no dice. Harl groaned as the question arose in his mind regarding what he would do when he needed to go to the restroom. The deputy was pretty sure how that was going to work out. He just hoped it wasn't number 2. After trying to reach Harl via radio for a good 15 minutes, Agnes became seriously worried. A decapitation? Harl investigating and now unresponsive? As loony as those 2 Travis girls were, there might actually be something to all of this. She phoned Ray Randall, the sheriff, to apprise him of the situation. Sheriff Randall listened patiently as Agnes explained the details. Then he asked,
"What about the GPS? Where does it say Harl's car is?"
Agnes opened the computer program that gave her access to the GPS data on all the sheriff department vehicles. A moment later, she responded, "His car is on 67, east of town, near mile marker 23.
"Okay, send Chuck over to check it out. When he checks back with you, give me a call and let me know what's happening."
"Will do, Ray," Agnes said, hanging up. Sheriff Randall clicked his cell phone off and returned his attention to the steaks he was tending at the gas grill on his backyard patio. Sifting the aspiring mob. By 3 in the afternoon, a line was forming in front of the Frightened Muse. Every half hour or so throughout the remainder of the afternoon, Isaac made an appearance to address the crowd and inform them that the Muse did not open until 5 p.m., and that the line at the front door was only for patrons who intended to perform that evening. Would-be performers would be greeted again by an intern from one of the local universities, who would take their names and a one-sentence description of the proposed performance. Big Daddy and Isaac would evaluate these before the evening's program began at 7 p.m., to prioritize the acts and solidify the schedule.
Those who preferred to be spectators were charged a $5 cover and directed to a line that led into the beer garden behind the building. Here, they were welcome to get drunk and watch the performances on large flat-screen monitors. Some might be allowed to take seating inside depending on available space. Isaac and Big Daddy preferred that the stinkards, as they called the non-performers, remained outside. They did not want the creative vibe they were generating in the building to be diluted by the pedestrian energies of non-performers. Acts of every description had performed on the stage of the Frightened Muse in the 14 months they had been open for business. There were no stated restrictions other than a time limit of 5 minutes. In practice, Big Daddy and Isaac made sure that acts they deemed unworthy never made it onto the stage. Performers were told to be prepared to go on stage with only 5 minutes prior notice. When a name was announced, the performer had only 5 minutes to show up at the steps beside the stage. No allowance was made for failure to adhere to this simple rule. Acts were encouraged to register in advance on the Frightened Muse website, but in reality, neither Big Daddy nor Isaac cared a great deal for the internet, so such advance registrations were generally of no consequence. After making his 4:30 sweep of the front line, Isaac went back inside to confer with Bostwick, who was seated at the bar drinking black coffee.
"Anything good?"
asked Big Daddy. "Hard to say," Isaac answered, staring doubtfully at the clipboard in his hand.
"Let's see."
Isaac laid the list down on the bar in front of Bostwick.
Huey the human battering ram?
Some guy who's a stunt driver and fall guy. He wears a helmet and breaks through a brick wall with his head.
Silly, but maybe a good finale. What kind of setup time do they need for the brick wall?
He says as long as we have a ramp to the stage, he can roll it out in less than 5 minutes. The wall's set up and ready in the back of his truck.
Super!
Bostwick scanned the rest of the list. It contained the usual cocktail of singer-songwriters, poets, and actors performing monologues.
Miss Sadie Nightshade?
Exotic dancer with a snake.
Okay, she'll be last up in the first half of the show. After Miss Sadie and her snake will break for intermission. A little sex appeal always greases the wheels, increases liquor sales, and by God, who doesn't have a soft spot in their heart for a scantily clad woman with a snake?
I suppose it's the inevitable outcome of Eve in the garden.
Very insightful. I like a man who knows his Bible.
Thank you.
What's this?
Orin Beetle performing on an electronic keyboard.
Does that say my uncle used to love me but she died?
Yes, his penmanship is not the finest.
Is this a rendition of the ditty by Roger Miller?
Bostwick had met Miller at Songsmith sometime in the mid-60s, and the two had hit it off famously. They'd spent the better part of a weekend in good-natured debauchery. Big Daddy still entertained an excessive fondness for
that whacked-out Okie and his fanciful verses.
I can only assume, Isaac responded blandly, not at all a devoted fan of Miller's work compared to Big Daddy.
Let's be sure this makes it into the lineup.
Position?
Somewhere near the beginning.
Isaac made a notation on the clipboard. Done.
And be certain to hold a good table for our guests from the Lone Star Gazette.
Of course. Cellmates. Harl had lost track of the amount of time he'd been prisoner in his own vehicle. He noticed his thought processes were a bit cloudy. This was no doubt a side effect of whatever the aliens were using to keep him where he was. A couple of cars passed by carrying acquaintances of Harl's, but even when they honked their horns and waved at him, he was unable to respond. He hoped that someone would think it odd that he didn't honk back, or at least wave. Maybe one of them would phone in to the department and raise a flag of suspicion. What Harl wasn't taking into account was the fact that he was widely considered to be a self-absorbed horse's ass. Even the people who liked him thought of him that way. So no one found it out of the ordinary when Harl did not honk, wave, or smile in response. When Chuck pulled in behind him, calling out to him on the radio, Harl could do nothing. He sighed heavily and waited for the other deputy to get out of his car. Harl watched Chuck in his rearview mirror as he approached. The other deputy walked with a hint of apprehension and a very puzzled expression on his face as he neared Harl's car. Chuck leaned down toward Harl, shaking his head with confusion. "Have you lost your mind?" Chuck asked. "Agnes is freaking out. She called Randall, and he told her to send me over." Harl wanted to answer his friend and fellow deputy, but when he tried to speak, all that came out was, "And yerp." "What?" Chuck removed his shades and examined Harl carefully. Harl tried again. "Narn yerp," he replied, shaking his head vigorously in frustration. An expression of genuine concern appeared on Chuck's face. "Harl, buddy, did you have a stroke or something?" Harl took a deep breath. Mustering his full powers of concentration, he tried to warn Chuck. He was surprised to hear himself say, "I'm okay, Chuck, but I need you to get in my car with me so I can tell you something." That was not at all what he'd intended to say. That damn stranger in black was still in his head, hiding in his brain, calling the shots. "Whew!" Chuck exclaimed, smiling and returning his shades to his nose. "You had me worried for a minute there, buddy." Chuck circled the car and climbed in through the passenger side door. All the while, Harl struggled to shout, "No, Chuck, don't do it!" But he could not pronounce a single word. It was like his tongue was glued to the roof of his mouth. Still, he fought, trying to break his jaw loose from the alien's psychic grip. He winced with pain as his jaw muscles began to spasm. Chuck settled in on the seat beside him and closed the door. Suddenly, Harl's entire body relaxed again, and he regained his power of speech. In rapid-fire language, he told Chuck what had happened. The look of horror that took over Chuck's face told Harl that his friend thought he'd gone stark raving mad. Seeing this, he stopped talking in mid-sentence. It was useless. He knew that much. Chuck was just going to have to learn the hard way, the same way he'd learned. "Buddy," Chuck said slowly, making what he thought were soothing gestures with his hands in the air. "Something's happened to you, but I promise you, we're going to get you the help you need." Harl said nothing, but thought to himself, "That's what you think, Chuck, old buddy. That's what you think." Chuck tried to use his radio to contact Agnes, but he couldn't get the damned thing to work. "Something's wrong with my radio," Chuck said. "I'll go to my car and call Agnes on my cell phone. I'll be right back, Harl." Chuck tried the door, but nothing happened. "You won't be able to get out of this car until they allow it," Harl said softly, clearly, and with complete resignation. "They? Who are they?" Chuck asked, agitated and trying the door again. "The men in black." "Men in black?" "Listen, Chuck, it's going to be a lot easier on both of us if you just sit back, hear me out, and then ride this thing to the end with me, okay?" The other deputy stared back at him a long time. "Okay," Chuck finally answered after weighing his options and trying the door a couple more times. "All right then, let's see. I was at the Solar admiring Thelma's ass when I got a call from Agnes." "Thelma does have a nice one," Chuck commented with a nod. So far his friend was making sense. "So the Travis sisters say these two guys cut off their little cousin Landy's head with a vacuum cleaner." "A vacuum cleaner? What vacuum cleaner has an edge sharp enough to cut someone's head off?" "Just hear me out." Strangers, but not for long. While Big Daddy and Isaac discussed the lineup for the evening's entertainment, and Jeremy lay in the back room, staring at the ceiling and breathing deeply, hoping that his buzz would soon mellow out to the point where he could function as a semi-competent photographer, Liz and Sparks were making their way through the crowded streets in the vicinity of the Frightened Muse, searching for a parking spot large enough for Harry's Land Cruiser. They pulled up to an intersection alongside a beautifully restored 1958 Cadillac convertible, in which sat a couple of guys dressed in black. They struck Sparks as, more than likely, a couple of jazz musicians. "Check it out," Sparks said, tapping Liz's arm with a fingertip. Liz looked in the direction her companion indicated, lips pursed in an expression of non-committal appreciation. "Nice ride," Sparks called to the caddy's occupants. Zed and Fred turned to face him in a manner that Sparks found comically synchronous and said in unison,
"Thank you."
Laughing, Sparks glanced at Liz to be sure she was taking this in. His face beamed with appreciation. "You getting this? These guys are great!"
"Yeah, are they supposed to be the Blues Brothers?"
"You guys going to the Frightened Muse?" Sparks called to the dark-suited men in the Cadillac. Zed and Fred looked at one another, ascertaining from Sparks's brainwaves exactly what he meant by his question. This was exactly the sort of venue that would be of interest to the interdimensional talent scouts. Turning to face Sparks, again in unison, they said,
"Yes!"
"Fantastic!" Sparks pounded his steering wheel with unbridled enthusiasm. "We'll be seeing you there! So are you guys musicians?"
"Yes,"
Fred answered.
"No,"
Zed replied. The two aliens exchanged a quick glance and replied together,
"Maybe."
Sparks laughed with gusto. Liz wore an expression that said she didn't quite get it. Zed and Fred took advantage of a break in the traffic and shot away from the two journalists without further ado. "I love this," Sparks said, watching the caddy disappear into the parade of vehicles. He looked to Liz and, taking note of her less than appreciative demeanor, added, "You really need to loosen up."
"Sorry if I don't share your fascination with old cars and people dressed as characters from films of the early 80s,
Liz replied. Ever protective of his beloved Buick Electra, Sparks eased her out into the flow of traffic when a large enough space appeared in the line of cars. They were arriving in Alvarado much later than they had expected. After leaving Burleson, they'd gotten caught up in a terrific traffic jam caused by a collision involving an 18-wheeler and 3 other vehicles. The entire southbound side of I-35 had become a virtual parking lot for over an hour, until the wreckage had been cleared.
"It's already 5,
Liz said, consulting her cell phone.
"Jeremy's going to be wondering where we are. Don't worry about finding a parking place near the venue. I don't mind walking a few blocks."
"Gotcha." Complying with her request, Sparks pulled in almost instantly to an open spot along Chelsea Street. "Wow," he said as he climbed from the car. "Is all of this traffic for Big Daddy's place?"
"Probably so."
Liz went through her customary examination of the contents of her bag before getting out of the car. Digital recorder? Check. Notepads and pens? Check. Spare batteries? Check. Camera? Check. Everything appeared in order. She stepped out of the car and took in her surroundings, making note of their location so she could find her way back. "Ready, boss?" Sparks asked with a wink.
"Yes, and don't call me boss."
She pointed east, a questioning arch of her eyebrows making her query clear. Sparks nodded and began walking in that direction.
"Slow down a bit."
Liz quickened her pace until she'd caught up with him.
"Let's not rush. We've got plenty of time, and I don't want to be out of breath when I meet Bostwick."
"Sure thing, Chief," Sparks said, lighting a cigarette.
"It's amazing that people will come all the way out here for his little events."
"Little events?"
"Well, what would you call them?"
"I don't know, maybe life-changing experiences for some of them, an evening of fun for others. I think Bostwick has the power to make people see themselves as part of something important, something memorable." Liz considered this with more than a little skepticism.
"Why'd he choose Alvarado, for God's sake?"
"Yikes, how could I have left that part out? Southern."
"Southern?"
"Terry." Sparks saw that Liz was clueless. "Terry Southern, the writer. Bostwick was a huge fan."
"What did this Southern write?"
"Candy, Dr. Strangelove, The Magic Christian, Easy Rider, only some of the most influential counterculture films of the 60s. Liz stopped abruptly.
"Sparks?"
When he stopped walking and turned to face her, she said,
"I've had enough of your barbs and attempts to make me feel inferior because I'm not as well versed in the has-beens of the 60s. I get it that you admire those guys, and I'm fine with that. But that was over 50 years ago. A lot has happened since then, and I'm not all that impressed with your counterculture heroes and what, if anything, they accomplished. Now, I'll expect your attitude to be professional, and I will not tolerate any further disrespect in the course of this assignment."
Sparks stared blankly, his head cocked to one side. He took a drag from his smoke. "Really? And I'm not allowed to call you boss?"
"Are we clear on this?"
"Yes, ma'am," Sparks replied.
"Good. Let's go."
Descent into the Underworld. They walked in silence the remaining 3 blocks to the club. The young man minding the door at the Frightened Muse was expecting them. After displaying their press credentials, they were ushered through the entrance to the audible disapproval of performers who were tired of waiting in line. "Don't mind them," the young man said, pointing in the direction he wanted them to take. "They always get a little grumpy waiting out front, but the overall attitude changes once everyone's inside." "Nice place," Sparks observed as they walked toward their table. "Thanks. My name is Bert. If you need help with anything this evening, don't hesitate to ask for me." "I could use a beer," Sparks said. Before Bert could respond to the request, Liz said,
"Mr. Sparks and I will have iced tea or water for the time being. We'll wait until the show is underway to have any alcohol."
"She's right," Sparks grinned. "We are here in a professional capacity, after all." Bert nodded. "2 iced teas on the way. Please, make yourselves comfortable." As soon as Bert was gone, the grin vanished from Sparks's face. "Are you going to bust my balls all evening? Because if you are, I'm requesting a separate table."
"Chill, Sparks,"
Liz said, seating herself at the table, taking note of her view of the stage.
"You've got plenty of time to get wasted. The night is young."
"Right, I'm going to take a look around. Sample the ambiance of the Frightened Muse."
"Fine, just don't sample the booze yet."
Sparks pulled a small pad from his hip pocket and a pen from his shirt pocket and began scribbling cryptic comments regarding the decor, the age of the building, and the movie posters and celebrity photos that filled the walls. He was pleased by what he saw, and in a couple minutes' time, his mood had shifted back into its usual cavalier position. He started to call out, "Hey Liz, take a look at this!" But a glance at the table reminded him that she was not as quick at changing moods. He'd give her a few minutes alone. Liz was searching for the digital recorder in her bag when she heard someone address her. "Ms. Bloom?" She looked up to see a thin, older man in dark pants, turtleneck, and matching beret. He was the perfect caricature, she thought, of a beatnik from the 50s. His face seemed familiar. "I'm Isaac Stanton," he said, offering her his hand.
"Hello, Isaac. Please call me Liz."
"I'm pleased to meet you, Liz." Isaac slid a chair out from under the table and seated himself.
"Likewise. It's quite a place you have here."
"Thank you. We're pleased that the Gazette chose to do a story about us."
"I'd say it's high time. You've been open for business the better part of a year now, right?"
Eavesdropping on the conversation from across the room, Sparks muttered, 14 months, under his breath. "We held our first event 14 months ago," Isaac said, waving a hand at Bert, a signal that he wanted a cup of tea.
"My goodness, I don't know why it took us so long to catch on to the story."
"Well, we are out in the boondocks, and most of the young people who come for the events have never really heard of Big Daddy Bostwick, much less Isaac Stanton."
"That surprises me, because my photographer is a big fan."
"Jeremy? Yes, we've met. He's a delightful young man, and most complimentary."
"You've met? Where is he?"
"Oh, he's wandering about, snapping photos, I imagine. I'm sure he'll be back before the show is in full swing."
"Okay, well, as I was saying, I'm surprised, even more surprised now that I know it's been 14 months, that you hadn't showed up on my radar."
"Attendance was very light for the first few months. Last September, Hank Satchel, who writes for the Retro Cinema magazine in Los Angeles, gave us a nice mention. Since then, business has been considerably more brisk."
"I'm glad to hear business is good, but I'm a little embarrassed that we were scooped by a publication from the West Coast."
"Liz, dear, you need my help," Sparks whispered. Plastering his boldest smile on his face, he approached the table, his hand reaching for Stanton. "I'm Harry Sparks." Isaac took his hand and offered what seemed a sincere smile as he said, "I'm familiar with your work, Harry. Nice to meet you." "Call me Sparks. Everyone else does." He took the chair next to Isaac, and when their host happened to glance away, he made a bug-eyed mug at Liz. I love the place. I was just taking in your collection of celebrity photos. I particularly like the one of Big Daddy and Dr. Leary. Where was that taken?
Which one? I think we have at least 2 hanging. Tim was a semi-frequent visitor to Songsmith back in the old days. And then he and Big Daddy both appeared in an indie film that was shot in the Mojave Desert in the early 90s.
That's it. They're both older looking and the background seems rather barren. What was the movie? I don't think I've heard of that one.
I believe it was called Radiant Voyager. The producer and director had a falling out, and the thing got tied up in litigation. I don't think it ever saw the light of day.
That's a shame. Bert arrived at the table and placed iced teas in front of Liz and Sparks, and a cup of hot tea next to Isaac before returning to the bar area.
C'est la vie, said Isaac, sipping his tea. That's Hollywood for you. No telling how many independent gems are gathering dust in someone's vault.
Too true, said Sparks, shaking his head, and, as discreetly as possible, cutting his eyes at Liz, indicating she should jump back into the conversation.
So when do we get to meet Mr. Bostwick?
Liz asked. Sparks's expression told her what she already knew. Her question was lame.
I'm sure he'll be along shortly. He's been organizing the list of performers into an interesting lineup. After he creates the list, he sits for a moment in silence, allowing the frequency of the moment to overtake him.
Interesting, said Liz.
Big Daddy channels some amazing streams of consciousness at times.
Isaac gulped down the rest of his tea and pushed away from the table.
Please excuse me. I have a few last-minute details to attend to. Relax and enjoy yourselves. Big Daddy has instructed me that anything you want is on the house, so please enjoy our hospitality freely.
Thank you so much. Fantastic, Sparks added. With a smile and a nod, Isaac disappeared through the curtained doorway leading into the back of the building.
Not too fantastic now, Sparks,
Liz snarled. Would you relax? This is a great assignment, a chance to touch a brilliant part of history. Are you going to play schoolmarm all night long? Or can you recognize this for the incredible gift it is? Believe me, Liz, you're not going to get many assignments like this one working for Saul in the Lone Star Gazette. This is exactly the sort of story you want in your portfolio. Liz's eyes closed. She sucked in a breath, her hands waving in front of her in a gesture of frustration.
I know, it's just
that you're feeling a little over your head. That's okay, because I'm here. I can relate to these guys. No, I'm not in their circle, but I know a lot about them, and the people they've associated with. I've done all the drugs they did, whatever.
Great.
Look, Liz, you don't have to use drugs. You don't have to be anything you're not. Nobody expects you to. But if you want to be a successful entertainment editor, you've got to find a way to deal with these people that goes beyond smug self-righteousness. Now, I've got your back tonight, but I won't always be around.
What a shame.
You're plenty smart and quite attractive in an Iowa farm girl sort of way. You've been dealt a decent hand in life. You just need to learn how to play it. Her first response was anger, and as that emotion fought its way to the surface, it dissipated. The sincerity coming from Sparks's eyes was undeniable. Maybe he was right. God knew she was tired of feeling like the odd man out, the fifth wheel, the lame duck.
Okay, she said, her hands flailing in the air again. It's possible you're right. I'll follow your lead, but you know this does not come easy for me.
I know. Sparks was smiling. But I also know that under this insecure schoolgirl, there's a hip, savvy entertainment maven waiting to be unleashed. Liz lowered her hands to her lap.
Thanks for that, Sparks. I'll try to learn what I can from you before you drink yourself to death or overdose on some recreational drug.
Fair enough.
Sparks let a moment pass, allowing Liz to regain a more confident state of mind before he said,
Isn't this place great?
Liz looked around, nodded. Yes, it is.
I kick myself in the ass for not driving out here sooner.
Everything happens when it's supposed to, Liz said, using one of Sparks's own habitual phrases and offering a tentative smile.
Ah, Liz Hopper, you're having a moment of zen. Calling in the big guns. By the second time Agnes rang Sheriff Randall, he and his guests had finished their steaks, and all were enjoying the effects of more than a couple of cocktails. "This is Randall," the sheriff said into his cell phone, catching it after the fourth ring.
"Sheriff, this is Agnes. I'm not getting any response from Chuck or Harl. The GPS program says both cars are east of town on Highway 67. I'm starting to get worried."
"Well, I'll be damned. What on earth are those two knuckleheads up to?"
"I don't know, but I'm plenty concerned."
"Okay, tell me again where they are. I'll drive over there myself and check it out." Knowing he was halfway drunk, Randall grabbed a small pad of paper and a pencil to write down the dispatcher's instructions.
"The GPS says they're near mile marker 23.
23, got it. I'm sure there's a simple explanation for this, but I'll check it out and get back with you."
"All right, sir, thank you."
"Sure." Randall clicked off the connection on his cell.
"What's going on, Ray?"
Randall's wife, Sue, asked from her chair at the table, shading her eyes from the rays of the setting sun with one hand, her cocktail poised in the other. "Sorry to interrupt the party, but I'm gonna have to run an errand real quick and check on a couple of missing deputies."
"Missing?"
Sue didn't like the sound of that word. Her cheerful expression vanished, and she shot a nervous glance at her guests. "I'm sure it's something simple, but I've got to go take a look for myself. I'll give you a call once I know everything's all right. Want some company?" Randall's closest friend and dinner guest this evening was Walt Thurman. Thurman's wife, Rachel, seemed unbothered by the disruption. "Why not? Come on. Don't worry, girls. We'll be back before you have a chance to miss us." Walt rose from his chair at the patio table and, giving his wife a peck on the cheek, followed Ray into the house and through to the garage. Welcomed by the Master. There was an increase in the volume of the noise coming from the front door, and when they looked up they saw that Bert and a couple of other young people, one male, one female, were allowing performers in and showing them to their designated tables. "Greetings to the representatives of the Lone Star Gazette," a voice boomed behind them. They turned to see Big Daddy Bostwick, dressed in a tuxedo and grinning like a toothpaste ad. There was a fake arrow, the sort one buys at a gag shop, mounted on his rather large head. "Big Daddy!" Sparks exclaimed, rising and offering his hand. "What a pleasure!" Sparks underwent the formality of introducing himself and Liz to the big man. "The pleasure is entirely mine," Big Daddy bellowed. "I have been reading your work with interest ever since my relocation to Texas. I especially liked your piece on the atrium obscurum, Ms. Bloom." Sparks's eyebrows rose, and he silently mouthed the word, "Wow," as Liz tried to overcome her surprise and respond to Big Daddy's compliment.
"Thank you so much. You are very kind."
There was a brief moment of silence. Before it could become awkward, Big Daddy said, "Please forgive my informal headwear. I could not for the life of me locate my top hat." "The arrow works," Sparks grinned. "I'll return to your table shortly. I am quite eager to visit with you at length." With a bow, Bostwick left them. "So Big Daddy's a fan of Liz Bloom. Now ain't that a kick in the pants?"
"Do you really think he read that piece?"
Liz nibbled at her lower lip, clearly awed at the prospect. "I can't think of a reason why he'd need to lie about a thing like that."
"Hey guys."
It was Jeremy, standing behind Liz, his camera slung over his shoulder and a cup in his other hand. He swigged a mouthful of coffee, staring at them through bloodshot eyes, wearing a sheepish half smile.
"Great, you're here. We just met Big Daddy,"
Liz said in a gush. She pulled the chair next to her away from the table and indicated Jeremy should sit there.
"Yeah, he's great, isn't he?"
Jeremy said, gratefully taking the seat. Sparks said nothing, but stared at the photographer with a knowing grin. His gaze made Jeremy self-conscious.
"So you got here early. Sparks and I got caught in traffic."
Jeremy nodded at her, saying nothing, sipping from the mug.
"Are you all right? I'm not sure you look well."
Liz's voice conveyed a tone of genuine concern. Oh, he's all right, aren't you, Sport? Sparks joined in.
Yeah, I'm fine,
Jeremy said, avoiding eye contact.
Just, my allergies. I stopped on the way to shoot some blue bonnets, and I've been having a hay fever attack ever since. Hey, I think I have an antihistamine,
Liz offered, reaching into her bag and fiddling with its contents.
I'm sorry, she added after a moment. I must have left them behind. You know what? I bet they have one here somewhere. I'll go ask. I need to visit the ladies' room anyway.
She stood and offered a reassuring pat to Jeremy's shoulder before departing. Watching after her, Jeremy said,
She's in a good mood. What happened?
Big Daddy just complimented her on her Atrium Obscurum piece.
Cool.
Jeremy turned to face Sparks, but quickly looked away when he noticed his companion was drilling holes into him with his eyes. Have an allergy to cannabinoids, do you? Asked Sparks in a sly tone.
Please don't say anything to her, Jeremy pleaded. I rarely get high, but how could I pass up sharing a joint with Isaac fucking Stanton?
Sparks enthusiastically scooted his chair closer to his friend, and hunkering down into a conspiratorial pose, said, I know, right? Is this the coolest or what? It's a dream, Jeremy replied with a shrug and the demeanor of one who has unexpectedly, and perhaps undeservedly, encountered great good fortune. All we see and all we seem are but a dream within a dream, Sparks quoted the immortal Poe, his head bobbing with positive energy, his eyes bulging with delight. Strangers at the door. Huey, the human battering ram, and a couple of his buddies had been waiting in the line for hours, all the time swilling cans of beer they'd brought with them. Alcohol, testosterone, and impatience had combined to create a surly cocktail of attitude in the three. Dude, this is a hell of a long time to wait just to slam your noggin into a brick wall, Huey's friend Gash complained. Yeah, said Purvis. How long have we been here already? Chill, you guys, Huey responded, offering a loud belch of exceptionally prolonged duration. Nice one, said Purvis, truly impressed. They're gonna give me the finale of the show. That's an honor, Huey said with less than perfect enunciation, but an extra helping of sincerity. Yeah, okay, but that asshole and his harmonica are getting on my nerves, said Gash, referring to the blues performer a couple of places ahead of them in the line, who'd been practicing steadily for hours. Purvis, in the habit of backing up everything his friend said, no matter how ill-conceived, called out in a loud voice, Yeah, that shit's getting old! Give it a rest! The harmonica player stopped playing long enough to turn to Purvis and say nonchalantly, Fuck you, redneck! The fight was on. In a drunken flurry of punches, both Gash and Purvis pummeled the harmonica player as others in the line, and employees of the Frightened Muse, tried to quell the disturbance. As fate would have it, Fred and Zed were passing by at just that moment. The first punch sent the harmonica sailing through the air, but it never hit the ground. With a deft and speedy movement, quicker than a frog's tongue and just as accurate, Fred snatched the harmonica from the air. Siphoning information from the collective consciousness of the group, Fred knew in a matter of seconds how to play the thing. Such information could come in handy, might even be fun. With a movement so fast it was difficult to observe, he stashed the blues harp in his jacket pocket. Employees were about to call the authorities, when Zed intervened with a powerful blast of pacifism. The peaceful vibe swept through the crowd, and soon no one believed they had a reason to fight or to call law enforcement. Conversations continued as they had before the outbreak of violence. Huey and his buds went back to talking trash among themselves, but a kinder, gentler variety of trash, in harmony with the group. The blues performer, unable to find his harmonica, went to his car to retrieve a spare. Chi was once more flowing optimally through the Frightened Muse. Another groovy event was about to unfold. The night's beginning. Sparks and Jeremy were still huddled over the table, hissing secrets at one another, when Liz returned with a glass of water and a small white pill. Here you go, Jeremy. This should fix you up, she said cheerfully. The two men relaxed back into their seats at the sound of her voice and tried, unsuccessfully, to appear guileless.
"Am I interrupting something?"
she asked, suspicion creasing her brow and creeping into her eyes. "No, not at all," said Jeremy, reaching for the water and the antihistamine. "Thanks so much for this. It's hard to work when your allergies are giving you hell."
"Don't I know it?" Liz said, her suspicion falling away as she took her seat.
"We're just really excited about this assignment," Jeremy said after washing down the pill. "I mean, isn't it totally cool? I hear Big Daddy is a fan of yours." Liz could not hide her pleasure over that fact. She beamed.
"Can you believe it?"
Just then, a jarring shriek of feedback blared over the PA system, followed by Isaac Stanton's well-modulated voice. "Ladies and gentlemen, we are in the process of finalizing this evening's event, and we'd greatly appreciate it if everyone would take their designated seats. If you're trying to order a drink at the bar, please take your seat. Waitstaff will be around to take beverage orders soon. As you know, we only allow performers in the front of house. All stinkards must take seating in the beer garden behind the building where the evening's festivities may be viewed on the monitors. We need everyone to take their seats so we can determine how many spaces, if any, are still available in the front of the house. Thank you for your cooperation." Isaac took a step away from the microphone, then returned, adding, "You have entered a land of both shadow and substance, a creative community of peace and vision, unlike any the world has ever known. Welcome to the Frightened Muse." With that, Isaac left the stage.
"They take this whole mystique thing very seriously, don't they?"
Liz noted.
"Yeah, so do I," said Sparks.
"Me too," Jeremy agreed. Bert cordoned off the entry with a red velvet rope and was just about to announce to the remaining hopefuls in the performers' line that they'd have to join the stinkards in the beer garden if they wanted to see the show, when he was approached by a couple of men dressed in black. The two men stood silently, staring at him. At least, Bert thought they were staring at him. He could not say for sure because of the dark glasses they wore. Staring or not, their presence made the hairs on his neck tingle.
"Sorry guys, the lineup is set for tonight," he said. "You can go around to the beer garden if you want to watch the show." "It is imperative for everyone present that we be allowed in," said Zed.
Normally, Bert would have dismissed these two without further discussion, but the hair on his neck was now accompanied by a growing conviction in his mind that they did, in fact, need to be here for some reason he did not yet understand. "I'm all ears," he said. "Why should I let you in?"
"We have come a great distance, as you would say,"
Zed answered without further embellishment.
"As we would say, what, are you guys from Europe or something?"
Bert guessed.
"You look like either musicians or drug dealers."
Hearing this, Fred whipped the harmonica out of his jacket pocket and began to play some powerfully soulful blues licks. Instantly, the people remaining in line gave the man in black their full attention. Some called out verbal expressions of appreciation, like, "All right," and "Go, man!" Bert was as impressed as everyone else within earshot of the harmonica. Sensing that something was required of him as well, Zed scanned the surrounding pool of consciousness and quickly assembled a string of lyrics that seemed appropriate to the situation. His intention was readily perceived by Fred, who made a rapid transition to a more fundamental blues lick. To accommodate the lyrics, Zed began to sing.
"Well, I wanna psychoanalyze my baby, but she gets annoyed when I act like Freud. I wanna psychoanalyze my baby, but she gets annoyed when I act like Freud."
By now, Zed was wailing, laying it on thick, like he'd been singing blues all his life.
"She gets so hot and bothered when I ask them questions she can't avoid."
The crowd erupted into hoots and hollers. Bert held his hand up, a huge grin brightening his face.
"All right, enough already, you're good."
"They're great, man!" someone shouted from the line.
"I agree with you,"
Bert shouted back. To Zed he said, "I'll see what I can do. I'll talk to Isaac and Big Daddy. I'm not sure how they'll feel about adding another musical act to the mix. You guys are great. Maybe they'll bump someone or extend the show." "There is no need for that," Zed said. "We are not primarily musicians. We are talent scouts." "Okay, I'm pretty sure that settles it, but let me run it by the management. Please step inside and wait by the door until I get the go-ahead." "Your proposal is acceptable," said Zed. "Did you hear that?" a woman said in a stage whisper. "Those guys are talent scouts." "Who you with, man?" some guy shouted. "American Idol?" But Zed was following Bert into the club, seemingly oblivious to the comments coming from the line. Fred, enjoying his moment of celebrity, raised his harmonica high above his head in a triumphant gesture. A fresh round of cheers went up from the crowd as the man in black disappeared through the doorway. At the table, Liz had warmed up considerably to the idea of having a good time. In fact, she had even suggested that everyone order drinks, real drinks, with alcohol in them. News traveled fast inside the frightened Muse, and before they'd finished their first round of beverages, they'd been informed that 2 European talent scouts from either a TV show or a record label were in-house to watch the show. Unnoticed by Liz, Sparks caught the eye of their waiter and signaled surreptitiously for the young man to bring them another round of drinks. The waiter winked, nodded, and navigated through the crowd toward the bar. The place was packed, and the attendees enthusiastic and noisy. It was becoming increasingly difficult to carry on a conversation. Liz, practically shouting, said to Sparks, "Do you think they'll quiet down for the show? It'll be disrespectful if they keep up this racket while people are trying to perform." More interested in observing the crowd and making mental notes for the article he'd be writing, Sparks raised a hand to his ear and feigned the questioning expression of someone who has not heard. So Liz turned to Jeremy, who just shrugged. Giving up, she sat back in her seat with her lips pursed tightly, and silently hoped the noise level would be reduced. "Pardon me, folks," said Isaac above the din, surprising them with his sudden appearance at their table. "As you can see, we are exceptionally crowded this evening, and the only remaining seats are at your table. We'd like to seat a couple of distinguished guests with you." After a brief pause, during which none of the Lone Star Gazette gang seemed to realize Isaac was awaiting a verbal acceptance of his plan, both Liz and Sparks blurted together, "Sure thing!" and "Yes, of course." Isaac stepped to the side and gestured with one hand to the 2 available seats. Offering nods and smiles to each of the journalists, Zed and Fred approached the table from the mass of humanity somewhere behind Isaac. The tables in closest proximity to them became noticeably quieter. People wanted to hear what these mysterious VIPs might have to say. Liz smiled with delight, realizing that the presence of these men would add another interesting dimension to the spread. Already, she was dreaming up layouts. Maybe, she thought, she'd ask Saul for additional space. If the story proved interesting enough, with plenty of hooks and angles, perhaps they would run it in 2 parts in separate issues. Surely Saul would buy into her vision. When the men in black seated themselves and did not bother to remove their dark glasses, a bit of her enthusiasm drained away. Unconsciously biting her lower lip again, venting her anxiety, she wondered if they were high on some illicit substance. She'd always heard those street drugs could make your eyes extra sensitive to light. "Hello, gentlemen," she offered, her tone less than confident. "Greetings," Zed responded, his voice vibrating voluble enthusiasm. "Is it appropriate for us to shake hands?" Liz's eyes widened and darted first to Sparks and then to Jeremy. Not wanting to allow the situation to become unnecessarily awkward, Sparks stepped up to the plate. "I personally am eager to shake your hand, sir." He rose from his chair and reached across the table. Grinning, Zed shook the offered hand eagerly, then sort of transferred Sparks's hand into the hand of his companion. Fred gave him a firm and vigorous shake, without registering any change of facial expression. Sparks withdrew his hand, a bit confused, but equally intrigued by the unusual exchange. "Just roll with it," he told himself, and sat back down. So, you guys don't do a lot of handshaking back where you come from? He asked.
Very perceptive of you,
Zed said, smiling. Never, Fred admitted. Why is that? Sparks asked with sincerity. I always thought shaking hands was a fairly universal human, what would you call it, ritual?
Your question seems to have two parts,
said Zed, his smile lingering like a buzzard over roadkill.
I shall answer the second part first. You are correct. Humans do shake hands in a near universal display of goodwill on your planet. There are a few exceptions, but too few to be statistically relevant. Now, to the first part of your question, we do not normally shake hands because we do not have hands.
Sparks, Liz, and Jeremy stared blankly at the two men, perhaps waiting for a punchline. When no further explanation materialized, all three of them laughed nervously.
They are experiencing awkwardness,
Fred noted to his companion.
Ah, yes, of course,
said Zed, an expression of realization dawning over his features.
You assume that in our natural state we possess bodies like the ones we're wearing now. These vehicles are used by us solely to facilitate interaction with humans. Our native state of being is what you would probably refer to as a cloud of gaseous vapor, a mist.
So you borrowed bodies? Liz rolled her eyes in Sparks' direction, thinking to herself, you hang out with drug users and this is what you get.
Like from a morgue or something?
Liz, Sparks said tentatively.
No, Sparks, I am within my rights to ask this question, am I not?
Both Zed and Fred nodded in agreement with Liz.
But,
Sparks began, before he was interrupted.
But nothing,
Liz said. She was not a frequent drinker, and the cocktail she'd consumed had lessened her inhibitions to a large extent.
You want me to fit in with the drug-crazed counterculture you're so fond of, right? So this is me, establishing contact. Okay, guys, what are you on right now? Maybe it'll make an interesting sideline to our story.
Before Liz received an answer to her question, the waiter arrived with the second round of drinks. He placed one in front of each of the journalists and then asked, Can I get you gentlemen something to drink?
We don't drink, Zed answered. Or eat, Fred added. Yeah, they can't be bothered with eating or drinking. They're too busy getting high, right, boys?
Liz offered, adding,
I don't remember ordering this, but what the hell, right?
She looked to Sparks for a sign of approval as she took a large gulp from her glass, diminishing its contents by half. Gentlemen, Sparks said, raising his glass to the talent scouts and taking a sip.
She,
Zed began, his face resembling that of a 10-year-old boy who was putting together a jigsaw puzzle,
believes we are humans who are intoxicated or high from the ingestion of a substance held in contempt by the more conservative members of your society.
Bingo! Yes, you got that right, Sparks answered, staring intently at the man across from him. His bullshit detector was not going off. In his heart, he knew that everything Zed had said so far was true. He looked from Zed to Fred, an overwhelming curiosity surging through him. He did not know what to expect, but he had the growing conviction that whatever his expectations, they would fall short of the reality these two could, and quite possibly would, reveal.
I should offer further explanation, said Zed. Please do,
Liz answered, downing her cocktail with an aggressive gulp and twisting her usually lovely features into both a comical and grotesque expression of contempt.
Hey!
She called out to no waiter in particular.
Can I get another one of these?
Pace yourself, Sparks suggested, and when he saw the flash of anger in her eyes, he added as an act of conciliation, Liz, you need to be in control. He illustrated this last phrase with a jab of one fist, a gesture which, though not entirely sincere, had the desired effect.
Maybe you're right,
Liz said, her face softening. The night is young. Plenty of time for more drinks, Sparks said. When he was certain she was retreating into a more docile state of consciousness, he returned his attention to the two talent scouts. Please continue, he said to Zed, while Jeremy watched the events at the table with the befuddled detachment of one who has not quite fully recovered from a potent dose of medicinal marijuana.
My pleasure. You see, we are members of a race. Actually, race is not the most accurate descriptor, since, as I mentioned earlier, we are normally part of a vaporous cloud, possessed of intelligence and a degree of consciousness which you humans will not attain for thousands of years, if ever. Our race, for want of a better term in your language, exists in a realm you know nothing of, which has no name.
That's convenient, Liz interjected, leaning on one elbow over the table.
You believe that I am practicing a sort of ill-conceived deception when I say there is no name, but even you can understand this if you examine my story properly. Fred and I are usually part of a cloud, an amorphous family of consciousness attached to vaporous molecules rather than flesh and bone, as is the case with your kind. In our natural state, we are one. Any divisions within this oneness exist solely for the purpose of novelty, amusement, a sort of game. There are no competing individuals among us. No lies, no names, no divisions. We are one. Therefore, it is impossible for us to have a thought which is not known to our entire complex of consciousness. You can see that names, as such, would serve no purpose in such an environment.
Fascinating, said Sparks, leaning forward, eager to hear more.
My head hurts,
said Liz. Mine too, Jeremy agreed. Shh! Sparks waved a dismissive hand at his co-workers. So these bodies you're using now, where did they come from?
He shushed me,
Liz said to Jeremy, who nodded with sympathy, but said nothing.
We create them as needed from a slurry of elements common to your planet. When we are done with them, we dissolve them in an acid bath where the elements are stored until needed again.
Sparks thought about what the man had said. Excited but uncertain and edgy, he leaned back in his chair. A self-conscious laugh forced its way out of him. He aimed an emphatic finger at Zed, fumbling for words. You guys are... Well, you're damn good. Even if you're acting, I'm just damned impressed.
Sparks! Liz exclaimed. You're the biggest cynic I know. You can't believe them. We're in La La Land, remember?
So it would seem, Sparks said, thoughtfully pinching his lower lip between his thumb and forefinger. You say you never eat or drink.
Why would we? Our bodies are temporary vehicles, energized by our conscious intent and generated by electrochemical processes. If you have comprehended what I have told you, then you must realize I have no experience at what you call lying. Dissembling is not possible in our natural environment. What possible motive could I have to deceive a member of an inferior race?
Liz's mouth popped open.
I resent that,
she began, but Sparks cut her off. Please, Liz, I'm trying to figure out a way to verify what he's telling us.
Verification is simple. My body is cosmetically convincing, but lacking a digestive tract or genitalia, items of biology for which we have no use.
Did he just say what I think he said? Jeremy asked, looking at Sparks. Yes, he did, Sparks answered, pushing away from the table. Bring your camera, Jeremy. Zed, would you mind accompanying us to the men's room? With a shrug, Zed rose from his chair. He placed a hand on Fred's shoulder, saying,
Please keep Liz company in our absence.
My pleasure, Fred replied, staring in Liz's general direction, his face blank behind the dark glasses.
Guys, I'm a little uncomfortable with this,
she said. Sparks dismissed her concern immediately. Nonsense, we'll be right back. She knew that abrupt, calculating tone. He was on a mission, and nothing would stop him. The three men left the table and wove a path through the crowd to the restroom. Liz watched wistfully, then forced a smile at Fred, who responded by mimicking her expression. Documenting the evidence. Sparks led the way into the men's room, followed by Jeremy, then Zed. Inside, Sparks took a deep breath, scratched the hairline at the back of his neck, and frowned. Few situations he'd encountered in his life left him feeling hesitant and inadequate the way this one did. How to go about this thing with dignity? This is something I never imagined myself doing, even in my wildest dreams, he said aloud, modulating his tone as he spoke, noticing that his voice seemed amplified by the tile floor and walls of the room. Stay the course, Captain, Jeremy said calmly, removing the lens cap from his camera. Of course, I wouldn't dream of backing out, Sparks said, but it sounded as if his words were intended to convince himself more than anything else. This is just so damn surreal. To say nothing of gay, which I'm certain is terrifying to a homophobe like you. Sparks glared at the photographer with indignation, but said nothing. It's like surfing after you've dropped acid, Jeremy said. You just go with it. This is Big Daddy Bostwick territory. What did you expect? Surfing on acid? You've done that? Jeremy nodded. He pointed with his chin at the grinning interdimensional talent scout, a nudge for Sparks to get on with it. Yeah. Okay, Zed, drop 'em.
You wish for me to remove the pants?
Yeah, but you don't have to completely remove them. Sparks had already come to the realization that Zed spoke in literal terms, always. Best to be specific where non-humans were concerned. You know, just lower them a bit so we can verify your, assertion.
Very well.
Zed unfastened his belt and let his trousers fall down around his knees. Well, I'll be damned, Sparks muttered. When he noticed that Jeremy was standing there with his mouth open, dumbfounded, he nudged the photographer. Do your thing, kid, he barked. Yeah. Jeremy raised the camera to his eye and began snapping away, using the zoom lens to provide a variety of framings of Zed's crotch, which was clearly lacking a penis. Sparks bent down and examined the alien's private area with a critical eye. There were no signs of a fraudulent prosthesis or special effects accoutrements. This was no reality TV spoof. I don't see a cock there. Am I dreaming? Nope, you're not dreaming, Jeremy answered matter-of-factly, still snapping away. Okay, enough already. There was irritation in Sparks's voice, both because Jeremy was taking too many pictures and because part of his mind was rebelling against the unfolding scenario, which simply should not have been. How many shots of a dickless crotch do you think we need? He growled. I don't know, Jeremy said, trying not to sound offended, letting his camera fall from his hands and hang from the strap around his neck. This is all new to me, Sparks. Yeah. Sparks stared at Zed, shaking his head a bit and frowning. Shouldn't we make sure? Asked Jeremy. Make sure? Sparks echoed, lost in his own thoughts. Yeah, I mean, I suppose this could be a chick wearing some sort of prosthetic device. Sparks looked at the tall man dressed in black. A quick glance convinced him this was no female in disguise. You think that is a woman? I'm just saying, we have our journalistic integrity to consider, you know? So, maybe we should touch it to be sure. I'm not touching anything. Sparks, his brain on overload, did a quick spin and began to pace in the limited space. I'll do it, Jeremy offered, looking to Sparks for approval. Yeah, whatever, Sparks allowed, holding both palms out toward Jeremy. As long as his hands weren't involved in the manual inspections, he was fine with the plan. Do you mind? Jeremy asked Zed.
Not at all, young man. Inspect to your heart's content.
Jeremy edged forward, intent on satisfying his curiosity, still squeamish at the same time. He reached a hand out tentatively and stroked the smooth intersection between Zed's legs, where pubic hair, penis, and scrotum should have been. He felt nothing that would suggest special effects makeup designed to deceive. Gaining confidence, he stroked the area with greater pressure, intending to rule out the possibility of a hoax. Zed's head rolled back, his eyes closing, his mouth falling open in an expression worthy of a porn star.
Oh yeah, baby!
He cried out. Instinctively, Jeremy jumped back, almost losing his balance. A look of horror twisted Sparks's facial features. Abruptly, Zed stopped his ecstatic moaning and began laughing.
Sorry, he said. I couldn't resist. You see, I'm able to skim your thoughts, especially when they are laden with emotions. Forgive me for having a joke at your expense."
Sparks shook his head vigorously and jerked his arms in the air like he was throwing a basketball at someone he didn't like. Zed continued to laugh. In a moment, he was joined by Jeremy. The photographer's laughter was light and uncertain initially, but quickly grew to a continuous roll of belly laughs. His laughter seemed to fuel Zed's sense of humor. The alien man, with his pants down around his knees, grasped his ribs and bellowed a laugh of absolute purity. For a moment, Sparks stared at the two, his eyes widening in apprehension. So confused by the unexpected circumstances he found himself immersed in, he had no clue as to the appropriate response. And suddenly, the answer was obvious. The dam within his consciousness burst, and he laughed like he had not laughed in years. The three of them filled the hard-surfaced restroom with their laughter, and the tiles on the floor and walls magnified it and echoed it back to them. It took quite some time, but finally their howls of delight subsided. Jeremy placed a hand on Sparks' shoulder, gasping for air. Zed began to pull his pants up. Sparks' face shifted from humor to serious business in a split second.
"Not so fast, Zed."
"What?" asked Jeremy, surprised. Zed stopped in the midst of his motion, hands gripping the waist of his trousers, midway between his knees and his own waistline.
"You said you had no digestive tract."
"That is correct," Zed answered.
"That means you have no, you have no anus."
"Yes."
"Oh, no,"
Jeremy exclaimed, realizing where Sparks was headed.
"Please, before you pull your pants up, turn around and show us that area."
Jeremy shuddered involuntarily.
"My pleasure,"
said Zed, turning and bending over to reveal that he had no buttocks, only a solid mass of muscle between his lower back and his legs. No cleft cheeks, no anus. In spite of everything that had gone on before, Sparks and Jeremy stared for a moment in sheer bewilderment at this new revelation.
"Jeremy, you should be getting this."
At Sparks' prompting, Jeremy began snapping pictures. At this exact moment, a pudgy man with orange hair in his mid-30s entered the restroom. He reacted as if he'd been shot with a freeze ray from some ancient science fiction movie. Staring ahead of him, he saw a man dressed in black bent over, showing his ass to a photographer and an intense voyeur, both of whom appeared to be mortified at having been caught in this compromising position. Zed grinned and said, "Hello."
Hi,"
the guy with the orange hair said, starting to laugh softly. Sparks and Jeremy remained ogle-eyed like a pair of deer in the headlights of an oncoming 18-wheeler. The man with orange hair looked over his shoulder, then asked hopefully, "Is this a private party?" The embarrassment fled from Sparks. He exhaled heavily, swung his head in an arc, and came up with his war face on.
"Get the hell out of here!"
The intruder appeared hurt.
"But, get the fuck out of here!"
Sparks commanded. A look of terror swept over the pale face of the man with orange hair. Like a comedian in a TV sitcom, he turned and fumbled his way through the men's room door back out into the noisy club.
"Okay,"
said Sparks, inhaling deeply.
"We've got what we came here for. I motion that we return to the table."
"Second," said Jeremy, replacing the lens cap on his camera. Zed remained bent over, elbows on knees. He cast a friendly glance over his shoulder at the two journalists.
"Come on, Zed," Sparks instructed. "Pull your pants up, man."
On stage, Isaac approached the microphone as the house lights lowered and a spotlight caught him in its harsh glow. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Frightened Muse. Tonight, March 6th, 2014, will be our 60th event. For those of you who do not know me, I am Isaac Stanton." A thunderous round of applause and shouts of appreciation filled the club. "Thank you," said Isaac. "You are very welcome here. Our mission is to encourage art outside the box. Poets, actors, singers, and all other varieties of creative souls find a home here where they can express themselves fully, offering whatever genus of self-expression wells up from their innermost being.
Here we have only one mandate. Be alive and express what it is to be a creative soul incarnated on a small planet, orbiting a Class 3 star out on the edge of a not particularly interesting galaxy. Again, a frenzied explosion of appreciation erupted from the crowd. Those of you seated here in the front of the house, Isaac continued when the patrons had settled down again, are privileged. You are performers. You are engaged in life and living it to the fullest. Those of you in the beer garden are spectators. We refer to the spectators as stinkards. More cheers from the front of the club, but a roar of boos could also be heard coming from the corral of drunken humanity behind the building. Isaac smiled wickedly in the harsh glare of the spotlight. If you don't like being called stinkards, then wake up and offer something of your innermost being to your community of peers. You're alive, damn it! Show us what that means to you! As the crowd roared its approval, Sparks, Zed, and Jeremy reclaimed their seats. Liz looked relieved and sent Sparks an inquisitive glance. He nodded emphatically and held a hand up in a gesture that said, "We have a lot to talk about later." Many of you are here because we provide an unusual venue for artists, but others of you are drawn to the Frightened Muse by the presence of my longtime friend and business partner, a man whom Rolling Stone called the grooviest cat on the planet. I can only be referring to the inimitable artist, writer, filmmaker, and dedicated psychonaut, Bill Big Daddy Bostwick. To say the mob went wild would be a major understatement. They'd already been going wild. Now they were erupting into a voluble act of savage, loving hero worship that threatened to bring the roof down on top of them. Even Sparks had to stop applauding and put fingertips into his ears to mute the bellowing group of heathens worshipping at the altar of Big Daddy. The slender, black-clad figure of Isaac Stanton retreated from the circle of light which hung in the frame of darkness on the stage. Slowly, another form took his place. This was Big Daddy, bigger, louder, hairier, and more likely to blow their minds. A reverent hush swept through the room.
I have been honored by the art community and regaled in the press for half a century now. I am grateful for the lives I've lived, the agonies and ecstasies of the existential quagmire. I am pleased to be surrounded by this extraordinary group of human beings who are reaching for the spark of divinity in the darkness of a culture which glorifies the mundane and converts free souls into cubicle slaves. There are no cubicles here, no authority figures, no dictates of prescribed behavior. Here, there is only freedom of expression, and I, for one, am eager to see what you brave new earthlings have to offer up to the gods of art. Are you worthy?
The crowd screamed the word, yes, like one magnificent multi-headed beast rising up out of the abyss.
All right then. Consider this exploration underway. We have some especially distinguished guests with us tonight at the VIP table.
As Big Daddy said this, a second spotlight swept the crowd and landed on the 3 humans and 2 extra dimensionals occupying the table near the stage.
Ms. Liz Bloom, entertainment editor for the Lone Star Gazette, is with us tonight.
Liz waved self-consciously to the crowd. Her gesture was met with polite applause.
Liz is joined by her senior writer and her photographer. Please welcome Harry Sparks and Jeremy Cantu.
A slightly more enthusiastic round of applause was offered for the 2 men.
We are most unexpectedly honored by the presence of a couple of talent scouts from far, far away. Extend a Frightened Muse welcome to Zed and Fred.
News of the 2 men in black had made its way to everyone in attendance, and a good measure of speculation had been added to the scant facts available on the pair. As they were mentioned, Zed and Fred rose and bowed to the room full of people, and they received a whooping, hollering greeting equal to that which had been offered to Big Daddy himself.
"Now, I am given to understand that these two mysterious strangers are not just snappy dressers, but musical performers of the highest caliber. What do you say we kick off this evening's event with a number by Zed and Fred?"
This suggestion met with unanimous approval, and Big Daddy added his own applause to the crashing wave of appreciation. Zed and Fred eyed one another quizzically, but only for a moment before moving toward the stage. The crowd's encouragement continued volubly as they made their approach, softening considerably as they arrived near the microphone next to Big Daddy. Bostwick leaned in close to the mic and whispered,
"And as a great man once said, life is an obscure hobo bumming a ride on the omnibus of art."
His fervent whisper had the effect of hushing the crowd even further. Big Daddy withdrew into the darkness away from the pool of harsh light, leaving the two interdimensional talent scouts to receive the willing admiration of the assembled group. Zed removed his hat and grinned. "Greetings, Earthlings!" he said. A loud but brief greeting returned from the crowd. Fred leaned into the microphone and said in a guttural whisper, not unlike Big Daddy's, "Let's do this thing." He snatched the harmonica from his coat pocket as if seizing a deadly weapon and brandished it for all to see. The crowd went wild. Sounds began to stream from the harmonica, vibrating artfully, prolonged and warped by the soulful tugging of his breath. Zed began singing. "My uncle used to love me, but she died." It was a bluesy, moaning rendition, nothing like the raucous country version performed by Roger Miller, but there was no doubt it was the same song. As the crowd laughed and expressed their delight with a broad variety of appreciative sounds, a smile on every face, Sparks and Liz exchanged a lingering stare, which conveyed nothing so much as uncertain trepidation. Reality, as they'd believed it to be a few short hours ago, seemed a distant prospect, akin to an ocean liner which had just this moment slipped over the horizon. At the table nearest the entrance, a balding, bespectacled man was straining beer through a bushy mustache in the course of a nostalgic discussion of the folk music scene of the 60s, when suddenly something felt wrong. The wide-eyed expression of one of his table-mates underscored his growing sense of discomfort. The woman with pale skin and shining obsidian hair, cut in bangs to frame her once beautiful face, exclaimed, "Oren, isn't that your song?" Mr. Oren Beetle tried to finish swallowing his mouthful of beer, but the objection welling up from his lungs could not be held back.
"That's my goddamn song!"
he sputtered, spraying himself and the table with beer.
"Hey, that's my song!"
He popped up, his chair clattering to the floor behind him. This was not right. This would not stand. That was his song, and he was going to lodge a complaint. He grabbed the first employee he saw by the lapels, which happened to be Bert.
"That's my goddamn song!"
He sprayed the young man with a mist of vehement saliva and stale beer breath.
"I'm supposed to sing that! My uncle used to love me, but she died! Check your clipboard!"
Bert was a well-mannered young man, but he often served as a bouncer in the Frightened Muse, when one was called for. He seized the man's wrists, and, wrenching them from his collar, deftly spun him so that he was instantly facing the entrance door, with one arm bent behind his back. "You don't grab me or anyone else in the Frightened Muse. It's not good manners," he stated firmly, but no louder than necessary, as close as he was to Oren's ear. Most of the patrons were facing the stage, and unaware of the confrontation. Bert did not want a scene to disrupt the event so early in the evening.
"But that's my song!"
Oren started off loud, but as Bert applied pressure to the arm behind his back, his sentence trailed off into little more than a whimper.
"I'm supposed to sing that! Number 3 in the lineup!"
Accustomed to handling unusual bumps in the road of life, Bert immediately offered his judgment in the matter. "You can choose another song, you can leave, or you can sit down and enjoy the performances. In any case, you'll not disrupt our event. You choose." Oren thought it over.
"Can I at least get a free drink for the inconvenience?"
Certainly, sir, Bert replied as he loosened his hold on the man's arm. How about a free round for the table? Bert's grip tightened again, just a bit. Don't push it, sir. Now I'll get your drink. Will you be performing another song? He waited for the man's reply before releasing his arm. Nah, I'll just watch the show. Very well. Bert let the man go. Any monkey business, and I'll put you out with the stinkards. Orrin nodded, taking his seat and looking a bit sheepishly at the others at his table. They run a tight ship around here, commented the woman with the long black hair. After stopping by the bar and leaving instructions for a beer to be delivered to Mr. Orrin Beadle, Bert appeared at the VIP table. Leaning down and placing a hand on Liz's shoulder, he said, Ms. Bloom, Big Daddy has asked that you and the others join him in his office. Liz looked to Sparks, who nodded confidently, his composure rapidly returning. She made a gesture to Jeremy, indicating that he should follow them. Then the three of them rose and followed Bert to the back of the building, while the eager crowd listened to the wail of Fred's harmonica and the captivating vocals of Zed singing about his dead uncle and fried chicken. The center of the vortex. Welcome to my inner sanctum! Big Daddy grinned from a large wingback behind a desk that was cluttered with loose papers, periodicals, CDs, and DVDs. The place smelled of paper, cigars, and dust, maybe a hint of Nag Champa. Bostwick waved at three chairs on the opposite side of his desk. His gesture, his beard, his powerful persona, and deep, rumbling vocal tone, all suggesting a stage magician from some bygone era. Make yourselves comfortable, and please let Bert know what you require in the way of refreshment. Liz surveyed her surroundings as she took her seat, her body language conveying the impression of a nervous cat more than anything else. Certainly, the delighted conflation of ego she'd experienced at her host's earlier compliment had totally vanished, leaving her to draw on previously untested reserves of self-esteem. Noting her lack of ease, Big Daddy raised an inquisitive eyebrow as he trimmed the end of his large, dark cigar. Sparks sat quietly, a hint of urgency about him, like a prize fighter jabbing the air to pump himself up just before a boxing match. Jeremy just seemed befuddled, battered, a fly on the wall, like a beat poet taking it all in, but simply along for the ride, judging nothing and too weary to put up a fuss. What can I bring you? Asked Bert, his professional demeanor slick, unruffled. Courvoisier, neat, said Sparks without hesitation. Bostwick nodded, a smile of approval brightening his expression. Liz started to question Sparks's choice of beverage, but he nipped that impulse in the bud with an unyielding glare of defiance. I'll take a Shinerbach, Jeremy said softly. What the hell? Liz chimed in with a slight wariness. Bring me a vodka tonic. Excellent! Now that we've got the refreshments squared away, let's get to know one another. Big Daddy rolled the cigar between his thumb and fingertips, then gripped it between his lips and lit it with a Zippo he'd conjured up from the pile of debris on his desk. If you'll pardon my observation, you all seem a bit on edge. His eyes fell on Jeremy, and he added, Or withdrawn, is something wrong? Bert exited the office. Leaning forward in her chair, Liz said with a sincere sort of bewilderment, Strange things seem to be happening here. Oh, that! Big Daddy blew a smoke ring. That's quite a common observation when outsiders establish first contact with our little island of weirdness. We cultivate that, you know. Some find it charming. Our intent is to provide an experience our guests will not soon forget. Creativity, the outre, an opportunity to see the world as it might be. These are the wares we traffic in at the Frightened Muse. Sparks pursed his lips and nodded his approval. The old guy still had it. He was a consummate showman, a carnival barker for the soul. Just plain fun. The desire to be more like Bostwick, a desire which had always been there, but until recently had lain in a dormant state,
renewed itself in the writer's conscious mind.
Those two guys on stage right now, Zed and Fred.
Liz spoke with urgency, but then hesitated.
The Talent Scouts!
Bostwick nodded, swiveling slightly in his chair. Silver smoke from the cigar curled around his face. The brim of his hat cast a shadow across his eyes. He was at once a lovable and sinister character, presiding over a previously uncharted part of reality.
They claim to be from another world.
As Liz spoke the words, she judged her own sanity more harshly than the hulking, benign man behind the desk ever would. A dryness appeared in her throat, and she longed for the arrival of the cocktail. Bostwick nodded, considering the prospect.
Talent Scouts from beyond the stars. Sounds like an idea I might have pitched to Nicholson and Arkoff when I was working with AIP.
They're definitely not human, Jeremy interjected, matter-of-factly. Nothing in his tone hinted at the bizarre nature of his disclosure. He might have been commenting on the color of their clothing.
They have no digestive system or genitals.
Pondering this new bit of information, Big Daddy furrowed his brow and leaned forward onto his desk, disrupting the items there into an even greater state of disarray by the careless addition of his meaty forearms. He stared at the young man with piercing eyes for a moment. He liked the kid, and his admiration was growing. Not everyone could drop a bombshell like that with bland, unquestioned sincerity. If he was still making movies, he would have arranged a screen test and considered using Jeremy in a lead role. Genuine, unassuming, the kid was a natural.
How terribly unfortunate for them,
Bostwick muttered, considering the implications.
And you know this how exactly? I thought you were a photographer. Are you a physician of some sort?
No, I'm just a photographer. But Sparks and I examined Zed in the men's room. I have the photos to prove it.
I see.
Taking this in, Bostwick leaned back again, his elbows dragging various objects from the desk, sending a small avalanche onto the already littered floor. Oblivious to this, he said,
Are you and Mr. Sparks in the habit of performing anatomical surveys on strange men in public restrooms?
Jeremy's cheeks reddened. No, this is the first time, he said, backing into his chair and shaking his head as if to cast off an unpleasant idea, planted there by the big man behind the desk.
Well, there's a first time for everything,
Big Daddy mused, closing his eyes and drawing deeply on his cigar. Liz wondered if their host was remembering firsts from his own past, the sort of firsts she probably would prefer to know nothing about.
Where did these guys come from? Why are they here tonight?
Liz asked sharply, trying with a fair amount of desperation to frame the discussion in the urgent terms she felt it deserved. This was the sort of revelation that in her estimation required a good deal more concern than her companions had thus far invested. Big Daddy wasn't buying into the trip down urgency lane.
Apparently they came from another world, and if they are talent scouts, what better place to search than the frightened muse?
His logic was irrefutable. Still, Liz felt she had been condescended to in a manner only an older man could accomplish. She did not like the feelings rising in her breast or the warm sensation she felt in her cheeks.
I think you're missing the point.
Liz glared at the man with no effort to conceal her exasperation.
Am I?
Bostwick's calm response and clear lack of animus were all the more maddening.
Well, say they're from, I guess, like outer space.
The tension in her voice drained a bit when she heard her own words.
Yes, I understand, and if they have no genitalia or digestive tract, I prefer to believe they are from outer space than to think they might be the unfortunate victims of another Monsanto product.
Big Daddy chuckled at his own little joke. Sparks laughed out loud.
This cannot be happening.
Liz shook her head and shoulders violently and let out a sound that suggested equal parts sneeze, cough, and growl. Big Daddy Bostwick eyed the three journalists in silence for a moment. When he did speak, he addressed himself to Sparks.
He was uncertain, as yet, how serious an attitude to adopt about the alleged extraterrestrials. Perhaps it was wisest to discuss other matters, mix up the conversation a bit, and come back to the subject of the two men in black later.
"Harold Anthony Sparks,"
he began. Both Jeremy and Liz shifted to a state of surprised confusion. Each had worked with the man for years. Neither knew his complete legal name. How was it that this virtual stranger did?
"I'm fairly familiar with your work, Sparks. You have a reputation for being an outspoken man, for the most part, who typically comes on like gangbusters. Why the silence tonight?" "With all due respect, Big Daddy, I'd rather not say a word until I have a taste of the cognac I'm waiting for." Sparks sent a slightly self-conscious glance in the direction of his editor. "Ever the voice of reason. I like your style, Sparks."
The smile on Bostwick's face was irresistible, like the massive gravity of an exotic and distant star. Looking at him, even Liz felt her mood lightening. Her anxiety somehow siphoned off into the enigmatic realm surrounding the man. He was like a Santa Claus who came not from the North Pole, but from the Twilight Zone. The door opened and Bert popped in bearing a tray of beverages, the 3 drinks the journalists had requested, and a double shot of scotch for the big man himself.
"Bert, please ask our other distinguished guests to join us for a little powwow,"
Big Daddy said, his eyes locked onto the scotch as his beefy hand took it from the tray. "Zed and Fred?" Bert asked for clarification.
"Yes."
With a nod, Bert disappeared through the portal into the noisy clamor of activity outside the office. Big Daddy kept his eyes trained on the 3 Lone Star Gazette staffers as he raised his glass in salute, then sipped delicately at his scotch. In contrast, Sparks gulped from his glass, sucking down half of its contents. He sighed, warily set the glass on the edge of the cluttered desk, and stared off into space as if collecting his thoughts. Then, as if a switch somewhere in his mind toggled from analysis mode to conversation mode, he was off and running.
"Okay, first of all, I do not think Zed and Fred meant to imply they were from outer space. Another realm? Yes. More like an alternate dimension. In their own world, in their natural state, they are, along with the rest of their kind, just one big homogeneous cloud of consciousness."
Big Daddy nodded and smiled slightly with appreciation. Clearly, he liked what he was hearing. He looked at Liz, searching for any evidence of disagreement with Sparks's evaluation. Seeing none, he sipped and nodded again, either in appreciation of the liquor or as a sign for Sparks to continue.
"They say they are incapable of lying because it's just not possible under the conditions normal to their own world."
Sparks drew invisible quotation marks in the air with his fingertips when he spoke the word world.
"Frankly, I believe them. Now, it's not just the presence of these 2 interdimensional talent scouts that makes this a strange day, as if they aren't weird enough, right? On the way here, Liz and I stopped for tacos. Someone played My Uncle Used to Love Me But She Died on the jukebox. It was the first time Liz had ever heard the song."
Big Daddy threw an incredulous glance in Liz's direction.
"She hated it instantly, but that's beside the point. I went to the restroom, and while I was gone, some creepy stranger comes up to her and tells her she'll be hearing that song 2 more times before the weekend is over. Then he just sort of vanishes."
At this point, Sparks looked to Liz for signs she was agreeing with his summation of the mysterious exchange with the man.
"And he knew we were coming to Alvarado,"
Liz blurted out, caught up in the memory of the encounter, nodding energetically.
"Now we get here," Sparks continued, "and we have our off-world talent scouts singing that very song."
Sparks drank from his cognac before saying,
"Big Daddy, I consider myself to be extremely open-minded. Generally, I take life in stride, no matter what shitstorm the universe drops on my doorstep. But this is a bit out there even for me."
Sparks swirled the amber contents of his glass before emptying it.
"Pardon my manners, but could I have another one of these?" "Certainly!"
Big Daddy leaned toward a wood-toned box on the desk that proved to be an old-fashioned intercom. He pressed a button. The roar of the party outside came through a tinny speaker in the device.
"Artie, have Bert bring us another Courvoisier for Mr. Sparks. Actually, have him bring a full bottle. I think the situation warrants it."
"Aye, aye, sir," the bartender responded, sounding like the chief engineer on a tramp steamer from some old movie, before Bostwick, with a flick of the switch, silenced the compressed sound of the outside world. Sparks raised his eyebrows in surprised appreciation over Bostwick's gesture of generosity. Liz inhaled sharply, grimacing in anticipation of having to deal with a very drunk Harry Sparks. The muscles in her jaw and neck visibly flexed beneath the skin.
"You two have entered a vortex of meaningful synchronicity. You should be grateful. Such things are a blessing, and unless you sweep the memory of it under the rug of your boxed-in consciousness, you can use these seemingly strange events to break out of your shell, like little chicks, emerging into a world you never dreamed existed."
Big Daddy eyed them, paying particular attention to Liz, measuring their assessment of his claim. He scratched his bearded chin with one finger.
"Sounds a little new agey, man,"
Jeremy said, looking at Sparks and Liz for agreement. Sparks stared intently at Big Daddy, waiting for something to fall from the sky, for the proverbial second shoe to drop, helping him to better understand. Liz, shaking her head emphatically, just wanted to wake up from this uncontrolled dream that had hijacked reality and threatened to snowball into a full-blown nightmare. With no evidence of support for his evaluation of the fat man's claim from his companions, Jeremy withdrew his involvement in the discussion and raised the beer to his lips.
"Fair enough,"
Big Daddy said.
"And though I do not belong to any New Age cult, the moniker New Age is appropriate in a generic sense. Let me try to explain. This is a New Age, in the sense that we are entering Aquarius."
"I don't believe in astrology," Liz said flatly, defiantly.
"Why don't you suspend both belief and disbelief for a moment and really allow yourself to hear what I have to say?"
Bostwick suggested, with the calm, authoritative, and well-modulated tone of a college professor or perhaps a senior attorney. Sparks noticed the slight trembling in Liz's facial muscles and placed a reassuring hand over hers. Her head snapped in his direction, but her features softened when she saw the gentle intent in his eyes. It took but a moment for her to know he was right. There was no threat here. The most appropriate response was to just relax and take it all in. Drawing a deep breath, she willed her body to release tension. As a sort of afterthought, she took a sip of her cocktail, then another.
"Reality is and always has been a process of subtraction. The question is, how much can you subtract and still be human?"
Bostwick allowed his slowly spoken words to sink in, a hopeful expression on his face. The idea was not a handful of cheese puffs that dissolved in your mouth effortlessly. It was more like a bit of caribou flesh or alligator tail, which required deliberate, methodical chewing to unlock its rare and mystical nutrients. Sparks was focused on the big man's words, like a bird dog locked onto a quail. Jeremy and Liz were drifting somewhere behind, their willingness to embrace the unknown not nearly as keen as his.
"More reality goes on around us every second than we are presently capable of perceiving. Because we are thinking creatures with the ability to learn from our experiences, we develop preferences. Some of us grasp the grandeur of existence. Remember Shakespeare's words? There are more things in heaven and on earth than are dreamt of in your philosophy. Old Bill was on to something. Those who truly get how wild existence actually is, those people expand beyond their insecurities and become better equipped to explore the field of being. Most of us, however, stub our toes tripping over a new reality, and because we don't like the pain, we spend the rest of our lives making sure we don't stub our toes again. This is why millions of people are willing to go to work, day after day, performing meaningless tasks in huge corporate caverns, full of cubicles in exchange for the very predictable pleasures of watching their favorite TV shows, eating their favorite foods, and having sex and sleeping. This mundane parade of humanity continues on year after year, sleepwalking through the wonder of life, trading their birthright for a bowl of pottage.
This last phrase struck a nerve in Liz. She'd been raised in a Baptist church, and she knew the story of Jacob and Esau. Her eyes brightened. Big Daddy's reference to something familiar made her just a touch more receptive to his strange ideas.
We have millions of souls who don't want to stub their toes again. So when the universe offers them a gift, as it has done for you today, they run from it. They want to forget it. They don't really want to live. They're content to have Johnny Depp or Gwyneth Paltrow do that for them. They put a box around their minds and refuse to see anything that exists outside that box. What is reality? For millions, reality is whatever is inside the box. Every so often, a Christ or a Buddha, an Einstein or a Reich, or a Lilly or a Leary comes along, and these people feel cramped in the box. So they kick their way out of it and discover there never was a box, just the fitful dreams of an imprisoned mind. With time, they realize no villain put them in the box. They went there willingly because of fear.
What did you mean when you told Thompson that you saw God back in the Philippines in 1974? There was a determination to Liz's question. The hesitation and confusion of a few moments before were gone. She felt like a fog was lifting from her mind. If there were answers to be had, she wanted them.
Excellent question, and your tone tells me you are experiencing a shift.
Big Daddy smiled at her. With all due respect, sir, I can do without your interpretations of my mental state. No offense, but I'll draw my own conclusions. Just answer my question, please.
Go, Liz,
Sparks muttered almost under his breath. Liz dismissed him with a hasty sideways glance and pressed on with Big Daddy. Well?
God is an oft misused and abused word. If and when you use it, Miss Bloom, what do you mean?
This isn't about me, Liz began to protest, but Bostwick cut her off.
With all due respect to you, Liz Bloom, this is most certainly about you, and all of us. Now answer my question.
With a heavy sigh, Liz leaned back in her chair, her eyes staring at the smoke-stained acoustic tiles on the ceiling of Bostwick's office, the fabric of the chair scratching the back of her neck, her internal state becoming just as itchy. This dingy den of humanity was not the most conducive environment to thoughts of the divine. I mean the Creator. I mean the God of the Bible. The God I was taught to believe in. The God in heaven. At this last bit, there was a catch in her throat. Liz knew in that moment, as did the others in the room, that she had no firm concept, no solid definition of the God she'd been taught to lean on. They all felt the tragedy implicit in placing so much stress on a virtually unknown something or someone. Big Daddy stared with understanding at the entertainment editor. The compassion in the big man's eyes impacted a spot in Liz's mind, or maybe it was her heart, a spot that had never, or perhaps seldom, been touched before. A soft sound jerked out of her, and she began to cry.
Forgive me for pushing you to this point, Liz, Big Daddy said. This is not the loss of God, as Jim Morrison put it, but the realization of a confused dream.
A stunned expression, and then a surge of energetic understanding, swept across Sparks's face. He placed his hand on Liz's shoulder, hoping she knew it was okay to cry.
Back in 1982, or whenever it was that Thompson interviewed me, ages after my experience, mind you, I still had no way of properly understanding what had happened to me. Seeing God was the only phrase I could come up with that even suggested the gravity of the event. Like you, I had no clue what I meant when I said the word God. I was just trying to convey the sense of something much greater than myself, something incredibly powerful and deliciously mysterious, something at once awe-inspiring and ego-crushing.
Big Daddy pulled open one of his desk drawers and took out a small box of tissues. Reaching across the expanse of clutter on his desk, he offered them to Liz. Shifting forward in her chair, she took them.
Thank you.
Don't mention it, my dear. What are we here for if not to comfort one another? We come into this world without a clue, to borrow another phrase from Morrison, like a dog without a bone, and we crave answers. We want to be comforted. We want to know that everything's going to be all right. And by God, it is all right. But a shitload of grief may happen in the meantime.
Bostwick's voice thundered like an evangelist behind a pulpit. His eyes widened under the influence of the Spirit. He might have continued on in this manner, but the office door opened. In walked Zed, followed by Bert carrying a bottle of Courvoisier.
"Welcome!"
Big Daddy exclaimed enthusiastically. He sipped his scotch and puffed on his cigar, his mind quickly shifting to the new possibilities of conversation precipitated by Zed's presence in the room. Bert set the bottle of liquor carefully among the pile of media on Big Daddy's desk. Turning around, he fetched a folding chair from the corner, opened it, and placed it next to Jeremy, with a welcoming gesture to Zed. The man in black grinned, dropping onto the chair with a familiarity of movement that belied the fact that he was not human like the others. For all appearances, he was the most comfortable person in Big Daddy's court. "This may be a record night, Big Daddy," said Bert. The crowd sucking down booze like it's going out of style. "The acts are all quite competent," he added with a bit of amazement.
"Thank you, Bert,"
Big Daddy said.
"If you need to, don't hesitate to call Dan Buskin."
Dan Buskin was a prominent businessman in Johnson County, who was known for his energetically commercial turn of mind. If a business anywhere in the county needed an express shipment of liquor, Dan Buskin was the man to call. If the health department inspectors were breathing down your neck, Dan was the go-to solution provider. Rumor was that Dan instigated many of the situations which he later helped people to escape from, but no one seemed to care as long as he could fulfill on promises of unchallenged or unbridled commerce in Johnson County. With an understanding nod, Bert left.
"Well, it's clear that my partner and I have been the topic of conversation in this room,"
Zed said, leaning forward eagerly, his hands clasped across his knees.
"I understand you don't drink, so I will not offer you libations," said Big Daddy. "Nonetheless, I will toast you and welcome the talent scouts from outer space to my establishment."
Big Daddy raised his scotch and looked to the others in the room to follow suit. Jeremy raised his beer, Sparks quickly poured more Courvoisier into his glass and raised it. But defiantly, Liz crossed her arms and waited stoically for whatever information was yet to be revealed.
"You pretend to believe that we are from outer space, as you call it," Zed said. "I know your race is primitive compared to my own, but I confess I do not understand your failed attempt at deception."
"Well put!"
Big Daddy exclaimed, drinking from his scotch and eyeing the man in black critically.
"I understand that you are only seemingly human, and that you come from, shall I say, a parallel dimension?"
"Where's your partner?"
Liz asked, an accusatory tone to her voice.
"He's scouting for talent, but I assure you he's in constant contact with me, and he will join us shortly."
Zed leaned back, grinning comfortably and draping one arm over the back of the chair.
"Constant contact," Sparks said. "So you two are mind-linked?"
Big Daddy pointed an admiring finger at Sparks and nodded, the implication being that he admired the question the journalist had just tossed into the mix.
"Your assessment is quaint,"
Zed noted with what may have been a hint of sadness, disappointment, or poignancy.
"We are linked with all consciousness, as are you. You just have not developed the facility to recognize that connection."
Holding his beer bottle to his chest in what seemed an insecure gesture, not unlike a toddler grasping a stuffed animal, Jeremy asked, What does that mean exactly?
Eventually, you humans will realize that there is but one mind. Everything that exists in this or any universe is a part of the one mind. There are various streams of consciousness, no doubt, but all minds lead back inevitably to the one mind.
Zed offered a gesture with his hands, which appeared to convey the hope that these humans were capable of understanding his meaning.
If you're so damn superior, why are you interested in us?
Liz asked abruptly. The reactions on Sparks's and Big Daddy's faces indicated they appreciated her question, but were less than thrilled by her aggression.
Young lady,
Zed began, ignoring the bristling movement of Liz's body in response to the two words.
Have you ever watched a documentary on your television about some poor, pathetic, backward tribe of grubworm-eating people elsewhere on your planet?
As Zed asked the question, Liz had an appallingly deep understanding that he was pulling his illustrative example out of her own personal consciousness. In fact, not a week before, she'd watched a documentary on television matching that description. Embarrassed, she said,
Yes? You have placed an unwarranted judgment on me for my declaration of superiority over your race. Still, you have experienced the same feeling of superiority over members of your own race occupying the same planet. To you, it seems obvious that you are superior to the grubworm-eating dark-skinned members of your race who live in huts constructed of grass. Even so, you find fault with me, a member of a race that travels easily across dimensions. For believing I am superior to you? The fact remains, from a certain perspective, you are superior to the grub eaters. From that same perspective, I am superior to you. From another perspective, we are all what we are, and distinctions are unnecessary. To answer your original question, just as you enjoy watching documentaries about primitive people, so do my people enjoy viewing the universe from your primitive level of understanding.
Liz looked like she'd been slapped. Her mouth hung open, and she stared into space on a line that made it seem she was transfixed on Big Daddy's intercom. Sparks wanted to comfort her, but his mind was now drawn too compellingly into the game.
Zed, he said.
Yes?
Zed's head snapped in a mechanical fashion toward Sparks.
You can read the field of local consciousness. Is that right? Am I getting this?
You are getting it, Harry Sparks.
Tell me what I'm thinking of right now.
You are thinking of many things at once, as you always are, though you may only be aware of a few of your own thoughts.
Zed, just tell me what I'm intentionally thinking of for your benefit.
Zed cocked his head to one side and quickly responded.
You are thinking of a blue feather you found on a trail in the woods when you were 10 years old.
Incredible,
Sparks exclaimed.
Whoa, whoa, whoa! You guys are having too much fun without me,
Big Daddy cried out.
Let me play. Okay, Zed, what am I focused on?
Big Daddy closed his eyes and concentrated on the image in his mind. Sparks, Jeremy, and Liz watched expectantly as Zed cocked his head, then rose from his chair and walked behind the desk to Big Daddy's side. He bent down and whispered in Bostwick's ear, In deference to the sensibilities of the female in the room, I will not speak this out loud. You are thinking of the time you had sex with your 8th grade English teacher. Bostwick kicked back in his chair so suddenly, it almost seemed that he would topple off onto the floor. But he regained his balance and reached for the bottle of Courvoisier near Sparks.
I am utterly convinced of your veracity, Zed,
he said, pouring cognac into the glass that had previously held scotch. Zed went back to his chair. Liz eyed the alien with distaste. She had no way of knowing what he'd whispered to Bostwick, but she was certain of one thing. It was an unsavory secret, best left unspoken.
This is all very weird, said Jeremy. This is incredibly perfect, Sparks proclaimed.
I think I'm going to be sick,
Liz managed to say before she leaned forward, unable to stop the upward flow of contents from her stomach. Fortunately, Sparks noticed a trash bin in front of Big Daddy's desk. He grabbed it and shoved it under her face just as the barf wave began.
"She needs a cold rag for her neck," Sparks said. "And Zed, I don't know if you get it, but this is very embarrassing for her."
"I understand,"
Zed replied, without emotion.
"I'll get a rag,"
said Jeremy, jumping up from his chair and exiting through the door into the loud world of entertainment beyond.
"Okay," said Big Daddy. "I'm a believer. What do you want from us?"
Liz and Sparks stared at Zed, waiting for his response.
"We wish to be entertained by the ideas you cultivate on your world. Big Daddy, you are of special interest to us as an example of a primitive life form endeavoring to reach beyond temporal limitations."
"Wow!"
Big Daddy rocked back in his chair like a huge balloon beginning to deflate.
"I'm in the mood for ganja," he said,
opening his central desk drawer and fishing out a pipe and a small plastic bag of leafy organic material. With the dexterity of a long-time head, he thrust the pipe into the bag and packed it, then withdrew it and brought the Zippo up to ignite the tightly packed cannabis. A fragrant cloud rose from the pipe, and Big Daddy held the precious smoke in his lungs for a long time before exhaling into the room. He offered the pipe to Sparks, but Zed intervened, grabbing it before the journalist could lay claim to it.
"We don't eat or drink,"
said Zed, raising the pipe to his mouth,
"but as gaseous beings, we are prone to gaseous extravagances."
"Pinch me, I think I'm dreaming,"
said Big Daddy, relaxing visibly as the pot took effect. Zed drew long and hard on the pipe before passing it off to Sparks. The journalist was aware of his boss's opposition to inhaled intoxicants, but after a glance at Liz, he decided he was in the grasp of the moment. History was happening here, and he wasn't going to forsake his part in it because of the limited habits of his superior. He raised the pipe to his lips, and as he did, he felt a surge of transhuman understanding. The sort of feeling he imagined he would experience on the day his soul departed his body. Sparks looked at Liz blankly, thrusting the pipe forward. There was an awkward moment as their eyes met, and two diametrically opposed systems of thought came into contact with one another. For a split second, Sparks was prepared to withdraw, but he found himself laughing out loud when he heard Liz say,
"What the hell? Give me that damn thing!"
In the next instant, Liz puffed from the pipe. The carefully constructed wall of lifelong programming collapsed. She took another deep drag of the cannabis.
"What should I expect?"
she asked, handing the pipe to Big Daddy. He took the pipe and, with red, stoned eyes, he held her in an unquestionably accepting gaze and said,
"You might not feel anything the first time. I know I didn't. But you have broken a shell that enclosed you. Drink again from this well, and your prison guards will perish."
I don't know."
Liz held her forehead and fell back in her chair.
"I really don't feel so great."
"Leave her alone," said Sparks. "Let's get down to business." "Amen, brother," Big Daddy added happily.
"What is it you want?"
Zed asked.
"What do you hope to accomplish here?"
Sparks asked.
"What does any stream of consciousness hope to accomplish?"
Zed replied.
"We seek to enjoy our existence. We are intrigued by your race's need for violence, destruction, exploitation of the weak by the powerful. It gives us a primitive thrill to view these things from your perspective."
Big Daddy, Sparks, and Liz sat silent after this proclamation from the agent of another world, sent here to gather entertainment for his superior culture. It was Liz who first responded.
"Where do you get off laying that guilt trip on us? You pointed the finger at us for judging others, now you're doing the same thing. We cannot know the steps it took for you to arrive at your present level of understanding. I suspect that you cannot know yourself. Why? Because none of us want to remember our mistakes, only the positive outcomes of our striving. You may be from a superior world, but unless you can raise us up to your level, I don't give a damn for your judgment." Sparks began applauding. Just then, Jeremy entered the room, followed by Fred, who was carrying something that looked like a motorcycle helmet with a handle on top of it. "Here, Liz," Jeremy said, offering her a cool, damp cloth. "Thanks, Jeremy." Liz took the rag, wiped her face with it, then draped it over her neck.
"Want a toke, son?"
Big Daddy asked, pointing the stem of the pipe at Jeremy. "No, thanks, I've had enough for one day," Jeremy answered. His careless admission did not escape Liz's notice. She sat up, preparing to interrogate him, then slumped back in her chair, unable to sustain the energy necessary to reprimand him. Sheepishly, Jeremy took his seat. "I'll take that," said Fred, reaching for the pipe.
"Most certainly,"
said Big Daddy enthusiastically as he handed off the pipe.
"Now, where were we?"
"Your female companion had just received a noteworthy insight for which she was highly commended by her coworker. You were about to ask if you could see our ship."
"I was?"
Big Daddy asked, blinking his eyes and trying to remember. "If you are not from outer space, why do you have a ship?" Liz asked pointedly. "Travel between dimensions is every bit as challenging as travel between planets," said Zed, snatching the pipe from Fred's mouth. Fred cocked his head defiantly.
"You were sort of bogarting it, dude,"
said Jeremy. Zed filled his lungs with smoke, held it for several seconds, then exhaled and handed the pipe back to Fred, before he continued. "Any life form wishing to cross a dimensional barrier must find a manner of sustaining a nurturing environment in the process. We have the bell."
"The bell?"
Sparks asked, eager for facts. "Of course, we do not call it the bell, except when we are speaking to members of your race. To your people, our mobile environment resembles a large, dark bell."
"And you're going to take us to see this craft?"
Big Daddy asked, jubilantly. Zed and Fred nodded. "Nice weed, by the way," Fred remarked, offering the pipe with a vague wave to the group. When there were no immediate takers, he continued smoking.
"Glad you enjoyed it."
"Will we be able to photograph the bell?" Jeremy asked. Again, the two interdimensionals nodded.
"Let's slip out the back,"
said Big Daddy, rising from his chair.
"We'll attract too much attention if we try to go out through the club."
Passing the time. Harl and Chuck had gradually become resigned to their helpless state, and once they'd accepted their plight, a sort of good-natured wait-and-see attitude came over them. The sun was low in the sky now, and for quite some time they'd been swapping stories and speculations between themselves about the outcome of this strange affair. At one point, Harl had even suggested it was possible they'd wake up to find it was all just a dream. "Both of us having the same dream?" Chuck scoffed.
"Only one of us would be having the dream, dumbass. But either one of us could be having the dream, and the other one's just a character in the dream. Get it?"
"Sure, I get it. But it really would be something if we both had the same dream, and we both remembered it after we woke up."
"Yeah, I never heard of anything like that before."
"Strange shit happens all the time, my friend."
"I'd call what's happening right now pretty damn strange,"
said Harl. Chuck squirmed a bit in his seat. "Man, I really need to pee," he said.
"I know. I've been sitting here dreading the thought of what happens when I can't hold it any longer," said Harl.
"You got anything I can go in? A cup or something?" Chuck looked frantically around the interior of the vehicle.
"Afraid not."
Harl thought wistfully of his soda cup, the one he'd set on top of the menu board before leaving the Solar. They sat in silence for a moment. Then Harl chuckled to himself. "What's so funny?" asked Chuck.
"I was just remembering. You've met my big brother Dalton, haven't you?"
"The one who was at the ball game last July 4th?
"Yeah, that's him."
Harl laughed a little louder before continuing.
"I never told anyone this, but when we were kids, he picked on me relentlessly. I mean, he beat the hell out of me almost every day."
"What's so funny about that?" asked Chuck. Did you finally kick his ass?
Aw, hell no. He was twice my size back then.
Again, Harl was seized with laughter, and it took a while before he could continue talking. Chuck watched him expectantly.
Whenever he'd beat me up, I'd wait until he went to sleep that night, and I'd creep into his bedroom and pee on him.
You did not. Now both men were laughing. Really? No shit? Asked Chuck.
No shit. The weird thing is, he never caught me doing it. Mom and Dad took him to see doctors about his bedwetting problem, but nothing seemed to help.
Chuck pounded the door with a fist, laughing hard and trying not to pee all over himself.
Finally,
Harl gasped between laughs.
Finally, when he went off to college, his bedwetting problem just mysteriously vanished.
The two men howled with laughter, squirming in their seats. Suddenly, Harl stopped laughing.
Damn it,
he exclaimed. When Chuck saw the reason for his friend's dismay, he hollered and gasped for air, unable to catch his breath from his laughing jag.
It ain't funny,
Harl protested, but then he laughed in spite of himself.
Oops, here I go,
Chuck exclaimed, his bladder releasing. There just wasn't a thing he could do to prevent it. When they'd exhausted all their laughter, the two men sat catching their breath. That's when they noticed Sheriff Randall and Walt pulling off the highway onto the shoulder in front of them. A furtive expedition. Zed and Fred led the way in the darkened alley behind the frightened Muse, followed by Liz, Sparks, Jeremy, and Big Daddy. Have I lost my mind? Liz quietly asked Sparks. Or is this really happening?
This is happening, Liz, and as incredibly bizarre as this whole thing is, there's no place I'd rather be right now.
We are making history, Jeremy said. Somehow this is not what I had in mind when I accepted the promotion to entertainment editor, said Liz.
Jeremy is right. We are in the middle of one big crazy moment of unsuspected history at its instant of manifestation.
Do you know how many journalists would kill to be here for this? Sparks seemed deliriously engaged in the unfolding adventure that had swept them up in its flow. It took all the determination Big Daddy had to keep up with this group of younger, healthier humans and non-humans. Jeremy slowed his pace and laid an admiring hand on Bostwick's shoulder.
Why is it I get the sense that your life is like this all the time?
Big Daddy chuckled with appreciation.
Son, tonight's events are mondo bizarro, even in my book.
Maybe you could make a movie about all this, Jeremy suggested.
My life is my movie now,
Bostwick said, shaking his head.
No more vicarious thrills for William Bostwick. No more make-believe. Just life, and at the moment, life's doing a hell of a job dishing up the novelty.
No shit, Big Daddy, Sparks said, looking over his shoulder.
Nothing vicarious about this. If this is the sort of life you lead, who's got time for movies?
They arrived at Hiram Biggs's Cadillac. Zed opened the doors and indicated which seats they should take, while Fred opened the trunk and dropped something in with a thud.
Isn't this Hiram's caddy?
Big Daddy asked, squeezing into the seat next to Liz and Sparks.
Yes,
Zed answered.
We borrowed it.
Fred slammed the trunk shut and joined Zed and Jeremy in the car's front seat.
Hiram's not quite the stick in the mud I imagined him to be,
Big Daddy said.
He has friends from other dimensions, and this car has been perfectly restored.
Everything is original, said Zed, firing up the engine, except for the sound system. He tapped the stereo with a fingertip, and Roy Orbison's unmistakable voice poured out of the speakers, bathing them in vintage rock and roll as the caddy's tires dug in and sped them away from the frightened Muse. I hope they have aspirin wherever we're going, said Liz, rubbing her temples. The hounds smell intruders. The caddy zipped down the smooth blacktop, carrying the crew of 6 from the frightened Muse toward the home of Hiram Biggs.
Son of a bitch!
Harl bellowed, watching the Cadillac's taillights disappear into the night.
"That's them. Looked like 6 of them in the car,"
said Sheriff Ray Randall. He and his dinner guest, Walt Thurman, were sitting in the back seat of Harl's patrol car. They'd been there for almost an hour, growing increasingly frustrated, angry, and uncomfortable.
"Who are the other 4, I wonder?" "Not sure about all of them," said Harl, "but one in the back seat looked like Bill Bostwick."
"I was thinking the same thing," Chuck agreed.
"What on earth would Bostwick have to do with all of this?"
Randall mused aloud.
"I always thought he was a bit on the sketchy side, sir,"
Chuck said. Randall ignored him. Walt said,
"Isn't Bostwick the one that runs the nightclub? What is it, the Scared Mare?"
"The Frightened Muse," Randall corrected.
"That's it,"
Walt said, snapping his fingers.
"Been meaning to visit that place, see what all the hubbub's about."
"What's Bostwick doing with those killers?"
Chuck asked softly, to no one in particular.
"In my experience, Bill's an okay guy," said Randall. "In spite of his colorful past, who among us didn't sow a few wild oats in our younger days? We have no reason to believe he's a willing occupant in that vehicle. Look at us."
Harl and Chuck exchanged a silent look of agreement. Neither of the deputies felt comfortable with Bostwick. He was an outsider with a questionable past, and even more questionable motives for bringing oddball strangers from the big cities into Alvarado to attend his events.
"If we could figure out how they're doing this to us, imagine how we could revolutionize the prison industry in this country,"
Randall mused aloud. He punctuated his speculation with a loud fart, filling the car instantly with its noxious odor.
"Sorry, boys, that's what rare steak does to me,"
he said solemnly. Approaching the bell. The sun had set when the caddy came to a stop in Hiram's driveway. Nothing about the property appeared obviously unusual to the humans in the car. Fred and Zed exchanged a brief glance, seemingly communicating something between themselves to which their guests were not privy. Zed climbed from the vehicle, addressing the group.
"Please follow me. That which you are eager to see is just over here."
It took some doing to get Big Daddy out of the back seat, but soon they were ready to follow their interdimensional friend wherever he might lead. He pointed in the direction of the swimming pool, calling in a jovial tour guide sort of voice,
"This way, ladies and gentlemen! This way to the amazing trans-dimensional bell!"
As Sparks chuckled, he noticed Fred was digging around in the trunk of the Cadillac.
"Hey, what you up to, buddy? Need a hand?"
Sparks turned, intending to return to the car, but Zed called to him.
"Follow me! You do not wish to see what my companion is doing? The main attraction is right this way."
"You sure? I don't mind helping."
"I have no need of your assistance,"
Fred called, his head behind the raised trunk lid.
"Please follow me,"
Zed called, his voice a weird sing-song, reminding Liz of the Pied Piper of Hamelin. With a shrug, Sparks complied. Liz glanced over her shoulder at Sparks and the caddy behind him. Something about Zed's instructions was jangling her intuition. She believed him when he said they did not wish to see what was in the trunk, and she felt she had a pretty good understanding of the reason why. Then the hair of every follicle on her body began to tingle. She shivered. Sparks caught up with her and placed a reassuring arm around her shoulder. Liz was about to give voice to her apprehension when she noticed Sparks's eyes widening until they were enormous. His mouth dropped open. A tense knot in the pit of her stomach told her she did not want to look, but her head slowly, inexorably rotated in the direction Sparks was facing, and she saw the bell. The tingling sensation intensified. Her temples throbbed. The air around the sinister bell-shaped thing rippled and danced with energy. For an instant, she saw what looked like a group of people walking away from the craft, their moving bodies distorted by the heatwave-like effect emanating from the bell. The vision was so fleeting that almost instantly she began to doubt that she'd really seen it. "What the hell was that?" Jeremy exclaimed. Liz was comforted a bit by the fact that someone else had seen the ghostly image.
The field of space-time in the immediate vicinity of the bell is distorted,
Zed explained.
Occasionally, anomalies become visible to bipedal mammalians such as yourselves. What you saw was a reflection or loop in the continuum revealing your own departure from the bell, an event which, according to your space-time paradigm, has not yet occurred.
Trippy,
said Sparks.
By God, this experience becomes more interesting with each passing moment.
There was a youthful vigor in Big Daddy. Liz glanced at the old gentleman, whose cheeks were flushed with excitement and exertion. She hoped his heart still had the strength to deal with all this strangeness.
Zed gestured in the air, almost like a how you doin' to the bell,
and the portal opened.
"Please enter,"
he said, bowing deeply. The three journalists, both amazed and apprehensive, hesitated a moment. Big Daddy, however, plowed past them, eager to embrace this new departure from reality, only the most recent in a lifelong procession of mind-bending experiences.
"Last one in's a rotten egg,"
he called, chuckling and clearly enjoying himself to the fullest. As Bostwick disappeared into the vague interior of the bell, Zed cocked his head and smiled at the others.
"Well?"
"Hell yeah," said Sparks with the exuberance of a boy getting up the courage to jump off the high diving board for the first time. He left Liz and strode past Jeremy and Zed into the alien bell. "If I don't, I'll only regret it," said Jeremy, following after Sparks.
"Attaboy,"
Zed said, patting him on the shoulder as he passed. Liz drew a deep breath. Zed raised a questioning eyebrow. With a shrug, she said,
"Guess that makes me the rotten egg."
She walked toward the misty portal.
"May I be chivalrous and point out that Fred will be the last to enter?"
Zed asked as she passed into the bell. Without looking back, she replied,
"That makes me feel so much better."
Revelation. Inside the craft, Big Daddy, Sparks, and Jeremy stood transfixed before the head of Hiram Biggs. What had seemed like Disneyland had now suddenly turned dark, but they were waiting for more information before casting judgment. When Jeremy heard Liz approaching behind him, he knew instantly that she would not take such a philosophical approach. He turned quickly and tried to prevent her from seeing the atrocity. "Liz, I don't think you want to..." But it was too late.
"What the f..."
she managed to say before falling into a stunned silence, mouth open, eyes glazing over. Zed appeared.
"Welcome aboard,"
he called out cheerfully. "Dude, I think she may be going into shock," Jeremy observed, waving a hand before Liz's face and getting no measurable response.
"Please do not fret,"
said Zed.
"This is not as grotesque as you may think."
The sound escaped, sort of nasally and timid from Big Daddy. Even this robust psychonaut was more than a tad intimidated by this totally unexpected turn of events. Zed moved past them and activated the bellows, giving Biggs's head the power of speech.
"Good, you're back,"
said the head of Hiram Biggs.
"Now, Hiram, I'd like you to put our guests at ease,"
Zed said.
"At ease?" "Yes, tell them, are you in any pain?"
"Well, no."
"Have you experienced any pain whatsoever during your interactions with Fred and myself?"
The head thought this over before answering. "No, now that you mention it, I've experienced no pain. That's really quite remarkable." A smile formed on his lips as Biggs seemed to retreat into his own thoughts, evaluating this revelation. Slowly, a big grin appeared on his face. He was clearly impressed with the interdimensional's ability to remove a man's head without causing the least bit of pain. Zed looked at the other humans, measuring their response to the information they'd received from the head. Big Daddy, Sparks, and Jeremy seemed okay with everything, but Liz's eyelids were fluttering, and her face jerked with an array of tiny muscular twitches.
"Ms. Bloom, are you all right?"
Zed asked. When she did not respond immediately, Jeremy said, "Give her a minute, man. This is just too much all at once." But Liz grasped Jeremy's upper arm firmly, saying,
"No, I'm okay. Not great, but okay. And I refuse to be the frail female in this scenario."
"That's the stuff!" Bostwick cried. "Onward through the fog!"
"Excellent!"
Zed grinned before turning and addressing the head.
"Now, Hiram, if you will, please explain to these people why we've removed your head from your body."
The head quivered, eyes blinking erratically, returning from its introspection. "Well," it said, "they liked the stop-motion animated films I made, and they wanted to, sort of, download them into their, computer, to take back to their people for entertainment."
"Accurate enough,"
Zed said, jabbing the air enthusiastically with an index finger.
"That's not good enough,"
Liz exclaimed, her tone accusing and authoritative.
"Why couldn't you just take the movies back on DVD or whatever? Why do you have to cut off his head?" "Good question," said Zed. "Would you like to explain, Hiram?"
"Young lady," the head said, "we haven't been properly introduced. I'm Hiram Biggs." The head stared at Liz a long time until she responded.
"Liz Bloom, entertainment editor for the Lone Star Gazette. Pleased to, meet you."
At the mention of her professional affiliation, the head's eyebrows rose in a display of appreciation.
"Nice to meet you, Liz. A real pleasure."
Then Hiram directed his gaze at Big Daddy, saying nothing but waiting for the social amenity of an actual introduction. Big Daddy cleared his throat and said,
"Hiram, my name is William Bostwick. I am the proprietor of the Frightened Muse, and lifelong purveyor of the outre. I am thoroughly pleased to make your acquaintance."
"You're Big Daddy Bostwick!" the head exclaimed.
"I am?"
"Sir, I am so pleased to meet you," Hiram's head said with obvious sincerity.
"If you are a citizen of Alvarado, how is it that we have not met before now?"
The head appeared to blush. "I was just too intimidated by your reputation. So often I wanted to visit the Frightened Muse, but I just couldn't manage it. I didn't want to get stuck out back with the stinkards. You understand."
"Balderdash!"
Big Daddy cried out in a voice that surprised everyone, even Zed.
"I am pleased to know you, Hiram, and I hope we shall be fast friends from this moment forward."
The head smiled, then grinned, then laughed, and finally said, "You got it, Big Daddy."
"Perhaps we can arrange a screening of your films at the Frightened Muse?" Bostwick suggested.
The head was awestruck, its mouth falling open and gaping in a cod-like fashion, speechless, overwhelmed.
"After all, if they're good enough for our interdimensional visitors, I'm quite certain the people of Earth should be allowed a peek."
"I don't know what to say." The head of Hiram Biggs, finding its voice, was filled with gratitude. The head looked at Sparks. "And you are?"
"Harry Sparks. Pleased to meet you, Hiram. I'm a writer for the Lone Star Gazette."
"Are you the same Harry Sparks who wrote Captive Particles in Collision?" Amazement seized control of Sparks's features for a moment. Then he laughed and said,
"Yes, and judging from your question, you must be one of the 5 people who actually bought the book."
"I've read it several times. When I run out of new books to read, I always go back to Captive Particles." The head burst into tears, which took everyone by surprise. Everyone except Zed. The alien smiled, his face beaming with a hint of smugness. "A book?" asked Jeremy. "You mean like a novel?"
"I didn't know you wrote a novel,"
Liz said, her admiration apparent.
"Yeah, well, there's a lot about me you don't know. You're a member of a very large club. People who don't know Harry Sparks wrote a novel."
Sparks spoke with a dismissive shake of his head. "It's a remarkable piece of literature. Frankly, I'm amazed it did not become a bestseller," Hiram said.
"I agree," Big Daddy said. "I've got a copy of it on my shelf back in the office. I'd have gotten around to discussing it with you if things hadn't taken such a sharp veer into Crazyville."
"Sparks, you'll have to let me read it,"
Liz said with a bewildered shake of her head.
No problem. I think I have a couple hundred copies in my closet. I'll even autograph it for you.
Excuse me, said Hiram's head. I haven't met you yet. He was looking at Jeremy. I'm Jeremy Cantu. I'm a photographer. My God! The head exclaimed. This is beyond belief. All this time I've been sitting here feeling sorry for myself, thinking myself ill-used by these aliens, but now I see this as one of the greatest days of my life. Jeremy, I'm so glad to meet you. Jeremy looked at his companions, more than a little confused, then back at the head. Why? Why? I bought 8 framed pieces of your work at your Austin exhibition in 2008. You? Dude, your money is the only thing that kept me from getting kicked out of my apartment that year. When I asked the gallery owner who bought the stuff, she said it was confidential. Yeah, I don't know why exactly. I just wanted it that way. The head looked down, self-consciously. I'm just glad to know it wasn't my mother, said Jeremy. Then everyone was laughing, even Liz and the head.
I believe it's time to restore Mr. Hiram Biggs to his former self, Zed said.
Activating a device on the wall, he instructed the others to stand back while a conveyor hoist pulled Hiram's body to a position directly in front of the head. The shelf-like device where the head rested extended until the body and head were aligned with one another. An arm zipped down from the ceiling and, with a high-pitched buzz, did a 360 around Hiram's neck, emitting an intense burst of blue light. The arm retracted, with a sound something like a cordless drill in operation. The odor of singed flesh hung in the air, but Hiram Biggs was whole again, as good as new, except for a fairly ghastly scar encircling his neck. He stretched, yawned, and rotated his head with a loud cracking sound audible to everyone present.
Incredible!
Bostwick cried.
How do you feel, Hiram?
Asked Zed. Fine, I guess. Hiram shrugged his newly reattached shoulders. Zed looked at the others, saying,
Do you see that our intentions were not malevolent?
The 3 journalists and Big Daddy murmured awe-stricken responses that seemingly communicated an acceptance of the aliens' unorthodox methods.
That's a hell of a scar, though, said Liz. Is that going to go away?
Zed answered. Listen, folks, I'm really tired. I need to go catch 40 winks. I'm very glad to have met you all. Don't want to seem rude, but I'm bushed, Hiram said, taking a step toward the portal.
No need to apologize, old sport.
Big Daddy grinned, shaking hands with the freshly restored human.
Yeah, you deserve a nap,
Sparks agreed. Thanks for buying my photos, man, said Jeremy. Biggs exchanged handshakes with all of them, finishing up with Liz, who said nothing, only smiled wistfully, her eyes fixed on the horrendous scar.
Feel free to stop by any time,
Biggs called to the group as he exited the craft. Zed looked at his guests, his eyes lingering on each one of them.
What?
Asked Liz.
I think now you see we're not quite the monsters you thought we were.
Well, it seemed to Liz that Zed was asking for approval. In her estimation, that was out of character for the erstwhile gas cloud come human.
No, said Sparks. He is right. They're not monsters. They just don't have the same sense of individual rights, maybe. But that follows because in their culture, there are no individuals, just one collective consciousness.
I suppose, said Liz, her mouth twisting into a weird sort of skeptical pout, indicating that her agreement was not complete.
Ultimately, there's really no harm done,
Big Daddy commented thoughtfully. Something in his tone indicated even Bostwick was trying to convince himself of his liberal position in the matter. Fred entered the craft, pushing a wheelbarrow full of human heads. A squeaky little cry of alarm escaped Liz before she clapped her own hand over her mouth. Nonetheless, her eyes screamed. Beside her, Jeremy stared in stunned silence.
Let's download these babies!
Zed cried enthusiastically, as much like a game show host as anything. Now that these interdimensionals had convinced everyone their methods were not really barbaric, they were upping the ante. Sparks's head moved very slowly from side to side. his mind spinning off into uncharted territory. More talent online. Liz counted each one. There were 13 heads mounted on the wall inside the bell. 13 separate minds were being downloaded into the bell's brain. 13, probably frightened and confused, humans were having the sum total of their thoughts, emotions, and experiences taken from them, for the amusement of a gas cloud in another dimension. It violated Liz's sense of justice, whether there was pain involved or not. She jumped when Zed placed a hand on her shoulder.
"Fear not," he instructed her, sincerely exuberant. "All is well. Soon, you and your friends will go back to your predictable lives, and all this will seem like a dream. You'll discuss it over cocktails, and you'll tell others, but they won't believe you. Maybe in time, even you will come to believe it never happened."
Sparks seriously considered the impact of this experience on his future life. He sighed and smiled a wistful smile, with only half of his mouth. This, like so many experiences he'd known, seemed completely strange and random. The only difference this time was the presence of the interdimensionals. Since leaving home at the age of 17, he'd racked up a long list of highly improbable, but nonetheless true adventures. Many stretched the boundaries of credulity, but none compared to this. This was his Mount Everest. With the zen-like sense of resignation he'd developed from years of run-ins with authorities and forces beyond his control, he just allowed himself to go with it. In the long run, what did it all really mean anyway? What difference would it make? Was there even a lesson to be learned here? Or were the meanings and lessons of life just an emotional crutch, constructed by the minds of humans to generate a false sense of security as they navigated the vast unknown? Any value in the evening's events ultimately rested in the sheer pleasure this strangeness afforded his internal mind life. It was a private treasure.
"I still don't understand why you have to decapitate them,"
Liz said, not cheered in the least by Zed's pep talk or disclaimer. She wasn't sure which was intended by the alien.
"It is not just the display of talent we seek, it is the experience of the mind that generated that unique expression of talent," Zed explained. "In your world, you are all separate. Deep communication is not possible. You are content to listen to a symphony without understanding the flow of consciousness that led to its creation. It is not so with our kind. It is not enough to know that a pleasing song was written. We must feel and understand the influences on the mind that produced the song. We must know the exhilaration of the moment of creation and the gratification that arises from the appreciation of others. Our society is seamless. There are no secrets. We value your primitive forms of creativity, but we must experience the artist as well as the art."
Wow! Jeremy was blown away as he contemplated Zed's explanation. Liz was not yet willing to have her concerns dismissed.
"What about infection? You cut these heads off and toss them in the trunk of a car, for God's sake. How do you keep them healthy?" "The decapitron."
Decapitron? The very name pressed every emotional button Liz had, but looking around the room, she saw that no one else was riding her wave of indignation.
"It is the device we use to remove the heads. The decapitron is capable of creating a seal on both sides of the incision. Tissues are energized by an intense infusion of life force energy. Some of your people call it chi. In this way, both head and body may be kept viable until they are reunited."
And where are their bodies? There certainly wasn't enough space in the trunk for 13 bodies. Liz imagined them strewn about random locations in Alvarado.
"Behind the shrubs at the Frightened Muse."
She had not been far from right in her suspicion.
"My God, you just dumped them in the shrubs?" "May I point out," Zed said, calmly trying to put Liz at ease, "that all of your anger, anxiety, condemnation, and emotional upheaval arise from personal prejudices. Among your kind, there are certain norms. So you assume that these norms are ever valid and should be observed by others. And yet, you care nothing for the customs of others if you visit what you might call a third world country. Why? Because you consider them to be primitive, less than, inferior, and incapable of understanding your obviously superior way of life. Listen to this guy. Here he goes with the bigoted American speech again.
Liz turned to her fellow humans in search of support for her perspective, but she saw at a glance that they were not on board with her line of reasoning.
"He's right, Liz," said Sparks. "Dear girl, his logic is irrefutable," Big Daddy added.
If your race was not divided into male and female, Zed explained, you would be better equipped to see matters as these males do. Your separation from one another and the specialization of consciousness inherent in each of your sexes is the source of countless misunderstandings and unnecessary conflicts. I wish I could sit down, Liz said weakly.
Zed gestured, and a chair-like structure took form from the floor of the craft beside her. It rose until it was the appropriate height for a woman of her stature, and moved like a wave toward her, making contact with the backs of her legs.
Please, make yourself comfortable.
"If it's not too much trouble, I could do with one of those," said Big Daddy.
Sweeping up.
We're leaving you on your own for a while, Zed announced. Alone?
There was more than a hint of anxiety in the single word spoken by Liz.
"Mind if I take the bell for a spin?"
Sparks asked, trying to lighten the mood, but more than a bit anxious himself.
You got your trans-dimensional learner's permit?
Zed asked, wearing that strange grin.
"They can't let us leave. They've got to go out and do some damage control."
This explanation rolled off Big Daddy's tongue as easily as if he'd been explaining a football play or a cooking technique. Sparks, Liz, and Jeremy looked at Bostwick, impressed with his savvy assessment, but nervous all the same.
"Am I right?"
he asked Zed.
Yep.
Zed turned and headed for the exit.
Sit tight, folks. This shouldn't take long.
Then he was gone.
"What must it be like?"
Big Daddy said quietly. He was looking at the array of human heads adorning the wall.
"What, to be a head on the wall?"
asked Sparks.
"No, to experience not just the talent of another, but the motivations,
perceptions, psyche." Bostwick's voice had a distant quality, his mind imagining other worlds, other states of consciousness. "Pretty trippy," Jeremy said.
"What must it be like to live without a body, to be part of a cloud of consciousness? Talk about your lack of privacy,"
Sparks mused.
"Do you think they'll let us go?"
asked Liz.
"Why wouldn't they?"
Jeremy asked.
Because they don't have to?
Her words were delivered with a savage edge.
"That might be reason enough for a human to violate the rights of another, but I think it's different with these guys. They don't lie, can't lie. If they were going to keep us captive or kill us, I think they'd just say so. Besides, what do they have to gain by holding or harming us?"
Jeremy's logic was clear and calmly stated, but did little to allay Liz's fears.
"We're being held against our will right now," she insisted.
"Please don't worry, dear," Big Daddy said. "I'm sure our present situation is necessary, only until they've put everything right again. When they are ready to depart our world, I'm certain they will release us."
Liz sighed heavily. She leaned forward, placing her elbows on her knees, and massaged her temples with her fingertips.
"I wish I was as certain of that as you seem to be," she said, her voice heavy.
Suddenly, Zed and Fred came rushing back into the chamber.
"Ms. Bloom, you're coming with us," Zed said.
The journalists and Bostwick eyed one another, eyebrows raised.
"Quickly, Ms. Bloom, we must be going."
"Hold on a second, Zed," Jeremy nearly shouted. "She's not going anywhere alone with you two." Even Zed and Fred seemed surprised by Jeremy's uncharacteristic demonstration of his ability to be assertive. Liz stared at him, appreciative but speechless. Sparks and Big Daddy traded looks of understanding, which Sparks concluded with a wink.
"Nice going, Jeremy," he said. "Well done, young man," Big Daddy agreed.
The two black-clad men communicated wordlessly for a couple of seconds, and then Zed said urgently,
"Very well, Jeremy, you can come with us, but we must leave now." "Why are you taking me and leaving them?" Liz asked, indicating Big Daddy and Sparks. "Because they are not terrified," Zed replied. Big Daddy got it instantly.
"It's a gesture of goodwill, dear. Now run along with them. Sparks and I will be fine."
When Liz looked to Sparks for confirmation, he nodded with certainty. Zed took her by the arm and led her toward the exit. Jeremy followed close behind. Before leaving the craft, Fred approached the remaining two and offered what had been in his right hand all along, but unnoticed, a bottle of Jack Daniel's whiskey.
"Excellent!"
Big Daddy exclaimed.
"You're a wonderful host, Fred."
"I do what I can,"
Fred answered before rushing from the room. When they were alone, Bostwick said to Sparks,
"How about a drink, old man?"
"I thought you'd never ask."
"Sadly, they provided no glassware, and even if we found a couple of beakers or flasks lying about in here, I'd be afraid to use them."
Big Daddy broke the seal on the bottle, unscrewed the cap, and offered it to Sparks.
"Go ahead, Big Daddy," Sparks said.
Bostwick raised the bottle to his lips and tilted it back, imbibing a generous swallow. His eyes closed in appreciation, and when he reopened them, he thrust the booze at Sparks, gasping. Sparks took the bottle of Jack and swigged a mouthful, not quite as robust as the amount Big Daddy had siphoned off.
"So how long's the kid had the hots for Liz?"
asked Big Daddy.
"Until now, I had only a vague suspicion."
"She is a lovely young woman."
Then, with a slight cock of his head,
"A little uptight. Yeah, but she'll come around. She was raised in Iowa and got taken for a ride by a messed up rich kid on coke. She just needs a little time to get her bearings."
"If this weekend doesn't loosen her up, nothing will."
Bostwick laughed a hearty, wheezing laugh. Sparks chuckled as well.
"Yeah, it's certainly given me a new perspective."
Sparks passed the bottle back to Bostwick.
"Never in my wildest dreams did I imagine myself drinking from a bottle of whiskey with Big Daddy Bostwick, much less aboard an interdimensional craft."
"Truth is always stranger than fiction. The rule has no exceptions. When one thinks otherwise, it's only because one's head is buried in the sand or up one's ass."
Bostwick chuckled at his own joke.
"I sure wish I'd known that before. I could have avoided a lot of boring nonsense."
"The boring parts are there so you'll recognize it when the shitstorm happens,"
Big Daddy said, passing the bottle back to Sparks.
"I'm glad they took Liz and Jeremy. Otherwise, we'd have had to share this bottle."
Sparks hadn't really meant what he said. He was just making polite conversation, and the big man knew it. He chuckled lightly.
"Amen, brother."
Meeting the enemy. Harl saw the Cadillac speeding toward them.
"Bastards are headed back this way,"
he announced.
"Looks like they lost a couple of passengers along the way,"
Chuck noted.
"Bostwick's not with them,"
said Randall. All four men in the sheriff's department vehicle tracked the Cadillac as it shot past them. They craned their necks, watching it recede into the distance, before noting with surprise, and more than a little anxiety, that the car had made a hasty U-turn, and was soon pulling in behind the other three vehicles on the shoulder of Highway 67. The two men in black jumped from their car and strode purposefully toward them, one on either side of the car. The sense of urgency communicated by their movements reminded Harl of a SWAT team he'd once observed. Looking at the two aliens in the rearview mirror, the deputy prepared himself for the worst. Now Zed was at the driver's window. Fred stood by the front passenger window of the patrol car.
"Open your window,"
Zed commanded. Harl was powerless to disobey the instruction.
"You will do exactly as I tell you,"
Zed continued. Harl nodded.
"We are headed for the Frightened Muse. Start your car and follow us. You."
He pointed at Randall.
"Call your wife and ask her if she would like to join you at the club. Also, call your dispatcher and tell her everything is fine and that you'll explain in detail later. Call the Travis sisters and tell them their cousin is safe and unharmed."
Randall, unaccustomed to being ordered about, tried to protest.
"Nar, larf, panda,"
came out of his mouth before he realized arguing with the two strange men was futile and would only make him appear foolish. Fred and Zed returned to the caddy. Executing a 180-degree turn, they headed toward town with the Sheriff's Department patrol car following close behind. On the way, Sheriff Randall made the calls Zed had requested. Agnes was relieved and thanked him for the update. His wife, on the other hand, thought it was awfully peculiar that he and Walt were going to the Frightened Muse.
"We were going to play spades," she reminded him.
"We can play spades any time, sweetheart,"
Randall replied with a robust charm that surprised everyone, including himself.
"Come on down to the Frightened Muse. Let's see how the other half lives."
"Well, what does that name mean anyway, the Frightened Muse?"
"How would I know? I'm not all artsy-fartsy."
"Well, not artsy anyway," Harl muttered under his breath. Chuck found it impossible to suppress a snicker.
"You girls do what you like, but Walt and I will be at the club. Got to go."
Communicating with the Travis sisters was something of a challenge. As soon as they realized the call was from Sheriff Randall, they routed the call through the speaker and began firing a volley of questions. Randall found himself shouting,
"Listen, you two nut jobs!"
The women fell silent for a moment, just long enough for him to say,
"Landy's fine. He'll be home soon. I'll explain later."
Randall shut off his cell and tucked it into his pocket.
"Those bastards!"
He trembled with rage.
"They're going to pay for this."
One-on-one with Big Daddy Bostwick. Sparks lit a cigarette and inhaled deeply, letting the silvery blue smoke escape slowly as he spoke.
"When this is all over, I'm still obligated to write an article or two. Boy, old Saul's gonna flip his lid this time. Mind if I ask a few questions?"
He took the notepad and pen from his pocket.
"Article? Sparks, if you can't get a book or two out of this experience, you're not the writer I believe you to be."
Big Daddy gulped from the bottle of Jack.
"And who's Saul?" "Editor-in-chief of the Lone Star Gazette." "Oh, yes, of course. Is Saul a bit of a stuffed shirt?"
Sparks emitted a half-laugh, half-snort.
"Major understatement. You can't even imagine. The weird thing is, when I was a journalistic tadpole, Saul was my hero. He was on the cutting edge. Somehow, I don't know, over time everything changed. He's all about advertising, towing the mark and feeding the bullshit machine. I don't understand it. I gave up trying to understand long ago." "Simple. He sold out."
Big Daddy leaned forward and belched.
"Pardon me. You're excused."
Sparks frowned. Certainly, he'd thought exactly the same thing of Saul many times in recent decades, but the idea of selling out seemed a hopelessly anachronistic concept. It was hard not to dismiss the phrase as a form of hopeless naivete from a bygone era.
"Thank you. Your editor took the path of least resistance, or so he thought. Surely you've noticed, Sparks, that men like you and me are rare."
Like you and me. Sparks felt he'd just received the greatest compliment of his career, nay, his lifetime. He'd been sincerely compared to William Big Daddy Bostwick, and not by some fan, some friend, some sycophant, but by the man himself. Big Daddy had just welcomed him with open arms into that brotherhood of otherness, that family of wisdom and weirdness that stood outside of and against most everything the world held dear. Security, authority, conformity, polite insincerity, unfulfilled dreams, self-censorship. The list went on and on and on. Here he sat in a vehicle from another dimension, having discoursed with creatures of a superior and completely different order, and he could not help but feel that somehow it was all due to the fat man sitting before him.
"Do you smell anything in here?"
asked Sparks when a few moments had passed in silence.
"Smoke and Jack," Bostwick said without hesitation. "Why?"
"I guess it's the reporter in me.
here we are sitting in a trans-dimensional craft navigated by entities whose natural state is gaseous. There are 13 heads on the wall downloading their contents into some sort of data storage device. I'd expect to smell something alien, or at least unusual. The antiseptic smell of a hospital, maybe. When I write about this, I want to give it all the journalistic integrity it deserves. Offer the reader the full Monty, so to speak. Their race is so different. Perhaps their odors are not perceptible by human senses. Maybe they experience colors we cannot see, hear things we cannot hear. The only reason we can interact with them at all is that they've gone to the trouble of assembling and inhabiting bodies similar to ours. For the moment, I'm going to assume this is like a really interesting acid trip, said Sparks. Maybe you and I are still in your office. Maybe you put LSD or some exotic hallucinogen I don't even know the name of in our drinks to make sure we had a memorable visit.
Big Daddy chuckled, rolling an unlit cigar between his thumb and fingertips.
In any case, I need to plan for every eventuality. If this is really happening, the military or the men in black may show up and insist on our keeping silent. I'm sure you've noticed, but our hosts are men in black. A bit ironic, don't you think? Still, your point is well taken. No matter what happens, one thing is for sure. And that is? Saul will damn well insist on a story. After springing for expenses to visit Mr. William Big Daddy Bostwick, one of the most colorful icons of the 1960s counterculture, he's going to demand a nice long story. Military or none, with or without extra-dimensional gas people. So, let's work on whatever version is suitable for public consumption. I am at your service, Big Daddy answered, lighting his cigar. Your career started over 50 years ago. You've lived through several wars and presidential administrations, countless cultural fads. What part of the last 50 years do you recall with the greatest fondness and sense of excitement? Without a doubt, the last 4 or 5 hours. Of course, but if those hours were removed and you were relying on the reality you knew and loved prior to those few hours, what would come to mind?
Big Daddy puffed thoughtfully and stared at the air above Sparks's head.
The mid-60s were an explosive and exciting time, as you know. The turbulence ignited by the Vietnam War and the Kennedy assassination were balanced by a grassroots movement that told us love was the answer. All you need is love.
Big Daddy's voice reflected his dreamy state of nostalgic reminiscence.
Hell, I could go on for hours about everything that was amazing, beautiful, new, and energizing about that decade. But in the end, I'd be saying nothing that had not already been expressed in countless books and films.
He drifted in thoughtfulness another few moments.
What you're looking for is something unique to Bostwick, something I can call my own.
Exactly, Sparks said, leaning forward with enthusiasm.
And if it's not asking too much, it would be nice if it was something that had never appeared in print. Ah, yes, mused Big Daddy. This new generation of readers deserves a bon mot, previously unavailable, a new layer revealed, something to keep the tale of Big Daddy Bostwick from appearing a canonized liturgy of worn-out anecdotes. Well, I don't think I'd put it that way, but nonsense!
Bostwick dismissed Sparks's intervention with the wave of a hand.
Most modern references to Big Daddy Bostwick fall back on the same 2 or 3 well-known, oft-printed bits intended to illustrate what a renegade I was. Let's face it, Sparks, that was a long time ago. Why would the average college student of today give a shit?
Sparks's face took on a reluctant, uncomfortable twist as he fumbled for a response. But before he could speak, Big Daddy continued.
You want something new, and you damn well deserve it. If it's not too much trouble, sir. Sir, who the hell are you talking to?
Bostwick said gruffly before allowing his face to melt into the perennial grin.
Give me that bottle.
Sparks passed the whiskey, and Bostwick sipped as he searched his memory. Presently, a gentle smile formed on the old man's lips. He nodded in response to some internal comment or question and said,
"Yes, perhaps that's it."
When he returned his gaze to the reporter, there was a moist tenderness in his eyes.
"Once," he said, drawing a deep breath, "when I was attending a metaphysical gathering in Pasadena, this was way back in the early 60s sometime, the attendees were asked to recall the best moment of their lives up to that moment, and to hold that moment firmly in mind. I was still a fairly young man, but I'd had a number of adventures in my military career, and I'd always been the sort to take the bull by the horns, so to speak. But the point is, as I concentrated on the question of what was the best moment of my life up to that moment, my mind kept returning to a placid Saturday afternoon when I was in high school back in Missouri. There was a girl named Lucinda Banks. I hardly knew her, really. She was in my American history class, if memory serves. She was delightfully tomboyish, not in a dykey way, but in a healthy, farm girl way. I was at the library and I ran into her. We talked for a while, and when the librarian announced that the library would close in 15 minutes, I offered to walk her home. Her bright smile told me she was pleased by my suggestion. Lucinda was easy to talk to. There was none of the usual forced attentiveness or exaggerated enthusiasm girls were encouraged to deploy around members of the opposite sex back in those antiquated days. She was free and easy, like me, I suppose. Anyway, we hit it off and walked slowly back to our neighborhood. On the way, we passed by Oakland Lake, and Lucinda suggested we linger a while, since it was such a lovely day. I had no need to hurry, so naturally I agreed. She went straight away to a little grassy hill on the east side of the lake, under the shade of a massive oak tree, and plopped herself down, her hands behind her head. I lay down beside her, and we began looking for pictures in the tumbling, bilious clouds in the vast blue sky beyond the tree above us. She saw an angel. I think I saw an elephant. There was a lull in the conversation, then she leaned over me and gave me a delicious kiss. That was a surprise. But even more of a surprise was her willingness to simply allow it to be a precious moment in time. She had no agenda. She didn't want to be my steady gal. She wasn't looking to be asked out to dinner and a movie or taken to the high school prom. This lovely girl had just followed a spontaneous urge, and in that moment, it was perfect. After a while, I walked her home. I had several conversations with her in passing after that day, but nothing I can recall in detail. I went off to the army and rarely thought of Lucinda. That's why I was so surprised that the memory of that day at Oakland Lake surfaced immediately when I was asked to search for the most wonderful moment of my life. It did not meet any of the criteria one usually presupposes when searching for a best moment. Still, there was no denying the fact. It absolutely was the best moment of my life. The whole interlude at the lake. It may have lasted half an hour or so. The balance, the simple beauty, the inexplicably sublime aliveness of that short slice of life remain unsurpassed in my experience.
Sparks was filled with appreciation for this utterly un-Bostwick revelation. He scribbled a few lines in his little notepad, and when he looked up, Big Daddy was wiping tears away from his eyes. Fearing to intrude on the old man's precious recollection, Sparks averted his eyes to the pad and sat in silence, waiting for Bostwick to disengage from his tender reverie.
"That's not the end of the story,"
Big Daddy said after several minutes.
"Years after that meeting in Pasadena, where it was brought to my attention that my most precious moment was spent with Lucinda Banks at Oakland Lake on a Saturday afternoon, maybe 15 years after that, I was in Missouri for a special screening of Stella Magenta. After the film, I was standing in the theater lobby, shaking hands, giving autographs, that sort of thing, when I saw a man pushing a terribly disfigured woman in a wheelchair. I knew instantly it was Lucinda. Before she could say anything, I cried, "Lucinda, how are you, dear?" She burst into tears. When she stopped crying, she introduced me to the man, Harvey Stimple, to whom she was married. We all chatted for a while. I learned that she'd been in a very bad automobile accident several years earlier. After a while, Lucinda whispered something in her husband's ear, and he left us alone. She told me that she often remembered that afternoon at Oakland Lake, and she frequently dreamed of it. The dreams were her most welcome escape from confinement in a damaged body. She looked forward to them with overwhelming anticipation. After she told me these things, I shared with her my experience at the metaphysical gathering. We both cried. We hugged.
Big Daddy's eyes focused on some faraway scene. His eyes welled with tears. His mouth hung open and he wheezed slightly as he drew breath into his massive chest. "Wow," Sparks said softly when he felt sufficient reverence had been invested in the moment. Bostwick sucked down a healthy draught of whiskey.
"I heard through a mutual friend she died in her sleep about a month later. In her sleep. Perhaps, if I'm lucky, I'll rejoin her on the shore of Oakland Lake and relive that precious time."
Again, there was a long silence. Finally, Sparks said, "This is very personal stuff, Big Daddy. I'm not sure you want me writing about it." Bostwick pinched his nose, then tugged at his beard.
"Take it with my blessing."
He coughed and pushed the bottle of Jack toward Sparks. Sparks winked, smiled, and took a swig from the bottle.
"You've been conspicuously silent for a couple of decades. I think many, myself included, are eager to hear what's been going on with you." "For the longest time it was nothing," Bostwick responded, regaining his usual confident air. "Nothing?" "Nothing to speak of."
Big Daddy's eyes moved upward toward the ceiling of the bell chamber, searching for a thought on which to expound. There was a glimmer of recognition as he found one. Lowering his eyes to Sparks, he said,
"I was young, enthusiastic, and full of pith and vinegar when I met Jack."
Scribbling away, Sparks interrupted.
"Jack? Jack who?" "Kerouac." "Right. By the time I knew him, he was a hollow shell of a man. He came to prominence as part of the Beat generation, and the world just continued to beat him, until he was worse off than the Scarecrow in The Wizard of Oz." "The flying monkey scene?" "Exactly. In those days, I wondered how a man of his exceptional talent could allow himself to be so thoroughly defeated. By the end of the Vietnam War, after Nixon, all the political murders, and finally disco and cocaine, my own ass was beat. And I mean beaten to a pulp. Fortunately for me, I'd saved some money. I never had to live in a shack the way Jack did. But I'd lost all hope for a better world. In my mind, whoever those anonymous people were, pulling all the strings, orchestrating world events, hell, I wasn't even sure they were human."
Big Daddy heard his own words, took a look at his surroundings, and laughed.
"And maybe they weren't human, eh? Although I feel that Zed and Fred are much kinder than any resident aliens, whoever they may be. If the power brokers of this planet are not evil extraterrestrials, they ought to be." "Do you think Kerouac might have found renewed enthusiasm for life if he'd had an experience like this one?" "One would hope so, but the indisputable fact is he destroyed his mind with drink. After a certain point, there's no return to joy. Look at all the counterculture heroes of the 60s, who were little more than drug-addled novelties by the time they died. More than a few were gibbering idiots, destroyed by their own excesses."
"What saved you from a similar fate?"
"Luck of the draw? There but for the grace of God go I? It takes a hell of a commitment to destroy oneself with drugs and booze. The pain of self-destruction has to seem somehow less painful than the pain of the world one is trying to escape, I suppose. I did lose faith in the system, but I always managed to find salvation in friendship, art, nature. It just wasn't my fate to overdose or drink myself to death."
Gesturing toward the bottle of whiskey, he added,
"Though I've more than a casual acquaintance with the demon alcohol. Would you ever consider making another movie?"
Big Daddy's face indicated the prospect was an unpleasant one.
"No."
The big man shook his head violently.
"Why the sour face? Why such a negative response? Or am I reading more bitterness into the situation than you feel?" "Movies are not what they once were. The ones with the biggest budgets, which achieve the greatest penetration into the mass consciousness, are largely thoughtless extravaganzas of special effects. Back in the 60s, there was still a chance, however slim, that you could make your cheap little movie, and if it had the guts, you could spark the imagination of the world. At that time, a little film could be extremely successful and impact the people's minds. There's no chance of that anymore. I had my shot at that long ago. Perhaps it wasn't in the cards for my films to change the world. Maybe I just blew it. You know, Sparks, no matter how well-intentioned one's efforts are, the gods never drop into the scene and give you a foolproof plan. Unlike the heroes of Greek drama, we cannot count on the intervention of Deus Ex Machina. Your movies did change the world, Big Daddy. That change may still be happening. Your films are the major reason why we are here this weekend. Look at the average age of the people who perform in your club. They're much too young to have seen your films in theaters."
Big Daddy seemed unmoved by Sparks's point. Sparks shifted in his seat, grimaced, and formulated another question.
"If not a movie, then what about a book? These days, you run into the same problems with books. The wrong people have a stranglehold on the publishing industry, and the matter is further complicated by new technologies. Consider the control Amazon exerts on the sale of ebooks. But there is still a chance, however slight, for a breakthrough in print. When I'm gone, perhaps someone will print my journals. I have 4 complete novels written, and another 4 or 5 in various states of disarray."
Sparks was terribly enthused by this new information.
"That is fantastic! I can't wait to read your books. If they become available. Why didn't you publish in the late 80s, when everyone was rediscovering your work?" "I don't know. It just wasn't the right time. Perhaps I was waiting for all of this to happen."
Bostwick swirled his cigar in the air, indicating, with that simple gesture, the craft and implying everything connected with it.
"I've come to feel that every event happens in its proper time. If humans have not yet found a way to live in peace, it's probably an indication that we simply aren't capable of pulling it off. In which case, we deserve to be confined to our own planet and dimension. No point in spreading our venom through the universe."
Sparks breathed in through clenched teeth.
"I really need to piss. I don't suppose this thing has a toilet."
In answer to his query and intention, a device matching the description of a toilet formed from the floor up, just as their chairs had appeared earlier.
"Good God, this is incredible,"
he said, rising and unzipping his pants.
"How about some privacy?"
He called aloud to whatever force or intelligence had provided the toilet. No visible response was forthcoming.
"Do you mind?"
he asked Bostwick.
"Not at all. A man's gotta do what a man's gotta do,"
Big Daddy replied. Sparks stood next to the toilet, turning his back to Bostwick.
"It's a little hard to release when you've got 13 heads watching," he said.
A surprise from Isaac. The crowd was well-oiled and enjoying themselves when the entourage returned to the frightened Muse. So no one really noticed when the 3 members of the sheriff's department, 2 journalists, 1 friend, and 2 interdimensional talent scouts marched through the front door and took seats at the VIP table. Zed pointed at the law officers and said, "As you've certainly realized, there's nothing you can do about any of this, so you may as well enjoy yourselves. Have a few drinks, watch the show. Eventually, all of this will seem like nothing more than a dream."
"Dream my ass,"
Randall growled.
How are you controlling us? Some form of hypnosis?
What possible difference could that make? Zed asked, seeming to Harl confused or incredulous.
I don't know what you're up to, but...
Randall began, but was cut off suddenly from speaking. A hand went to his throat. His mouth moved, but nothing came out.
That is correct, Sheriff. You haven't the slightest idea of what we are up to. I am not inclined to explain it to you. I have offered you the hospitality of the club. Have a drink or not, as you choose, but you will not bore me with your impotent proclamations.
Randall's eyes flared. He clearly did not appreciate being linked with the word impotent.
Are you all right, sir?
Liz asked Randall.
Are you in any pain?
Randall frowned, but shook his head.
You two,
Zed indicated Liz and Jeremy.
Come with us.
Liz and Jeremy followed Zed back to Bostwick's office. Fred disappeared into the crowded darkness of the club, the decapitron in his right hand. After a moment, a waitress appeared at the table.
Can I get you gentlemen something to drink?
She asked. Harl and Chuck looked to Randall for direction. The sheriff glared angrily at them, still unable to speak.
What the hell, we might as well, Walt declared. Give me a rum and coke. I'll have a Bud Light,
Harl said quickly, averting his eyes from his boss.
Make that 2 Bud Lights,
Chuck said.
And you, sir?
The waitress turned to Randall. The man glared in silence.
He'll have a gin and tonic,
Walt said, leaning back and turning his attention to the stage, where a young man with a nose ring and a guitar was singing an original ballad.
The kid's not half bad,
Walt noted, with a nod to his companions. Randall glowered silently. When Zed opened the door to Big Daddy's office, Liz saw that Isaac was seated on a corner of the cluttered desk, a saucer in his hand and an espresso raised to his lips. He lowered the small cup at the sight of the man in black and stood up, rigid, his eyes squinting like a man preparing for a fight.
What have you done with Bill?
He asked.
He's okay,
Zed answered, moving toward Isaac. In response, the older man placed his drink on the desk and moved around behind it, putting an obstacle between himself and the alien.
Where is he?
Stanton demanded. With raised eyebrows and an impish smile, Zed gestured with both hands toward Liz, indicating that she could answer.
He's all right, Isaac, she said. He's in their craft.
Let me guess. A dark, bell-shaped thing that hovers a few feet off the ground.
Even Zed seemed surprised by Isaac's words. Liz's mouth hung open for a moment before she said,
Yeah, how did you know that?
Did you two think I'd forget?
Isaac asked Zed as he moved from side to side behind the desk like a caged animal. Liz cocked her head curiously, her eyes narrowed with suspicion. Had her original thoughts concerning these invaders been well-founded? Both she and Jeremy looked to Zed for an explanation.
Am I to understand we've met before?
Zed asked.
1974, the Philippines!
Isaac spat the words at the alien.
I thought you said you and Fred had not been to our world since before World War I,
Liz said.
We haven't.
The tall man in black seemed sincerely puzzled by the accusation from Isaac.
How do you explain this?
Stanton lowered his turtleneck to reveal a vivid scar running the circumference of his throat.
Whoa!
Exclaimed Jeremy.
Dude, I thought you were just really into that whole beatnik thing.
Isaac rolled his eyes, shook his head fiercely, and seemed about to say something to Zed when the door of the office opened and Fred rushed in. He dropped the decapitron heavily into the seat of one of the empty chairs. Liz and Jeremy exchanged a knowing look when they heard the sound of something heavy knocking against the inside of the container.
Fred, have we ever seen this man before? Zed asked. Yes, earlier this evening when we entered the club for the first time.
No, you idiot!
Isaac cried.
1974, the Philippines! When we were shooting the Brain Leech trilogy, you two did this to me!
Stanton pointed at his throat. Zed and Fred stared at one another a moment, conferring silently. They turned to face Isaac, both shaking their heads.
"You're mistaken,"
they said in unison. Before Isaac could respond, Liz broke in. "Isaac, what exactly happened to you in 1974? Can you describe it for us?" Isaac nodded slowly, his eyes focused on another time. "We were wrapping the final day of shooting. I grabbed a beer and went into the trees to smoke a joint. I saw it just hanging there. I was both fascinated and terrified, the dark thing silently floating among the trees. Then I saw these two. They were dressed like samurai warriors. I thought Big Daddy had called them in to do some impromptu scene he'd dreamed up at the last minute. I was pissed. After all, we just shot 3 features in a week's time, and everyone was utterly exhausted. Then the short one drew his sword and did this to me. They took me into the bell and downloaded my mind, my soul, my creativity. They stole my artistic creations and never paid a single royalty." Isaac's voice had grown louder as his story progressed. He shouted the final sentence in a shrill, frantic tone. Zed raised a hand, palm toward Isaac, and said firmly but calmly, "Sleep." Almost instantly, Isaac fell into Big Daddy's chair, his eyes closed, his chin touching his chest. "What's going on here, Zed?" Liz asked, impressing even herself with her cool, authoritative tone. Zed and Fred stared at one another again, seeming to engage in one of their non-verbal conferences. All at once they said with a sort of aha inflection, "Ned and Ted!" "Come on, guys, explain this," Liz said. "Yeah," Jeremy agreed. "Are you saying there are more talent scouts from your world?" "That wouldn't make sense," Liz reasoned. "If your race is one big cloud of consciousness, you'd know what any others were up to, right? They're not from our dimension. They are from a parallel realm which mirrors, in many ways, our own. What you might call a copycat reality. We entered into a treaty of sorts with them, in your terms, long ago, dividing up the worlds in your dimension and galaxy. They were supposed to leave Earth alone. Clearly, they violated our agreement." "I don't even want to imagine what a court of law is like for a gas cloud civilization," Jeremy said, shaking his head. "We have no courts of law. We have no law. What we do have are some loose agreements with compatible cultures." "Poor Isaac," said Liz, staring at the unconscious man. "Will he be all right?" "Yes, he'll be fine," Zed said, before directing his voice toward Isaac with a loud command. "Isaac, when you awaken, you will be calm, relaxed, in a perfectly normal state of mind. You will remember everything, but will no longer feel an emotional charge about anything that has happened. You will welcome us as friends and realize we mean you no harm." "I've got to get back to work," said Fred. Grabbing the decapitron, he exited the room. "Wake up!" Zed said loudly. Isaac stirred, groaned slightly, and raised his head, blinking and peering around the room. "Oh my," he said. "It wasn't just a dream." "Some say with good cause that life is but a dream," Zed replied, plopping himself into one of the chairs. "Got any more of that killer weed, Daddy-O?" Isaac stared at Zed a moment, dumbfounded. "Isaac, are you all right?" Liz asked. "Can we get you anything?" "I'm fine," Isaac answered, stretching and rolling his head in a circle to relax his neck muscles. To Zed he said, "No, I think we smoked all the pot." "Pity," Zed answered, pressing his lips tightly together. "So it wasn't you two, but another couple of interdimensionals who decapitated me in 1974? Zed nodded. "Like us, they have no names, but for the sake of convenience, we call them Ned and Ted." "Clever," Isaac replied, a touch of wariness in his voice. "By logical extension, would you call all interdimensionals by names that rhyme?" "Of course not. Such pedestrian cleverness quickly grows annoying. They uploaded your talent? Did they explain to you what they were doing?" "Not in words. The explanations they offered were communicated solely with thought." "Impersonal," Zed noted.
Fred and I have always found that going the extra mile to communicate verbally generates a more positive experience for everyone involved.
Yes, I can see that it would,
Isaac commented. What was it that got you so agitated? Liz asked Isaac. How did you know Big Daddy had been taken? Isaac breathed deeply and leaned forward, resting his elbows among the clutter on Big Daddy's desk.
I'd had a strange feeling all day long. Not easy to explain, but a sort of knowing that I was returning to that defining moment in 1974. A weird déjà vu. When I went out to water the plants, I found a pile of decapitated bodies among the Yupons.
Careless, I suppose, said Zed in a conciliatory tone. Still, we are working under crippling time constraints here.
Will all those people be restored? Asked Isaac,
his face twisting into a grimace. Absolutely, Zed answered. Good as new. Unlike Ted and Ned, we always give our contacts the option of remembering or forgetting. Some prefer forgetfulness. Others like the status that invariably arises from remembering and being able to tell others about the encounter. Status? Liz seemed doubtful. Think about it. How many of your race can claim to have communicated with interdimensional beings, much less to have been decapitated and restored? I can easily imagine an entirely new category of reality television evolving out of what has happened here today.
Sadly, you're probably right,
Isaac said. Using the intercom box on Big Daddy's desk, he contacted the bar and asked to have a chamomile tea delivered to the office.
Can I get you folks anything?
He asked. There were no takers among the group. Why didn't these other talent scouts take Big Daddy's head? Liz wondered aloud.
They were about to, Isaac answered. After they restored me and returned me to our camp, they were headed for Bill's tent. Before they could get to him, there was a large explosion.
Explosion?
One of the reasons we were filming in the Philippines was the lack of regulations. Instead of a special effects crew, we had actual munitions experts. Well, maybe not experts, but men with real bombs, grenades, and rockets. When they received word that the films were wrapped, they decided to celebrate by exploding all the remaining ordnance. It was like a battlefield. In the ensuing pandemonium, Bill escaped the aliens.
Dude, this would make a great movie, Jeremy exclaimed, imagining the scene Isaac had just described. Then what happened? Liz prompted.
I suppose we just pooped out. Bill and I had been through a very tumultuous decade. Many of our friends were dead. We had no sense of hope for the future. After we delivered the Brain Leech trilogy to Corman, we just sort of disappeared. For a time, I lived in a remote cabin in Canada. I think Bill and I both expected the world to come to an end.
There was a knock at the door, and Bert entered with Isaac's chamomile tea. He placed the tea in front of Stanton and looked at the others in the room. It seemed at first he was about to say something, but noting the silence of the group and their somber expressions, perhaps he thought better of it. Bert exited the office without speaking. After sipping his tea, Isaac continued.
Nothing nearly so noble as the end of the world occurred. Just more mundane mayhem, crass commercialization of everything, and the so-called civilized world rushing headlong like lemmings into the self-imposed isolation of computer technology.
He sipped his tea again.
I used to think we had a pretty sweet planet. I thought we had a shot at something brilliant. Basically, we've got a population of 7 billion, most of whom are expected to do nothing more than consume the goods their masters sell them. What went wrong?
Jeremy sighed through his nose.
Bummer.
Liz frowned thoughtfully, but said nothing. If I may offer another perspective, Zed said, leaning forward in his chair, I'd say you do have a sweet planet here. Very sweet. I do not wish to discount your feelings. Those feelings are part of what makes this a very sweet planet indeed. Your desire for something greater than consumer bondage is an aspect of the fascinating diversity of consciousness in your world. The fact that you perceive yourselves as individuals creates the conditions which allow that diversity to flourish. Nothing of the sort exists in my world. Both you and Big Daddy have created a unique microcosm here at the Frightened Muse. My race can only experience the beauty of your variety of consciousness by tapping into it as a form of entertainment. You experience disappointment because of your sense of individuality, your emotions, and your expectations. The only way we can know those things is through you. You have a sweet planet, my friend. A very, very sweet planet.
Isaac raised his eyebrows. He pondered Zed's words. Instead of responding, he raised his cup to his lips.
It's not easy for us to view our experiences from such a lofty philosophical perspective, said Liz. We're in the game. It's the only reality we know. We have the emotions whether we like them or not, and we're not always able to rise above them. What you say is true, Zed replied. However, I hope you will believe me when I say if it were possible, I would not hesitate to trade places with you.
Really? Asked Jeremy, considering the alien's claim.
Really, said Zed.
Isaac nodded. Yes, I can see your point. Thank you for the wake-up call. This is a fantastic life when seen from the proper perspective. I can hardly wait to see what the media will do with all of this.
That's the spirit, Zed said, enthusiastically rising from his chair. Now, we must be going. Fred is finished with his harvest of talent, and certain members of your nation's military have become aware of our presence here. We have little time. Let's go.
But, Liz began. Jeremy interrupted her. Let's just do what he says. She nodded in reluctant agreement. The grand finale. Zed opened the door to the office and waved them urgently toward the back door. In the main room, the penultimate act was drawing to a close. Fred passed in front of the stage, heading toward the rear exit. His internal alarm system went ballistic. Looking to his left, across the darkened expanse of drunken faces, Fred saw a form silhouetted in the doorway. It was a tall, heavy-set man with a bald head, engaged in a conversation with the doorman. He appeared to be displaying his identification, authority. While his attention was fixed on the man at the door, Fred did not notice the drunken man in the white leather jumpsuit moving toward the stage. Huey, the human battering ram, slammed into Fred abruptly.
"Pardon me,"
Fred said quickly, already moving toward the back door.
"Watch where you're going, asshole,"
Huey muttered angrily, snatching at Fred's arm and snagging the Decapitron in the process. Without looking back, Fred disappeared into the shadows behind the stage. The act on stage concluded, and a voice said into a microphone,
"Ladies and gentlemen, now for our final act of the evening, Huey the Human Battering Ram."
A spotlight fell on the drunken stuntman. He squinted into the glare. Then, realizing what was happening, he forced a smile and waved at the crowd. There was a polite round of applause from the tables, but quite a ruckus could be heard from the beer garden outside, where the stinkards were gathered. Ready to please his adoring public, Huey stumbled up the stairs. Arriving on the platform, he heard the sound of a recorded drum roll, an embellishment to his act which he'd provided to the club's audio technician. Huey rocked slightly on his heels. He felt he was forgetting something.
"Huey the Human Battering Ram will now attempt to destroy a brick wall with his head,"
the announcer declared enthusiastically.
"Attaboy, Huey!"
a voice cried from the darkness. There was a sprinkling of laughter in the crowd. Huey frowned. He did not want hecklers and laughter. He wanted people holding their breath to see what would happen next. He wanted the respect his unprecedented act demanded. Taking a slight bow, he turned to face the brick wall that had been positioned on the stage during the last intermission. That nagging feeling returned. What was he forgetting? He couldn't come up with an answer. Donning his helmet, he bent forward and made a powerful run at the bricks. Just before the point of impact, something caught his eye. There, on the chair he'd been sitting in, something white and shiny. What was it? His helmet! But then what was on his head? As Huey collided with the wall, the mechanism of the Decapitron activated. Without the skillful dexterity of Fred's hand on the control handle, a less than perfect decapitation occurred. The sanitary seal was not formed at the point of incision. A shower of bricks fell from the wall, and Huey's head was savagely severed from his shoulders. The trauma to his spinal cord caused his body to jerk rigidly upright, while the Decapitron tumbled to the stage. The device opened on impact and ejected his head into the audience. The headless body stood for an instant, highlighted in its moment of glory, twitching and spraying blood into the air above its shoulders, illuminated by the stark beam from the spotlight. There were a couple of screams from the female members of the audience, a few groans of disgust, and then a full 5 seconds of silence, after which the room erupted into jubilant applause. For the first time in the history of the Frightened Muse, the crowd offered up a standing ovation. Zed rushed down the alleyway toward the caddy. Jeremy, Liz, and Isaac followed close behind. Fred brought up the rear. Parked beside the Cadillac was a 1968 Ford pickup truck, the bed of which was full of headless bodies. Near the tailgate, stacked like cantaloupes, was a small pile of human heads. Isaac hesitated, one hand on the rim of the truck bed, taking a mental picture of its contents. He drew a deep breath and seemed about to say something when Zed barked, "No time for questions or answers! Get in the car!" Fred raced past Isaac, climbed into the cab of the truck, started the engine, and pulled away, leaving Stanton's hand hanging in midair. "Come on, Isaac, or we'll have to leave you behind," Liz urged. With a stunned expression, Isaac fell into the back seat of the caddy, which instantly jolted forward in magnetic pursuit of the Ford truck. Perhaps Zed and Fred were using one of their mind control tricks on the patrons of the Frightened Muse, or people simply did not realize that a man had actually been decapitated before their very eyes. Either way, the customers lingered, having more beverages, and the staff went about their chores. An announcement was made that alcohol would be served for 1 more hour before the establishment would close for the evening. The crowd was thanked for their patronage, and the lights were brought up slightly to facilitate the clearing of tables, but not to full brightness. The large man with the bald head approached the VIP table and said aloud to no one in particular, "Mind if I join you?" He did not wait for a response, but pulled out a chair and seated himself. The well-worn chair, loosened by years of use, gave an audible creak under the bulk of the stranger's body. While he flagged a waitress, the sheriff, Walt, and the 2 deputies looked to one another with apprehension. This had been the strangest day on record in the city of Alvarado, Texas, and these powerless captive peacekeepers were not eager for it to become any stranger. After requesting a ginger ale, the bald man settled back into his chair, which squealed a protest at the shifting of his weight, and took his time about making eye contact with each of the other men. Following an uneasy silence, he said, "I'd ask you men how you're doing, but I know your day's been about as crappy as they come." He smiled, which galled the hell out of Sheriff Randall. Surprised to find his vocal cords functioning again, Randall said, "Who the hell are you?" The man made a clicking noise out of one side of his mouth and reached into his shirt pocket for a small stack of business cards. He passed one to each of his 4 table companions. "Gus Tully, TSAA." He grinned in a friendly way and watched as the others read his card. He'd said the letters as if they should mean something, but no one at the table had a clue what the T, the S, and the AA stood for. "TSAA?" Harl asked spontaneously, squinting at the card in the dim light of the club. Walt, the speediest reader in the group, found the answer in the fine print at the bottom of the card, and read aloud, "Time-Space Anomaly Agency. Now that's a new one on me." "Me too," Chuck said. "What the hell is all this? You mean our own government has a department that deals with the kind of shenanigans we've had going on here today?" Randall asked, his tone indignant, defiant, just plain pissed off. "Deals with? No. Observes and records? Yes." The stranger's response contained too few words and not enough information to suit the sheriff. The waitress returned with Gus Tully's ginger ale. He paid her, and after requesting a receipt for his expense account, sipped on his soft drink with evident pleasure. His casual confidence riled Randall. He'd had his share of run-ins with feds before. In his estimation, they were usually smug, self-satisfied bastards who swept onto the scene during times of crisis, did little to solve real problems, then disappeared back to wherever feds kept themselves when they weren't sticking their noses into other people's business.
"How do we know you're not one of them?"
Harl asked, eyeing Tully sideways and glancing at his boss for approval.
"Well, I suppose you don't know for sure, but I am telling you the truth."
Tully interlaced his fingers and rested his hands on the top curve of his belly. The smile, suggestive of a pastor or a funeral director, lingered on his lips, beatific. The man was a sort of bureaucratic Buddha, sent to annoy and perplex with his inscrutable Zen-like demeanor.
"How long has America had a—"
Walt read from his copy of the man's business card to make sure he got it right.
"Time-Space Anomaly Agency." "I'm not at liberty to supply you with a detailed history of our organization, but I can tell you this. In the 40s at White Sands, New Mexico, the atomic scientists working on the Manhattan Project began to notice anomalies associated with the detonation of nuclear warheads. Sometime after the war, they became aware that experiments with nuclear weapons had attracted the attention of off-world civilizations.
Extraterrestrials?
Chuck asked, his eyes lighting up, his voice cracking with the excitement of a boy who's found a bicycle under the Christmas tree.
"You could call them that," Tully answered. "However, most of them could more accurately be described as interdimensionals."
Harl's mouth hung open as he digested this information from the stranger.
"Really?"
he asked credulously. His mind whirled, trying to grasp the meaning of the word interdimensional as the stranger had used it.
"Sounds like bullshit to me,"
Randall said, eyeing Tully defiantly.
"How so?"
Tully responded, sipping his ginger ale, peering over his glasses at the sheriff.
"If you're monitoring these guys, where's the Air Force? Where's the artillery? The infantry? We have an invasion of a sovereign state and nobody lifts a finger? That's not my America."
Tully's lips retracted from the straw in his glass.
"So your America is one in which your military rolls in, drops bombs, and destroys your town with artillery fire? Why wouldn't we just send in drones to eradicate Alvarado instead of risking any of our personnel?" There it was, that damn smart-ass talk Randall had come to expect from federal men.
Sheriff Randall glared at Tully.
"He's got a point,"
Walt said, waving at the waitress and pointing at his empty glass. The waitress acknowledged his gesture with a nod, and Walt redirected his attention to the stranger.
"So, your agency knows about these interdimensionals, but do you just keep tabs on them? Just record their actions and report back to Washington, D.C.?
"Pretty much," Tully answered. "Except it's not D.C. I report to Quantico."
There was no apology implicit in his tone.
"So we just let anybody come to our world, do whatever they want, kidnap law enforcement officials, and when they're done we smile, wave, and tell them, 'Have a nice day'?"
Sheriff Randall was furious. Even in the low light, his companions could see his face was beet red. Again, Tully simply said,
"Pretty much." "Well, that's just not right,"
Chuck said, shaking his head and squirming in his seat.
"Need to pee?"
Tully asked. Sheepishly, Chuck answered,
"Yes, sir."
"Go ahead," Tully instructed him.
"By now they're far enough away, they won't mind if you leave the table."
Chuck looked to his boss. Randall just stared straight ahead at the irritating, bald, fat Fed at the opposite end of the table. Tully returned his stare with a slight smile. Chuck rose from his seat and was relieved to find that nothing prohibited his movement toward the men's room. Harl noted this with interest and excused himself from the table, following his co-worker across the room, passing between departing patrons and staffers in the process of tidying up.
"So we know all about them, we keep track of them, but we don't do a thing to stop them?"
Walt asked earnestly, leaning over the table. Do you mow your own lawn? Tully asked. After glancing at the sheriff, Walt nodded. If you happen to destroy a fire ant hill, do they get revenge on you? They sting like the dickens. After which you promptly go to your garage and get the pesticide, and you kill the entire colony. Walt considered this, a crooked frown forming on his face. Our best estimates are that these interdimensionals are from a culture at least 10,000 years ahead of us in technological ability. Look at all the advances you've seen in your own lifetime. Take that and multiply it by 10,000 years. Do you begin to grasp the futility of armed conflict against a culture so advanced? Walt whistled and nodded. Next to him, the sheriff mulled over Tully's words, and his expression softened slightly. So this has been going on since World War II? Roughly, the TSAA was formed in 1973. I was recruited from Naval Intelligence in 1977. This shit started with the first atomic bomb and we don't get around to dealing with it until 1973? Typical bullshit. Washington procrastination, Randall snarled. The fire ant analogy is still applicable, said Tully. How long do you think it would take fire ants to come up with a response to us? It's hard to fight something you can't understand. I'm curious, Walt said eagerly. All that talk about Roswell, is it true? Some of it. Tully nodded, his smile flattening into a serious crease in his face. Did we shoot down a craft with bodies in it? Alien bodies? Yes. Since you're interested in UFO lore, do you remember the flap of 1952, when a whole formation of craft flew over the White House? Randall frowned and scratched his head. Walt considered the question. Yeah, I seem to recall seeing something about that on one of those UFO programs on the History Channel. A convoy of alien ships linger over the Capitol building in 1952. We photograph it, books are written about it. There are documentaries about it on TV, and you think you may have heard something about it? Well, I didn't know if it was true, Walt answered defensively. I'll make it simple for you. You believed Roswell because it involved your military shooting down an extraterrestrial craft and reverse engineering their technology. So all that's true? Walt asked eagerly. It's true. Yay, score 1 for our team. But you didn't give much thought to the UFOs over Washington, D.C. that we were powerless to do anything about. That's true too, huh? Walt's face drained of enthusiasm. Yep, it's true. Oh. Walt didn't like the idea that the most powerful nation on Earth had been grappling with a superior power, or many of them, for decades. He returned his attention to his cocktail. Randall cleared his throat, then asked, But we did get a craft in Roswell, and we have their technology now, right? The best scientific minds in the TSAA like to refer to Roswell as the infected blankets incident. Tully's lips tightened in grim resignation. What? Remember your American history? We were killing all the Indians so we could take their land. Remember that? The man waited for an acknowledgement from Walt and the sheriff. Neither of them liked his characterization of manifest destiny or the fate of Native Americans, but as he waited, they both nodded and grunted in affirmative to his question. It was too much trouble to hunt them down and kill them all, so we started leaving piles of blankets around where we knew they'd find them. Blankets infected with smallpox. Walt sighed heavily. Randall blinked several times, then asked, So you're saying the Roswell craft was carrying a disease? Tully pointed at his temple. Yeah, a disease of the mind. Closing time at the Frightened Muse. Harl and Chuck returned from their potty break. Tully yawned and glanced at his wristwatch. I'd say it's safe for all of us to leave now. He rose from the table. Come on, guys, over here. I need to go over a few things with you. Tully crossed the room to the edge of the stage, where Huey's headless body lay in a careless heap. On the way, he stooped and picked up Huey's head. Randall and the others rose slowly from their chairs and went to where the government agent was standing. Tully laid the head on the stage next to the body and picked up the decapitron.
Right now, the only loose end that needs to be tied up is this guy." "Who the hell is he?" asked Randall, eyeing the corpse with a frown. "Huey, the human battering ram. Weren't you listening?" Tully chuckled. "What I really meant was, with all the crazy shit that's happened here today, why is he the only loose end?" "The interdimensionals are going to program all the other victims with false memories. They'll be restored to health, but they'll have ugly scars. Fortunately for all of us, they will not question their scars. They won't remember how they got them. Instead, they'll have a variety of ideas about childhood accidents and the like." "How do you know all this?" Randall asked. "Chronovisor." "Chronovisor?" "It's a device we've had since the 50s. They say Tesla came up with the idea in 1918, but nobody ever built one until 1953. With it, we can assess the nature of an anomaly before we decide how to deal with it." "What is this chronovisor?" Walt asked. "The simple answer is it's a television that allows you to see the future and the past." "We can really do that?" Harl was obviously impressed by the prospect. "Wait a second," Walt exclaimed. "That means you should have been able to predict and prevent the Twin Towers." "You're right," Tully answered grimly. "Good God, man, if that's true, why didn't we stop it?" Walt cried. "That's a very good question. I don't have the time or the inclination to explain right now." "You mean," Sheriff Randall said quietly, as if he feared to hear his own words, "that our own government allowed 9/11 to happen?" "Remember what I said about Roswell and the disease of the mind?" Tully asked. Randall nodded, then looked down at his shoes. "But we can see the past and the future? That's real, right?" Chuck asked. "Yeah, we've been doing it a long time. The world's a pretty fucked up place, young man, but it would be much worse if we hadn't been using the chronovisor all these years." Tully pointed at the corpse. "I need you guys to help me load this into my car. I'll drive over to Hiram Biggs's place and see if I can get them to restore him too." "Why wouldn't they?" asked Randall. "Yeah, why wouldn't they?" echoed Harl. "Before I came here, I received a debriefing via Skype from a chronovisionist at Fort Hood." "No shit?" Chuck grinned. "No shit, son." Tully continued. "This complication was not mentioned, which means I altered the timeline when I came in here. That human battering ram must have mistaken their decapitation device for his helmet. Poor dumb schmuck." "Altered the timeline?" The words came out of Randall's mouth like the last gasp of a dying man. It wasn't a question, but more like a mystical revelation. "Pinch me," said Chuck. "I want to know if this is really happening." The grin vanished from his face when he saw the sheriff glaring at him. "Sorry," he said. "Okay, men, help me get this body out of here, and I'll try to fix it so you boys don't have anything to worry about. If I can't take care of it, then I'll be in touch soon and we'll come up with some cover story to explain his death." "What about all the people who witnessed it?" Harl asked. "Do they seem to be the least bit disturbed?" Tully asked, gesturing to the people who were departing casually and the few who were still finishing their drinks. "They think they saw some sort of stage illusion. Chances are they won't even remember that." "Incredible," said Walt. "Yeah, incredible," Tully agreed. "Now, we're running out of time. Give me a hand here. I'm parked on the east side of the building." Walt gingerly grabbed the head by its hair, while Harl and Chuck lifted the body. Sheriff Randall just watched on with quiet resignation, following the others toward the front door. As they passed a table, a very drunk man said, "Great show, guys, really great." "Thanks," said Tully, "all in a night's work." Back at Hiram's place. By the time the caddy pulled into Hiram Biggs's driveway, Fred was exiting the Bell with a wheelbarrow full of heads. Zed brought the car to a sudden stop and ushered its occupants into the Bell. "Excellent! The gang's all here!"
Big Daddy cried with drunken exuberance. The whiskey bottle lay empty on the floor at Sparks's feet.
"Bill, thank God you're okay,"
said Isaac, rushing forward and laying his hands on Bostwick's shoulders, incredibly relieved to see his old friend.
Okay, I'm having a splendid time! Everything under control in the real world?
Sparks asked, directing his question to Liz.
I don't even know what under control means in this situation,
Liz replied,
and I'm pretty sure we haven't been in the real world since we left Fort Worth.
The sheer exhaustion showing on her face gave Sparks cause for concern.
Pull up a chair,
he said. Another seat rose from the floor of the craft and took solid form next to the toilet. Sparks gestured at the chair and, doing so, noticed the toilet.
We can lose the toilet,
he said aloud. The fixture disappeared, leaving only floor where it had been.
Thanks, said Liz, dropping into the chair. I prefer not to sit so close to the restroom if I can help it.
Yeah, I figured.
Sparks grinned.
A sense of humor, that's a good sign. So what's going on in town?
Before Liz could answer, Fred rolled the wheelbarrow in. This time it contained only 7 heads. He wasted no time, but quickly attached the heads to the receptacles on the wall of the craft.
This is absolutely grotesque,
Isaac exclaimed.
That's an understatement,
said Jeremy.
Grotesque, yes, said Big Daddy, but fascinating all the same. In fact, there's a bizarre beauty to the concept, a reminder that all are dust, and to dust shall return, but still our essence lives on.
Isaac eyed his friend with annoyed skepticism.
They're talent scouts from another dimension,
Bostwick shouted, as if that explained everything.
He knows more about it than we do, Liz said grimly.
Eh?
Big Daddy looked to Isaac for a more detailed explanation. Isaac pulled his collar down, revealing the scar around his neck.
Good Lord!
Big Daddy cried.
They got you? When, Isaac?
1974, the Philippines, Isaac said.
And you never told me. All these years and I never knew. Why, Isaac? Why did you keep it a secret all this time?
I'm not sure. Isaac's face grew haggard. He seemed ready to collapse.
Let's get this man a chair,
said Sparks.
Yes,
Big Daddy agreed. A chair rose from the floor. Isaac sat. Thank you, he said. I'm tired, very tired. But to answer your question more completely, Bill, at first I wasn't sure it had really happened. Later, I wasn't sure anyone would believe me. Finally, so much time had gone by, I suppose I thought it just didn't matter anymore.
Dear friend,
Big Daddy stared compassionately at Isaac, shaking his head slowly from side to side.
How I wish you had shared your secret with me. I just don't know what to say. For that matter, what to think. I'm absolutely flabbergasted, nonplussed, completely overwhelmed.
No need for you to be distraught, Bill, said Isaac. I had the strangest feeling this morning that everything was coming full circle. I am glad that these fellows showed up. Now I can speak freely about it. Now I don't have to worry about others thinking I'm a lunatic.
Soon I'll be joining you in this strangest of experiences.
Big Daddy's exclamation was exuberant, happy. The other humans were silent. Zed said nothing. Fred finished attaching the last of the heads to the wall.
Why the long face?
Big Daddy looked at each of them, seemingly perplexed that they would not share in his joy.
That is why you brought me here, isn't it, Zed? Have I misunderstood your intentions?
No, Big Daddy, you have not misunderstood. We intend to record your talent for our world,
Zed replied calmly.
Excellent!
Bostwick exclaimed.
I'm sorry I didn't get to join you in the experience in 1974,
he said to Isaac. Those others were not nearly as friendly as Zed and Fred, Isaac said.
Others?
Yes, the ones who removed my head were not from the same world as these two.
Is that so?
Big Daddy asked with pointed curiosity, his question seemingly directed at Zed.
They are from a parallel dimension which mirrors our own. We call them Ned and Ted.
Well, if anyone ever writes an epic poem about all of this, you've certainly helped them sustain a rhyming structure, Big Daddy noted.
Sparks was the only one who laughed at his comment.
What's wrong with you people? Bostwick asked. Here I am, about to embark on a great adventure, and you're as glum as the mourners at Aunt Tilly's funeral.
For a moment, no one spoke. Then Liz broke the silence.
Not all of us can muster an adventurous sense of detachment, she said. Centuries of evolution have taught us to fear the unknown and to hang on to our heads at all costs. This is all grotesque and more than a bit frightening. I, for one, am physically exhausted. If I were just beginning my day after a good night's sleep, maybe I'd be able to cheer you on, Big Daddy. But I'm not certain even then I could do it. I drank during a professional assignment tonight. I smoked my first marijuana. I vomited in front of my subordinates. I met people from another dimension. Now you want me to get enthusiastic as you willingly allow your head to be removed from your body so your talent can be downloaded into some otherworldly entertainment network. Forgive me if I'm just wary and overwhelmed by all the firsts I've experienced today.
Big Daddy's eyes widened and a grin spread across his face.
Bravo! Very well put, Ms. Bloom. Isaac, if we ever write a book about this experience, and I strongly suggest we do, you must help me remember that speech. In fact, with a little coaching from you, I think Ms. Bloom could be our media contact to promote the thing.
Wow, that's pretty high praise considering the source, Sparks said, but Liz was not encouraged. Shaking her head, she looked down at the floor in silence, except for the ragged sound of her breathing.
Isaac, my old friend, surely you share my excitement over this opportunity.
Stanton managed a thin smile. Of course, Bill.
We'll be like sailors who've gotten tattoos together. At cocktail parties, we can reveal our scars and weave enticing tales to keep our companions spellbound. And the most incredibly fucking fantastic thing about it all is that it will all be factual. It's a raconteur's wildest dream come true.
Yes, I imagine we'll have a fine time of it, Isaac remarked, convincing no one in the group of his sincerity.
My only regret is that I could not have joined you earlier. I may be an old has-been, but this fantastic turn of events has certainly renewed my enthusiasm for life.
Bostwick turned to Zed and said,
Let's get on with it, Zed. What do you require of me?
Just relax and remain seated,
said the smiling Zed. Reaching into the space above Bostwick, he directed the equipment that would soon remove the old man's head into position.
Comfy?
He asked, lowering the thing into position.
Exemplary!
Big Daddy exclaimed, his voice muffled by the apparatus.
Ready, set, go!
Zed called cheerfully, and in the next instant, the device lifted from the big man's shoulders. With a click, the thing dropped its cargo into the interdimensional's waiting hands, like a wrinkled, grinning basketball. Zed tossed the head to Fred, who quickly attached it to the wall among the others. Deftly, he connected the bellows device so that air would run across Big Daddy's vocal cords, enabling his speech. Despite his embrace of this grand adventure, Sparks could not completely suppress a momentary queasiness while witnessing the decapitation and less than dignified tossing of Big Daddy's head. He covered his mouth with one hand and managed to avoid the upsurge of contents from his stomach. Liz dealt with the strange scene by not watching, her eyes remaining focused at her feet. Jeremy found himself wishing he'd photographed the whole thing. Then he remorsefully recalled everything he should have documented with photos during the course of the evening. "Mind if I take some pictures, Zed?" he asked. Liz glared at him. He could feel the intensity of her emotions behind the gaze, but he avoided eye contact with her, preferring to remain focused on what he felt to be his professional duty in this extraordinary set of circumstances.
Fine with me,
Zed replied.
You may want to ask Big Daddy's permission.
Mind if I take pics, Big Daddy? Jeremy asked, removing the lens cap from his camera.
This is, without a doubt, the strangest moment of my admittedly bizarre life. By all means, we must record this for posterity.
The head cried enthusiastically from its perch on the wall. Some of the other heads rolled their eyes in Big Daddy's direction, perhaps envious that in their bodiless state he was the only one allowed the power of speech. Before Big Daddy had even completed his response, Jeremy was snapping away. Big Daddy's head, the other heads, the interdimensionals, Big Daddy's headless body, and the details of the Bell's interior were captured in less than a minute. Fred began removing the other heads and gently placing them in the wheelbarrow. When 7 heads were loaded into the conveyance, Jeremy snapped a tight, nicely framed shot of them, thinking to himself, this photo would make a great book cover. Then the business side of his mind intruded on the creative. What about releases? That's a problem, he mused, lowering the camera from his eye. Have to figure out some way to deal with that later. Fred rolled the heads out the door. In an instant, his voice was heard shouting from outside the craft.
The Fed and the local authorities are pulling onto the property.
Is that going to be a problem? Sparks asked warily.
Of course not, Big Daddy bellowed. Zed and Fred have everything under control, don't you?
Yes, to the best of my knowledge, Zed replied.
So this thing just sort of digitizes everything in my consciousness, is that right?
Bostwick asked.
Everything in your conscious and unconscious mind will be recorded, Zed said.
How are you feeling, big guy?
Sparks asked, curious as to the specifics of Big Daddy's perception in the present moment.
I feel invigorated, energized, full of life force energy. I feel as if my chi has been magnified and is exploding out of me. Having no body is a bit restrictive. Lack of mobility takes some getting used to, but my mind feels infinitely agile in a way I could never have anticipated.
Now I have a question for you, Big Daddy, said Zed.
Something in the alien's tone sent an expression of alarm across Liz's features. Her eyes left the floor and went first to Zed, then to Big Daddy. She grimaced at the sight of the bodiless head.
Ask away,
Big Daddy said.
You have a choice to make. Do you wish to be reunited with your body to finish out your life in this dimension, or would you like to come with us?
What? Isaac exclaimed, shaking his head violently.
Is that possible?
Asked Sparks. Yeah, Zed, in your world, would Big Daddy become part of the cloud, or would he just be this separate head hanging out? Jeremy asked. Sounds lonely. There was a brief silence in the chamber. Then Bostwick said,
Well, Zed, your question boggles my mind. I recognize the fact that you are extending a singular honor, but I feel completely unqualified to choose. What could I expect if I join you in your world?
A sense of community and acceptance, an exposure to knowledge you could never have imagined, an escape from your physical death.
Zed let his response settle into Big Daddy's mind before continuing.
You may wish to ask yourself what you can expect if you remain here in your physical form. A few more years of deteriorating health, continued disappointment with your culture and government, perhaps the nagging suspicion that you had made the wrong decision.
The head's expression became one of deep contemplation.
Yes,
Big Daddy said faintly, mulling these prospects over in his mind.
Bill,
said Isaac.
Surely you're not considering this offer. This is your world. You belong here.
Isaac's face was tense, his words urgent, staccato. He stared intently at Bostwick, and then allowed himself fleeting glances at the others. When no one said a word, he added, Escape from physical death? How many times have you said only a fool would want to live forever? You've always imagined that death was just a doorway into a new life. Even if you are free from illness, what would it mean to continue on in a culture of mundane consciousness? You don't die, but you sure as hell must get bored. Otherwise, they wouldn't be sending these guys out here to collect your soul, your essence. Bill, isn't it better to be Big Daddy Bostwick than to experience him as an exotic entertainment? And who will you become in your next life? Will you trade that experience for eternity in a conscious cloud in some dimension you know nothing about? The expression on Bostwick's disembodied face revealed that he was deeply moved by his friend's words.
For the record, said Zed, although our realm has existed in its current state for what would be the equivalent of a few million of your years, we do not at all consider that our form of consciousness is infinite. No doubt some, as yet unforeseen, extinction event will impact our culture at some remotely future date.
Thanks anyway, Zed, Big Daddy's head answered. It's a fantastic opportunity, but Isaac's right. I'm too easily bored to be content for long in your world. Slap this head back on my body, and let me finish what I've started here on good old planet Earth.
As you wish, said Zed.
Isaac sighed heavily and relaxed visibly. Not just his face, but every muscle in his body seemed to release the tension that had bound him a few moments before.
My friend,
Big Daddy said, turning his eyes to Isaac,
we've been through a lot together, haven't we? You are without a doubt the best friend I've ever had or could possibly hope for. Thank you for speaking out and bringing me back to my senses. My enthusiasm for the strange and unknown has often led me to make hasty decisions. In the past, even on this world of limitations, I've allowed my impetuous nature to take me into dark times. Thank you for saving me from myself.
You would have done the same for me, Isaac muttered, both relieved and self-conscious that the spotlight of friendship had been so publicly aimed at him. Zed reached for the head, and in a moment's time it had been reunited with its large and aging body. Jeremy snapped away, capturing the entire process with his camera.
Ah, this is more like it,
Big Daddy said with a laugh. He stretched his arms and swiveled his head on his neck. He made a sweeping gesture with one hand and said,
This Hulk may soon be a carcass, but by God, it's my carcass, and I intend to use it until it fails completely. It has served me well in earlier times, and may yet have a surprise or two in store for me.
Big Daddy combed his beard with his fingers. He stared with rapt amazement at his own hand as he flexed it, the miracle of flesh striking him as if for the first time. Hardly a cavalry, but they arrive. Gus Tully and the other 4 men were waiting for Fred when he came out of the bell, pushing the wheelbarrow full of heads.
Hey guys,
Fred called cheerfully, bringing the wheelbarrow to a stop near the back of the pickup. He then tugged the lever on the tailgate and let it fall with a loud metallic bang into the open position. Randall, Walter, Harl, and Chuck grimaced together, seeing the tangle of headless bodies in the bed of the truck. Undisturbed, with an enigmatic calm, Gus stepped forward, holding his government ID up for the aliens' inspection. Fred didn't seem interested. Instead of looking at the ID, he began sorting out which head belonged to which body.
I'm Gus Tully. Yeah, I know, with the Time-Space Anomaly Agency,
Fred answered without looking up from his task of reattaching a young woman's head to her body. How does he know that? Randall hissed to his companions. Then, with righteous indignation in his voice, shouted, How do you know that? Fred did not reply right away, but used a glowing handheld device on the woman's throat. She sat up, clearly awake, perhaps a little dazed.
You're all right. Go join the others in the garage. They're waiting for you. Tell them I'll be right in.
Okay, the young woman said eagerly, sliding off the back of the truck and sashaying into the garage.
I said, how do you know about Tully and the TSAA?
Randall bellowed, his cheeks reddening with official anger.
Really? After all that's happened to you, that is your question? How did you get to be sheriff? Do you want to explain it?
Fred asked Tully.
I'm a little busy here.
He can read our minds, for want of a better term, Tully said calmly to Randall. his eyes still fixed on Fred as he dragged a body closer to the tailgate and placed a head on its shoulders. Harl and Chuck exchanged a wary glance between themselves, considering the prospect of an extraterrestrial who could read minds. Walter grinned broadly, apparently quite interested, even amused by the revelation. The sheriff simmered with rage, but held his tongue.
"Yes," said Fred, "I can tell you your bank account number and the routing number of your bank."
He sealed the tissue of the man's throat with the pulsing light and repeated the same instructions he'd given to the woman. Like the woman before him, the man sprang with agility from the back of the truck and disappeared into the garage. Fred turned to face Randall directly.
"But I'm sure you don't want me blurting out such personal information in front of the group."
Gus Tully laughed.
"Were you testing our guest, Sheriff?"
"Well," Randall said,
847366215, routing number 00030642127.
"Impressive," said Tully. "You convinced, Sheriff Randall?" Randall only glared.
"Well, I'll be damned,"
Walter exclaimed with unbridled enthusiasm. "Wait until the girls hear about this." Fred stared at Walter, then the sheriff, and let out a bit of a sigh before returning his attention to the reassembly of humans in the truck.
"You won't remember any of this, Walt,"
Tully explained with professional patience.
"Really?"
Chuck blurted. "We aren't going to remember any of this?" There was a juvenile whine to his tone, leaving an impression something like a 10-year-old who's just been told he can't stay up late.
"Well, that's just a damn shame,"
Walter mused.
"Here I have the most interesting night of my life, and I'm not going to be able to tell anyone about it. Won't even remember it myself. It's a damn shame if you ask me."
"How are you going to keep a thing like this a secret?" Randall asked. "Even if we don't remember, how are you going to explain all the scars on these people's throats?"
"Let me finish putting these people's heads on, and I'll show you,"
Fred said. A few minutes later, when the rest of the heads had been reunited with their bodies, Fred snapped his fingers and pointed to the garage.
"If you'll follow me, gentlemen."
In the garage, Fred and the others saw most of the group of recently recapitated humans sitting on folding chairs. Others were milling about. Most were sipping coffee from styrofoam cups. Hiram Biggs had set up a large, dry erase board in front of the group. In neat, bold block letters, Biggs had written, "Welcome to the Franklin Syndrome Support Group."
"Looks like an AA meeting,"
Walt remarked.
"Exactly," said Fred. "These people are all victims of Franklin syndrome, a rare childhood affliction requiring radical life-saving surgery that leaves a nasty scar."
"What happens the first time they run into their parents or other people who know they didn't have a childhood disease?" Randall asked, unimpressed with the rapid cover-up these invaders were orchestrating. "It's a viral memory," said Tully. "Viral memory?" said Chuck, wrinkling his nose. "If someone questions it, they become indoctrinated as soon as one of the victims explains Franklin syndrome to them," Tully explained.
"You can really do that?"
Harl asked Fred.
"Yes, I'm sure it will surprise you to learn that your own government already makes use of viral memory technology."
"Is that true?" Randall asked Tully. "Afraid so," the TSAA employee answered. "Our version doesn't work on everyone, but it's about 84% effective. The unaffected 16% we just label conspiracy nuts." Randall's mouth hung open. He seemed stunned by this revelation. He'd been grudgingly willing to accept such dirty tricks from these aliens, but to learn that his own government employed similar techniques really stuck in his craw. "No shit!" Harl exclaimed, massaging his right temple with 2 fingertips.
"No shit, buddy," Fred said with a grin. "But don't let it trouble you. In about 1 minute, the viral memories will kick in, and you'll be able to go on with your lives, just as you were before Zed and I arrived."
"Except for you," Randall said, pointing an accusing finger at Tully. "You know all about this stuff already. How do you beat it? Some sort of antiviral memory pill?" "No, it works on me too," said Tully. The only difference is I have debriefings and evidence recorded from the chronovisors to keep me in the loop.
Gentlemen, I'll leave you to your meeting,
said Fred. With a tip of his hat, he exited the garage. Hiram Biggs stepped up to the dry erase board and called out, "Folks, if I can have your attention, it's time to get the meeting started. We're honored tonight to have a special guest. Our own Sheriff Randall is here to share his experience of losing his baby sister to Franklin syndrome. This was back in the days before the modern techniques were developed that saved all of our lives. We may have scars, but we were all more fortunate than Sheriff Randall's sister. How about we give him a warm welcome?" The sheriff knew damn well there was no baby sister and never had been. The group applauded politely. Randall walked toward the dry erase board, thinking he was going to expose the elaborate ruse to these poor, gullible schmucks. But by the time he reached the dry erase board and turned to face the group, a tear trickled down his cheek.
"I want to thank you for this opportunity to share the sad story of my very brave little sister, Abigail,"
the sheriff said loudly so everyone could hear him. A proposal to Sparks.
"Sparks,"
said Zed abruptly.
"may we have the honor?"
One of Zed's hands rested on the hanging decapitron device. His head was tilted, emphasizing his question, a friendly smile punctuating his request.
"Me? You want me?"
This development was completely unanticipated by Sparks.
"Of course! Your talent is bold, far-reaching, and unique. Our new anthology of human entertainments could not be complete without you." "No, Sparks, don't!"
Liz said, her voice cracking. She reached for his arm and squeezed it. Though Sparks had never been a father or spent much time around children, her clinging gesture seemed to him the compulsive act of a frightened little girl. He laid his own hand gently on top of hers.
"Don't be afraid, Liz. These guys, as strange as they seem, are our friends. We have nothing to fear from them." "Hear, hear," Big Daddy said.
"Thanks, guys," said Zed. "Your words give me a warm, fuzzy feeling. But we really are running out of time. Yes or no, Sparks?"
Sparks stared into Liz's eyes for a moment, a gentle smile on his face. He raised his hand from hers and brushed her cheek.
"The answer is yes. Sorry, Liz, but this is one club I simply must join."
Liz tried to blink back her tears, but they came despite her effort, followed by sobs. Jeremy wrapped her in his arms and let her vent her emotions onto his shoulder. While she was looking away, Zed pulled the machine down toward Sparks. When she looked up again, Zed was attaching the bellows to her friend's head.
"My God! Will this nightmare ever end?"
Staring at the disembodied head of her companion made her feel lightheaded. Her stomach churned, and she would have vomited if her stomach was not empty.
"Wow! This is incredibly strange, but absolutely—"
The head shook slightly on its perch, lips moving as Sparks searched for the proper word. "Transplendent!"
"Isn't it, though?" Big Daddy agreed.
"Sparks," said Zed, "I wish to extend the same offer to you that I made to Big Daddy."
"You're asking me to return to your world and become part of the big cloud of consciousness?"
"Yes."
"I thought you'd never ask. Of course I will join you in Dimension X, for want of a better name."
Liz lifted her face from Jeremy's shoulder, and wiping the tears away, stared a moment at Sparks's head. She trembled. Sparks wasn't sure if her expression conveyed sadness, anger, confusion, or a cocktail of all three. He winked at her.
"No, Sparks!" she almost shouted. "You will not! I forbid it!"
"Forbid? Who do you think you're talking to? I'm not your child. This is my consciousness, my life. It's my decision."
"Sparks, please don't do this! Please, for me, stay here with us!"
Liz appeared out of breath, maybe even on the verge of collapse. Her distress touched Sparks's emotions. With as compassionate an expression as a bodiless head can muster, he peered back at her. A smile formed on his lips. He was about to speak, but held his words when he noticed the return of Fred, Sans wheelbarrow.
"A everything under control?" Big Daddy asked Fred. "Of course," Fred replied without elaboration. Liz continued to stare with forlorn intent at Sparks' head. "Jeremy, can you record video with that thing?" Sparks asked. Grabbing the camera that was hanging from his neck, Jeremy made some adjustments and aimed the lens at Sparks. "Recording," he said. "Great," Sparks began. "This is the record of my final moments as a human on planet Earth. If you don't know me and you're seeing this recording on YouTube or some similar internet venue, you'll most likely think it's a hoax. It's not. With me are Liz Bloom, Big Daddy Bostwick, Isaac Stanton, an interdimensional being known as Zed, his faithful companion Fred, and behind the camera is Jeremy Cantu of the Lone Star Gazette. I've been invited by Zed and Fred to leave this world and join them in their community of consciousness, which occupies an alternate dimension unknown to us, except as a subject of fanciful speculation by our most advanced quantum theorists and a few science fiction writers. My dear friend and co-worker, I guess I should say my boss, Liz Bloom, is upset that I've decided to leave this world. Zed and Fred made the same offer to Big Daddy Bostwick. I think he would have accepted, but his best buddy, Isaac Stanton, made an emotional appeal, and he's decided to stay here. I don't blame him at all. This planet needs as many Big Daddy Bostwicks as it can get. It's my hope that the events of this weekend have given Big Daddy and maybe Isaac a sort of epiphany. I hope they see that planet Earth needs them now more than ever. It is my sincere wish that they re-enter public life and inject some of the magic only they can offer into the brain-dead mass consciousness that has fallen over America and the rest of the world. For the record, I'd like this recording to serve as my last will and testament. I leave everything I own to Liz Bloom. Liz, I don't have much, but the good news is, no one's going to fight you for what I do have. You'll enjoy some of my books, I'm certain, and you'll find some music in my collection you may wish to keep. Anything you don't want, please give Jeremy first dibs. I'm sure he'll appreciate some of the junk I've collected over the years. This bequeathal includes my beloved automobile, the one I named for you, Liz. May you drive her in good health for many years to come. She's big and ugly, and I know you don't like the way she smells, but I have loved her dearly. She's yours now. Saul Bernstein, you incorrigible reprobate, arguing with you and getting your goat has been the greatest pleasure of my life for these past 30 years or so. You gave me a reason to get up in the morning, and if your innermost feelings were put on display, I suspect the same is true for you. If you didn't have me to annoy and anger you on a daily basis, would you even know you were alive? I doubt it. Certainly, living would have less meaning without the presence of your sparring partner, Harry Sparks. I love you, you obnoxious, constipated, thick-skulled cretin. I wish I could see your face when you watch this video recording. Liz, in addition to my car, you are hereby bequeathed my position as mortal enemy of Saul Bernstein. Wear this title with honor, insult him with impunity, disregard his instructions, and point out his hypocrisies every chance you get. Be absolutely rigorous in these pursuits because, after all, deep down, he really likes it.
Liz bit her lip in an effort to hold back more sobs. This did not go unnoticed by Big Daddy or Isaac. Jeremy kept the camera trained on Sparks' head. Sparks gathered his thoughts, then, staring directly into the lens, he said, Saul, you are the reason I became a journalist. When I was a kid, just beginning to pay attention to politics and worldly matters, I ran across a copy of the Iconoclast. Remember those days, man? Remember when you had goals and wanted to make the world a better place? You were my idol, Saul. You gave me something to shoot for. You were a little David taking on any Goliath who got in your way. Remember when you were a bright young man with more courage than instinct for self-preservation? Remember when you challenged the corruption in the construction of the nuclear power plant? You were the first journalist in Texas to give unequivocal support for gay rights. They slashed your tires for that one, remember? Can you recall a time when it was all about the people and helping them realize they had rights, even if the wealthiest men in the country were working 24/7 to take those rights away? Remember when you found Jim Morrison alive and well in New Orleans, long after he was supposed to have been buried in France?
Remember that? Remember when you had hair?
Sparks's head laughed long and hard, and when the laughter was spent, he sighed and looked down at the floor for a moment. Once again, he directed his gaze directly into the lens of Jeremy's camera. Forcing a smile, he said, "What the fuck happened, man? The bastards just wore you down, didn't they? You were a force to be reckoned with, Saul. I salute the memory of that forgotten Saul. He's still my hero. The other Saul, the one who sold the paper to the corporate octopus that bought up all the independent press in the country, that little weasel can go to hell as far as I'm concerned." Tears slowly gathered along the edges of his eyelids, then spilled over onto his cheeks, but he had no hand with which to brush them away.
The Saul that's constantly trying to tone down the content so we don't offend advertisers. The Saul who's always looking to expand advertising and cut back on actual reporting. The Saul who lives in a $750,000 condo.
There was a catch in Sparks's voice.
A $750,000 condo in Fort Worth, Texas, for Christ's sake. That Saul can take a long walk on a short pier. I hope he runs into his former self someday. What would the brave young Saul say if he met you? I think the original Saul would kick your ass, buddy.
Big Daddy and Isaac stared at Sparks with solemn admiration. The spirit of his remarks, if not specifics, echoed their own journey through rebellious optimism into a state of cynical defeat. Jeremy, his camera still trained on his coworker's head, released a sigh. Liz stared with vacant eyes at him, stunned, her head shaking slightly from side to side. Her mind lost in a cyclone of new perspectives, lost assumptions, and found regrets. For the first time, she truly felt how deep her admiration for Sparks ran. At the same instant, she felt the depth of the pain she would experience at losing him as a comrade in her daily life. Sparks started to ask Fred for a cigarette, but before he could speak, the alien was poking a smoke between his lips and lighting it. The head took a drag and let the blue-gray smoke billow out slowly from his mouth.
You know, this Vulcan mind meld shit is pretty cool. I didn't even have to ask for a cigarette. I just thought it, and Fred fulfilled my desire. Thanks, pal. Don't mention it, Fred answered, pocketing the lighter.
Liz wiped tears from her eyes, and with a pained expression asked,
"Do you even enjoy that now? I mean, you have no lungs, no body, and no circulatory system to distribute the nicotine."
Big Daddy made no effort to suppress a robust laugh. Even Isaac snorted. Jeremy placed an admiring and protective arm around Liz's shoulder. Zed and Fred, sensing the swell of communal human bonding, enjoyed being a part of the experience. With smiles, they watched the interaction of these humans.
"What, am I being too logical?"
Liz asked, her cheeks reddening slightly.
"Liz,"
Sparks said, squinting against the smoke that encircled his head like a layer of clouds around a mountain peak.
"Sweetheart, I hope you learn someday to do something simply because you want to do it, without evaluating the worthiness of your desire, without considering the implications of your actions, without listening to the echoes of the voices of every authority figure you've ever known. Sometimes, Liz, the greatest freedom consists in just doing what you want to do, at the exact moment that you wish to do it. Screw the rules. Do you think we climbed down from the trees and stood upright so that we could follow a bunch of arbitrary rules?"
What's wrong with rules, Sparks? I find them useful. They help us maintain order. Civilization and all the higher aspirations of the human race have their origin in rules.
"Well put, Ms. Bloom,"
Big Daddy said jubilantly, bringing his hands together in delighted applause.
"Don't mock me,"
Liz answered defensively. The big man's face instantly took on a hurt expression.
"Liz," said Isaac, "you don't know Bill as well as I do. I assure you his compliment was sincere. I have never known him to indulge in ironic mockery."
"Sorry, Big Daddy," Liz said.
"Nothing wrong with rules," Sparks said, "but there is definitely something wrong with slavery, any kind of slavery, especially the mental variety. Sometimes I think you are a slave to the rules. What I'd like you to learn is that you can make your own rules. If the rules you are following don't serve your best and highest good, if they don't set you free, then those rules are just instructions put in your mind by someone else for their benefit, not yours."
Liz stared with more than a little defiance at Sparks's head.
"He's right, dear,"
said Big Daddy.
Sparks continued. "Let your hair down, Liz. Your life won't last forever. If you don't learn to enjoy yourself a little every day, you'll wake up someday and notice you've become a bitter old woman. Life will have passed you by for no good reason. Following the rules will not save you from the hurts of life, but allowing yourself the power to break them when you see fit will give you the joy to overcome. Now, I think we all realize that Jeremy's got a thing for you, Liz. In my estimation, that makes him smarter than I thought he was."
Behind the camera, Jeremy grinned. Before today, he would have been embarrassed at being put on the spot. But now it felt good. Damn good.
"You need to put yourself back out there, sweetheart. You're a talented, beautiful, intelligent woman. Okay, so you had one jerk in your life. That doesn't mean all men are evil. Give Jeremy a shot. I think you guys will make a nice couple. He's smart, but a lot more laid back than you are. He'll probably let you have your way most of the time. He'll be the yin to your yang. Or is it the other way around?"
Liz's face glowed a cherry red. She was afraid to make eye contact with Jeremy.
"In conclusion, I'd like to sing a song,"
said Sparks. Liz shook her head, suddenly uncertain if she'd heard correctly. But Fred pulled out his harmonica and began to warp some notes into a bluesy, echoing jumble of melancholy chords. In a surprisingly good singing voice, Sparks's head began to sing. "My uncle used to love me, but she died." Epilogue. Monday morning, 2 days later, as Liz and Jeremy played back the video of Sparks to Saul in his office at the Lone Star Gazette building, their boss suffered a massive coronary. He was transported immediately to Harris Hospital, but doctors were unable to resuscitate him. He was buried the following Saturday. Liz had a sneaking suspicion that Sparks had been right about the bond of their antagonism being the only thing Saul had to live for. She hoped they'd get together to annoy one another in some afterlife when Sparks was finished playing cloud games in the dimension where he'd gone with Zed and Fred. She often indulged in fantasies about how such a reunion might play out. The board of directors unanimously voted to place Liz in charge of the Lone Star Gazette. She quickly rose to the occasion and was widely regarded as the best editor-in-chief ever to head the publication. Liz and Jeremy were married the following spring. In 3 years' time, they had 2 children. The first was a girl they named Emily. The second was a boy they called Sparks. Before the children were old enough to attend school, Liz was lured away from the Gazette by an offer to oversee the publication of a monthly magazine devoted to arts and entertainment, called Vanity Vibe, headquartered in New Haven, Connecticut. Liz Bloom is widely respected as a savvy insider, a talented, thoughtful writer, and a down-to-earth, all-around, decent human being. Big Daddy Bostwick and Isaac Stanton went public with their version of the events that occurred Saturday, March 6, 2014 in Alvarado, Texas. After their published account remained on the New York Times bestseller list for over 3 months, they were given creative control of a big-budget movie version of the story, which they titled Seeing God. A very small minority of the film's fans actually believed it to be a factual account. Nonetheless, it was a box office sensation, outgrossing all their previous movies combined. They were in the midst of developing a second project for a major Hollywood studio when Big Daddy passed from this life one night quietly in his sleep. Their project was shelved following Bostwick's demise, but rumors persist that a movie called Psychonaut will be directed by Isaac Stanton in the near future. Hollywood luminaries alleged to be attached to the project run the gamut from Johnny Depp and Robert Downey Jr. to Angelina Jolie and Nicole Kidman. Oliver Stone is said to be involved with the production in a supervisory capacity. 18 months after the incident in Alvarado, Texas, Gus Tully leaked 67,503 documents from the TSAA to various news agencies worldwide. After an initial splash in worldwide media, the revelations regarding the secretive government agency were relegated to the category of urban legend. Less than 11% of the population believed the documents were authentic. 3 weeks after the leak, Gus Tully was reported missing while on a hunting trip in Alaska. His body was never recovered. For some time, it was a much discussed oddity in the medical field that there should be so many cases of Franklin syndrome in Johnson County, Texas. More than a few students, independent researchers, and writers in the medical profession took it upon themselves in the ensuing years to do research into the strange phenomenon known as the Johnson County cluster. All found ample information in contemporary medical literature, especially about the revelation that so many in a rural community in Texas had been afflicted by the malady. But when they tried to uncover facts regarding the origin of Franklin syndrome, or specifics about the life and credentials of Dr. Howard Franklin, for whom the disability had been named, nothing could be found. It was usually about this time that interest in writing about Franklin syndrome began to wane. Other, more pressing demands arose in the lives of each and every would-be writer, and the subject was inevitably abandoned. Still, over cocktails or coffee, it would often be noted that no one had ever written a truly definitive book on the subject of Franklin syndrome. Everybody wondered why. No one suspected that the scars on so many necks in the community of Greater Alvarado, Texas, were due to the heavy-handed extraction of talent from the natives by interdimensional talent scouts. Who could have believed such a thing? Their passive acceptance of Franklin syndrome gave them enough mystery to savor, but not enough to frighten or intimidate. The humans' collective belief in Franklin syndrome as an actual disease made it, for all practical purposes, a fact no different than any other truth the race had ever known. Afterword. Except for scholarly publications, usually non-fiction, forwards and afterwards mostly vanished from the American literary scene a little over 100 years ago. I think they were largely discouraged by publishers who were seeking to brand authors, turn them into a commodity like cornflakes. It was in the interest of the publishers to reduce the connection between writer and reader to the affinity for a particular genre. This was first brought to my attention when Stephen King was outed as the author of the Richard Bachman books. King may have believed that segregating his works by subject under various pen names was a good idea, until he learned that his readers didn't give a shit. Most of the rules set in place by the publishing establishment were, like most rules, arbitrary creations intended to serve the needs and perpetuate the power of a few. Technology has liberated today's writers from such nonsense. In the early days of motion pictures, movie stars were not given screen credit for fear that they might become too popular, and would then be in a position to make demands that would cost producers money. Not much has changed since then. So why do I write forwards and now afterwards in my books? It's to create a more personal connection with the reader. I always love it when I pick up an anthology of Gene Wolfe's fantasy tales and find that he's written some sort of personal note to go along with each story. It makes me feel a closer connection. Any serious fan of Piers Anthony will tell you they love the biographical sketches he tacks on at the end. Writing is communication. Reading is communication. I like the idea of readers having a deeper insight into my ideas. I like the idea that a reader might come to think of me as an acquaintance and not just a box of cornflakes. No page numbers? By measuring everything, humanity has put its collective mind in a box. That box becomes more prison-like all the time. Instead of useful tools, clocks become obsessive objects of focus. Numbers become more important than facts. Accounting becomes the primary activity of a small business rather than selling goods or providing services. All of this is just another way for established power structures to limit competition. Why do you need page numbers? I think originally they were instituted as a convenience for typesetters. If you're reading this on an electronic device, the technology will keep track of the pages for you. If you're reading a paper copy, the option I very much prefer, you can dog-ear the pages or use a bookmark if you're one of those who takes an extremely respectful stance toward our friends, the books. Get over it. I'm not going to use page numbers. Every time you read a page of print without a number, you expand the box around your mind. I want you to realize that you don't have to think outside the box. There is no box. There never was. There will never be a box unless you build it. Free your mind. Free minds create free worlds. Happy reading. Bret McCormick, Arlington, Texas, July 2015. P.S. My third novel, Redneck Philosopher, should be available sometime in the fourth quarter of 2015. About the author. Bret McCormick was born in 1958 in Fort Worth, Texas. From 1984 until 1996, he was a prolific writer, producer, director of independent films for the international home video market. You can find a partial list of his credits as a filmmaker on imdb.com. Most of the people who have known McCormick for any length of time say he's a whack job. Who am I to disagree?
This has been Headhunters from Outer Space, written by Bret A. McCormick, narrated by Ross Tickner. Copyright 2015 by Bret McCormick. Production copyright 2017 by Bret McCormick. My uncle used to love me, but she died. A chicken ain't a chicken till it's looking good and fried. Keep on the sunny side. My uncle used to love me, but she died.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.